Jewelers.
KFM.
What a jam. This is a banger.
Woo! Woo! Houston is all systems go.
Keep change.
Below. All about for the right, the American pride. With every crack of the bat, Houston is all systems go.
Woo! Are you guys ready? Are you guys pumped today? I couldn't sleep last night. Are you kidding me?
Houston Astros.
Are you guys ready or not? I don't think you guys are ready.
I don't think I'm ready yet. I may need to pump it up later.
We're going to have to pump it up. No. 9:30, everybody. Be ready to pump it up. Because, you know what?
My football team is 3-1. I have one of the great quarterbacks in the league. Who was I talking to yesterday? I was talking to somebody, and they said, you know, you went into the season thinking C.J. Stroud was, and I promise I get back on the Astros, you know, one of the top 2 or 3, and then you watch
C.J. Stroud. We got playoff baseball today.
I know, but then he goes, you know, you watch Lamar and Josh Allen and Pat Mahomes, and you start realizing, maybe CJ's not there yet.
345 yards the other day.
Come on, don't be fantasy football guy.
They were good.
He had
he was
touchdown
good.
passes.
They
scored 2 touchdowns up to that point. That wasn't good. They weren't good. They had 2 touchdowns against Jacksonville the whole game until the last 15 seconds.
Yeah, well, because
3 total scores.
They keep shooting themselves in the foot.
3 total scores. You know who does that? The Washington Commanders do that in a quarter. 3 scores in a quarter. 3 scores in a game. They laugh at that.
Stop already.
Houston punted 5 times in a row, but I guess the offense is flowing. But
I am not in a hallway.
Where are you? What do you? This isn't the regular place you are. Why do you change? Why do you? Where's Waldo in the background? You can see John on.
This is my new spot all the time. This is the basement. This is because when I was upstairs, my wife could actually hear every word, and she hated her life because it's 5 a.m. here. So I'm down in the basement. This is a basement, everybody. There's a pool table right there. Okay, you see it? Yeah. Okay, and pictures and lights. Okay, that's not a hallway. It's actually a basement.
All right. So yes, I accidentally changed subjects.
You
chatters
messed it up.
the people
We're
who
all
are
systems go.
chatting
we
or
got
not
playoff
happy.
baseball. We got to beat Scooble.
I know.
Okay?
You know, Scooble's going to win the Cy Young, right? We're facing the Cy Young award,
right? He won the Triple Crown.
Yeah, so he's going to win the Cy Young.
Yeah, most wins,
most strikeouts in the league,
and lowest ERA in the league.
In the American League.
In the American,
he did end up winning the strikeout title because Chris Sale couldn't go yesterday because of back spasms.
Yeah, and oh, by the way, Shohei just missed out on the Triple Crown. Who passed him in average? Somebody had just a slightly higher average. So we got dominant performances here.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, Scooble and Shohei and Sale, they were dominant.
Aaron Judge is dominant every year.
Oh, yeah. Aaron Judge is, he's got the MVP in the American League. Shohei in the National League. Sale is the Cy. I mean, there's not even any suspense this year. And Scooble's the Cy.
Yeah.
That's it.
So we're facing a Cy Young Award winner, and it's going to be a good challenge, but it'll be a lot of fun to see two of the top lefties in baseball going at it. And afternoon baseball, so whatever you got planned, making a long lunch, or just get your stuff done. You know what I think? That's what I think I'm going to do. I think I'm going to work through. I'm going to do some Joe Moore Award stuff, and then I'm going to leave at 1 o'clock, and we'll do a late lunch, roll into baseball, and then I'll tell my wife, I'll see you later tonight.
Yeah, where are you going to go watch?
I don't know. I was thinking about Keneally's because they won last time I was there against the Rangers in that big comeback game
great pizza.
I'm kind of thinking about, I like their pizza,
Yeah.
I like the tavern style pizza. It's a lot of superstition with me. Like I'm not going to play disc golf today. I don't have time. And usually but I'll save that for the next round. I usually do that the day of that they're playing for good luck, but I'm not doing it in the first round. Of course, you might need it against Scooble, but I'll just go eat a certain type of food or go to a place where I've won before. I don't know. I got to think about it. I may call Solis up. I'm not sure what I'm going to do.
Yeah. That sounds like didn't sound very interesting at all.
Well, it's not very it's not very focused at the moment either.
Dell, you got to work until noon. So you got to get going. You got an hour and a half.
Me and Dell. No. Me and Dell.
Why don't you and Dell go? Yeah. And why don't you and Dell go to Keneally's?
Where do you want to? Where you like pizza? You like Pizza King? They're a lot like Pizza King. Why don't you just come with me and then we'll get a beer and we'll get some tavern style pizza.
I'm not interested in all that.
What do you mean?
You like pizza?
Where are you going to watch the game?
At home.
No.
You got an hour and a half to get home. It takes you like 6 hours to get there.
Well, that'll be fine. It's baseball. I'm not going to miss much.
Hey, listen, you can't be. If you're 20 minutes late, you're probably going to miss about 4 innings, 5 innings.
So if it's 4 innings of nothing, then I miss nothing. All right.
Not really. You're going to miss great pitching.
Yeah, that's what you're going to miss. That's what I'm in here for.
Okay, so the Chronicle this morning broke down all of the boy, they're hitting. The Tigers hitting is just awful. They're just awful offensively. They got a couple of guys. Riley Green can hit a little bit, but man, oh man, that's just bad. They're just terrible offensively. The Astros should have now. You beat Scooble today, and this series is over, right? Because the next two pitchers that they got have a 4.75 and a 4.58. I mean, they're not. I don't know. AJ Hinch is a genius to get this team into the postseason. Yeah. Literally a genius.
Yeah.
I mean, because he has done an unbelievable job.
Great manager, man. There'll always be a special place in my heart for Rudy T and Rudy Tomjanovich and AJ Hinch. Hinch, I mean, of course you can think of things that bother you with the 2019 World Series with Hinch or whatever, but AJ Hinch, I loved his demeanor. I love the way he went about it. Rudy T's demeanor was completely different than AJ Hinch's. So I don't have to have a certain type of demeanor. It's just for him and this team and who they were and how they played and where they came from. Will always have love in my heart for AJ Hinch. I really, really liked him a lot. And it really, looking back on it, that was really tough losing. At the time, it was such a huge scandal. You just thought, man, I guess Hinch and Leno have to go. And I totally get it at the time and even now. I mean, I understand it. But, man, it's we had a really good manager, and we had a good manager after that in Dusty, and I think we got one now. But general managers, I don't know that anyone will. I think there were some issues in the background in the building with Leno, I guess. I don't know, and his crew, based on what people who are there say and people who are familiar with it. But man, was Jeff Leno good. And man, are all the people like Mike Elias, who's the GM in Baltimore, like the sons of Jeff are also really good too.
No, Jeff Leno was the greatest general manager in this city's history.
Mm-hmm.
And one of the best general managers in baseball. I mean, look at this run that he put together. It's still got most of the components. It's mostly the components that he put together. I mean, it's just incredible, this run that they went on, that he and even the system that he created in the minor leagues, which was a terrible system before he got there. So he has been Jeff Luhnow, that guy. That's the guy I think is, if you had to, this 8-year run, the most credit that you give to any one person would have to be Jeff Luhnow.
Yeah, I would say so.
Okay.
I mean,
who's number
even
two?
The core, all the cores is Jeff Luhnow, even today.
Number 2 is Crane.
Yeah.
Number 2 is Crane.
That's fair. Uh-huh. Number 3 would probably be, I mean, so we're taking play. Number 2 would be Jose Altuve.
Number 2 would be Crane, 3 Altuve.
You're going to put Crane ahead of Altuve?
Well, he had to all of everything that they've done. He had to.
Well, you're not going. What's so hard about okaying a bunch of they were pretty easy.
He also
okays.
had to. He structured the organization. Don't forget too.
Yeah, no. I give him credit for that. He understood that he wanted an heavily analytics driven. Like his hiring process at the beginning was outstanding.
I'll give you Altuve too, but I think if Crane can't be more than.
No, I'm putting the owner in there, and typically owners wouldn't be there. I mean, just because you did your job as owner and said, okay, you're hired, right, and then you just say yes to contract your GM. I don't think that's hard. I think the way he went about the Justin Verlander was important. I mean, there are little things that Crane has done. And I think Crane not doing crazy overspending has helped to extend I think it's actually helped to make the run more sustainable, being smart.
Who would you give more credit to? Hinch or Dusty?
Hinch. I mean, Dusty had a ready-made team. Two different issues.
Had a ready-made team, but he had to guide them through a really, really difficult period.
He did.
And extent and the longevity of it was mostly Dusty.
Yeah, it's a good, it's a good question, because you got to remember Dusty went 20, 21, 22, 23. Like it was a longer run than you think with Dusty. But for me, AJ Hinch, to take a team from terrible or lack of talent and then build, like he had to grow those guys into a cohesive group that gelled chemistry wise as well. And I think that's literally getting the plants to grow. And Dusty was the overseer and played the psychologist. Their parts were equally important for sustainability. For me, I would say growing the actual product is a little bit more important. After
Altuve, I think it has to be Bregman. Bregman's been part of every single one of these ALCSs.
It's funny though. I was in seeing my Dr. Muntz is my doctor, and he's been with Houston sports teams as their doctor for years and years. We were talking, and he said, he mentioned Bregman yesterday. I was in there yesterday, and he mentioned Bregman by name about, just mentioned him and his importance. But we were talking, he said, Correa was such a huge part of the team's identity and culture, and Springer was. And he said, it's pretty incredible that they've lost these guys who are big, big parts of the heartbeat of the organization. And they still kept running. Because Altuve is a great performer, but everyone will tell you he's more in the background. Like he's a do as I do, leadership by example guy, not a talker.
There's a story this morning in the Chronicle that was incredible about Bregman, that he is such a pain in the ass. He would call Pena at 1:30 in the morning and tell him what guys were going to throw him the next day. And he was, and Omar Lopez is like,
had he been drinking? That sounds like a move you would do.
That does sound like me. It does sound. Only I wouldn't care that much. I wouldn't care nearly as much.
No, you would just be doing it just because you thought about it.
Bregman is a little CJ. You know how we talk about CJ Stroud calling guys and, hey, Tank, we're going to do this. I'm watching film. And that's Bregman on the Astros. Bregman is, and Omar Lopez is like, oh my God, what a pain in the ass this guy. That's all he does. He's got a day off, and that's all he wants to do is work in the cage and talk about what pitchers are going to throw. And oh my God, he just doesn't stop. He never stops. They're going to miss that. Chapman signed a 6-year, $151 million deal. That's the closest. Forget Caminiti's deal. That's the closest to Bregman. Bregman's a year younger, but 6'151" is not stupid.
No,
that's not stupid.
No,
I don't know if and they got the same agent, Boris.
John. Last year showed us, and actually the last 2 years, A, you have to be first on the market, but B, the market's not the market in baseball. You can say what you want. Football's market is stupid. Football has turned into an idiot's market where they give dumb money to players who don't deserve it, and the players frequently do not pan out now. It's what's happening a lot in the NFL. It used to be a smart league with smarter money. And, well, when I say smart league, the contracts made more sense. They've gone dumb money because things have gone out of control the last 3 years. They pay dumb money to average players. You know what baseball does? Baseball has really turned into a league where it really is meritocracy. These contracts are relative to your performance. You don't get – this is not a next up situation.
Yeah,
we saw with Carlos Correa. Now, Carlos had some extenuating circumstances with injury because, remember, there were 2 teams he signed with that he didn't sign with, that he agreed with. But in baseball, you're getting a contract that you probably deserve in baseball for the most part.
Look, Carlos had a 900 OPS this year. Okay?
Yeah, Carlos had a good bounce back season. Just, his team's not in.
He missed 60 games.
Well,
which is what Carlos do.
Which is the concern with Carlos.
And that was the difference between them making the playoffs and not making the playoffs.
Yeah. Wow, he missed 60 games?
Yeah. Well, but you say it's a meritocracy. Anthony Rendon has been the worst signing, maybe one of the worst signings in baseball history. They've had, I think it's 28 different third basemen. 28 third basemen since Anthony Rendon signed his contract just a couple of years ago.
Yeah, but look how good he was at the time, though.
Yeah, I know. Well,
this guy was coming off of he was coming off a 120 a World Series. He had 34 homers, 126 RBIs, and he had an OPS of 1,010. Like, that wasn't a bad contract at the time. They just didn't know that Anthony Rendon didn't care that much about baseball. He literally signed a guy who told you later, I don't really care about that sport.
We're just getting it started. All right, 713-780-3776. We're going to pump it up a little bit later in the show, but it's Astros Day, baby. ABC TV on ABC, Channel 13 today. So, and there's no other game. They're all on ESPN. The only nationally televised game.
Wait, we're on ABC?
ABC
what
today.
In the?
Yeah. So that's totally sweet. It sucks that it's during the day because people who actually have to work. We'll talk about that on the other side. But right now I'm talking about HR&P. If you're somebody who owns a business and you feel like none of your employees are going to be productive today, there's really nothing you can do about it. HR&P is going to be like, this is hard. This is really difficult. But HR&P helps you making those difficult decisions with your employees because there are some difficult decisions with employees. We have them, and we've had them at work. We've had them at our station. And I wasn't even one of them. David Gow even confirmed that. No, it's not Granado. Here's the deal: is you can't handle these situations yourself. You don't know the laws. The EEOC will come after you. You could be sued. You could. There's cases where you've lost your business because you've lost so much money because you handled HR wrong. Don't handle HR wrong. Handle your payroll perfectly. The technology is second to none. It doesn't matter how you pay your people, be it hourly or commission or salary, whatever it is. They do it great. And it doesn't matter how many branches you have. It doesn't matter what state you're in. It doesn't matter how many employees you have. They'll do it perfectly every time. What I need you to do right now is go to hrp.net. Give them a call, 281-880-6525. Start the process. Stop doing the payroll yourself. That's not your business. It's their business. hrp.net.
You're listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's John and Lance.
Did you hear that commercial that we just ran about LSU? When Chip Kelly arrived at LSU, I was like, what? When did Chip Kelly arrive?
It said Chip and not Brian?
Not Brian. Chip.
Oh.
Yeah.
That's straight from our ESPN overlords. That's one of their commercials.
That's one of their commercials.
Yeah. Wow.
Secondly, do you guys think that there's any chance that the longshoremen are striking so that they can watch the Astros this afternoon and maybe every afternoon, and then when the wild card is over, they go back to work?
I like the move.
That's what I do.
I respect the move if that's what it is.
And plus, maybe they'll get more money out of it, but they get to watch the Astros.
Yeah, it'd be a smart move if that's the move.
Yeah. And, then in the next round, we're going to have the 1 o'clock games, too. The problem with the 1 o'clock games is
you're just next rounding it already. I don't know. For some reason,
no,
I feel a little
worried about
uncomfortable. I shouldn't. I need to. But I acted kind of cocky about the Texans.
No.
And we are 3-1, but it just doesn't feel like they're playing as cocky as I would.
No,
we're
moving on.
Okay.
Don't worry.
All right. So we're not worried about the Cy Young Award winner.
We're not worried.
You don't think they're going to pitch him in games 1 and game 3 like Kevin Brown might have pitched him?
No, I don't think they could. Well, by the way, they had a day off in between that too, so there's no day off.
Should have been illegal.
So basically, Hinch is going with bullpen games in games 2 and 3, and we got Hunter Brown and Kukuch. So no, not worried. Not really worried about that. And we got better hitting. I mean, we're just better. We're just a better team. So there is that. But yeah, this longshoreman thing is going to be a little worrisome.
Why do I need to know about this?
There's a lot of work not going to be done. A lot of
says John Granado. There's a lot of work not going to be done.
Yeah, I like other people
There's
working.
The irony.
I want to make sure that other people are working.
What does it mean? Like, tell me what it means to me. How is it going to affect Lance?
Our port is going to be shut down. All the business that
in
comes
Long
through
Beach,
port, in Houston.
What do you mean here? You're not here.
Oh,
in Long Beach.
I'm all about Houston.
Your port in Long Beach is going to get shut down.
Hermosa?
Yeah. Well, they don't have a port, but John would know.
I don't even know where the ports are in this state. I don't even care. Okay.
In Long Beach?
Yeah, there's a port, big one.
Is there?
That was
big
pretty
port
gangster.
There? Yeah, we're worried about that. We're worried about all the ports, Del. Now, those people need to work. Those people. Let's get this done.
But are they?
But after the wild card.
But are they not working because they want better for themselves?
No, they want to watch the Astros.
Okay.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. Let's get back to work though. After the series.
Or gentlemen and ladies, do what you need to do to make for better conditions for yourself.
There you go, Del.
Yeah.
Because I'm a man of the people.
There's a man of the people comment right there. Yeah. John's like, get back to work.
John,
just
watch
the Astros and then get back to work.
They're shutting down the port on the 405. There's no port on the Yeah, they say the all over. Okay, so
we don't say the I-10 or the 59.
The 10.
We don't call it. Yeah.
Well, the 405 gets that, but it's not the 91 freeway. It's 91 freeway.
91, yeah.
So
the 10, but they call it the 101.
Yeah, some of them do get that.
Because LA is so self-important.
Yeah,
like Ohio State,
like the Ohio State.
Yeah,
they don't call it the 405 though.
Yeah, they do.
They don't go the. That is an Ohio State thing.
That's an Ohio State thing.
Oh, they don't say the like. Yeah, okay, I got you.
Right. Okay, ESPN ranked the top 40 players in the playoffs.
Wow, it's a lot.
Number 1 was Ohtani. Number 2, Judge.
Yeah.
Soto.
Mm-hmm.
Bryce Harper, and then comes the first Astro.
Golly, this is a little tough. I mean, it's been all position players. I mean, Altuve?
Alvarez.
See, I was going to say, but Jordan has been hurt. He's hurt.
But
right now,
Jordan has been, I mean, they're saying, hey, he's David Ortiz.
Yeah, just not at home.
Power average. Well, in the postseason. They're not talking about just this year.
He's that.
Yeah.
He's that. Yes, but we all know he's that in one series. He'll get so hot that he can single-handedly destroy an entire organization. And then the next series, he'll just
Right. Except everybody remembers when he's game 6 of the Phillies.
Oh, no.
He hit it out of center field. Right.
Yeah. And Altuve did have that one time when he started off 0 for 27. But Jordan does have some series where he just completely the Yankees in 19, the Braves in 21, which happened to be the World Series. I mean, he will just completely go into a shell sometimes. But he is, realistically, my choices were, Kyle Tucker probably should be in the consideration, but
he is in the top 40.
Well, I would hope so.
Well, yeah,
and Altuve's not.
Altuve's in the top 40,
and Fromber,
Fromber's in the top 40,
and Presley.
That's it. Not Presley per se. Not Presley. No.
Not Hader. Not Breggy. Not Breggy.
Yes, Hader. No, Hader is absolutely.
Hader's in the top 40. What about Breggy?
Bregman is not.
Ooh.
And that pisses him off. There's a reason he's wearing number 2, right? Because he was picked second.
Yeah.
So Jordan in the postseason, while he's been very up and down, 295, 393, 556, a 949 OPS.
Right.
So, Jordan matters in the postseason. In the ALDS, he got a 1209 OPS.
Yeah, it's not as high.
ALCS, 945, but 692 in the World Series.
Ooh. Well, we'll worry about that if we get there.
Well, we're there. We're already there. So Jordan in the postseason means something. Now, it's a 50-50 shot. McTaggart reported yesterday. We'll find out today at 10 o'clock.
So the Astros have 5 players in the top 40.
5 players in the top
Anybody else have that many?
40.
Garrett Cole's probably in there.
The Phillies have a bunch. They've got
Wheeler.
The Yankees have got 3 in the top 9.
Well, I don't care. What about top 40?
The Dodgers have a bunch too.
Yeah, this list isn't that important. What is important is you heard Lance at 10 o'clock. Listen to Mopey and Mapes. You'll find out if Jordan Alvarez will be on the Astros.
Well, we're going to stay on the air. Yesterday during your show, you had
this time.
Not this time. You're not. We got news to break at 10 a.m.
10 a.m. We're gonna. It's by 10 a.m. So we may find out before.
When do the official rosters come out?
They have to have it in by 10 o'clock.
Okay, we'll see.
But they'll do it earlier.
Well, you hope so.
No, yeah, and you'll hear it here.
How did you know what happened on my show yesterday? You're in California.
Well, right after 10 o'clock, something happened that somebody made some kind of Japanese slur.
Somebody?
Yeah, so that's what's happening.
Slur?
That's what happens
What
on your
slur?
show.
No, that was That was you.
What?
It was on your show.
It wasn't on my show. My show hadn't started. The open had started.
It was from the 10 to 12 spot.
It was in between 10 and 12.
It was after 10 o'clock.
But it was still during this show. And somebody was not
10 o'clock.
The somebody was not me or Mapes.
In the ratings, it counts towards your show.
That's a funny thing you just said there.
Yeah.
All right, we got a break. 7:31, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Are you guys pumped or not? Let's go.
Yeah,
713
I am.
780.
Yeah, let's go.
We've got one call. He wants to talk nothing about the Astros.
Well, okay. So the chat said early on, we don't want to hear about football today. We want to hear about Astros. We got playoff baseball, and the Astros deserve to be front and center. Yesterday was Texans and football. I mean, we've got some football that we'll throw in here, but primarily you guys need to jump in with your Astros stuff. 713-780-3776. John mentioned it yesterday. We'll go back over Skubal. You're taking a look at the Cy Young Award winner. The Astros have to face him, so we'll give you a rundown of how everyone performs against Tariq Skubal a little bit later in the show. Tariq.
What is the pronunciation of this gentleman's name?
I don't know.
Tariq? Tariq?
If he's English, it's
Skubal.
Tariq.
Tariq
Skubal.
Tariq. If he played DB in the
SEC.
SEC.
DB, yeah, if he was DB, he's
Tariq
Skubal, yeah.
But as a pitcher for the Tigers.
If he's from anywhere from Europe, he's Tadek Skubal.
Why don't you play a commercial and then we can figure that out on the other side?
John's got something going on here.
Is that how?
No,
yeah, it was
we're in a break.
Silent.
No, we're in a
breaks
break.
don't exist in this dojo anymore.
I don't know if you've heard.
I don't know if you've heard. We take breaks when we want to now.
It's actually Tarek. It's Tarek.
Yeah,
Tarek Skubal.
I figured it wasn't Tariq.
I think they make some cooler. He's
Tyreek Skubal.
Nah, it's not Ty. It's an A. But Tariq Skubal's a cooler name.
He'd be a safety at Kentucky.
He'd wear a single-digit number.
Yeah.
But why don't we go to break? Yeah, we heard.
Why don't you go to break?
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Good news, Lance. Great news. We could start October, the hottest start to October ever.
No, we're going to 96 today.
Nice.
96.
Nice.
Shut up.
He's not
Johnny
even here.
Wood, I
It's
know.
so disingenuous what he's doing. Oh,
Shut
As
up.
soon as he got back
Nice.
here, he was like, it's just really hot. I was golfing. It was so hot today. Well, yeah, no kidding.
It was nice. It was okay here yesterday. I sweat a little bit.
You're not one of us, okay? Stop it.
All right.
You don't
Yeah.
deal with what we deal with.
This is
No,
reverse day, not like us, only not West Coast.
Yeah, you're not.
No.
You're
I'm
not
about-
one of us.
I'm just about the people.
Which
you guys-
people?
Oh, no. You guys
Then
are
you
like,
would
yeah,
be, for us to have
afternoon
night.
baseball is good for me.
Then you would be.
Oh, yeah? What about all the people that have to work?
Well, then
The-
you would
and
not
listen,
be for a 96-degree October. We don't want that here in Houston.
Do you know that there are $25 tickets today for the game? $25 outfield tickets.
Well, we're the A's.
Are they
I mean,
really?
we're the Atlanta Braves fans. again.
Yeah, we're the Braves. That's because we're in the afternoon. If it was a night game, then everybody could go. They wouldn't have to work. A buddy of mine sent a group email, said, hey, I got 2 tickets, but I can't use them because I have to work. So does anybody want them? I'm like, I feel bad. That dude been there all year long. He's got season tickets, and he can't go because it's a day game. So I'm about the people, okay?
John's
Yeah.
weather today, it's 59 currently where John lives, Dell.
What's the high in wherever he is?
80.
Los
Yeah, but
Feliz.
guess what?
88.
It's like in the 70s in my house.
80,
Well, congratulations.
Yeah.
88. It actually gets warmer there.
Yeah, I'm telling you, it was hot here yesterday.
Well, to be fair, we're going to have a low of 70 today. So at some point it'll,
When?
well, like at 2 a.m.
Oh, great.
Yeah, it's only 71 right now.
Guess what? I'd rather be there where it's where you know what you're going to get. You know you're going to get. It's not cold in the morning,
Crippling
and hot
heat.
in the afternoon.
You know
right?
you're going to get crippling heat.
Much rather be.
All right, so let's get to the Astros. You know, the Tigers actually do something a little bit different, which is what you're going to find out. Which is it's Tarek Skubal, who is the Cy Young Award winner this year in the American League, a Triple Crown winner, the first since 2011 when Justin Verlander did it for, the first Tiger since Verlander did it 13 years ago. But they use a lot of openers. Like this is Tarek Skubal and just a bunch of guys. Like this is truly AJ. This is one of the reasons why AJ is considered such a great manager. Is he's managed his way and utilized a roster that is not. And he's not filled full of young stud pitchers like he had with the Astros coming up, and it's a little different. It's a little different thing here. So he does a really nice job of taking some average pitchers and doing the most he can with it. Taking as you mentioned before, John, a below average lineup from a hitting standpoint, and they've played good baseball over the last 6 weeks.
Yeah. No, they played really well. This is a red hot team coming in here. I don't know how. AJ's worked miracles. All right, Del, who wants to talk? We got calls. Who wants to talk about the Astros? Anthony?
No, he does not want to talk about the Astros. James does. He wants to talk about AJ Hinch.
Okay, let's get him in here. Hey, James.
Hey, what's going on, guys? I had a quick question about some comments that AJ Hinch had the other day. He said that in the playoffs, it's all about the coach's experience and not so much about the players. And it got me thinking. I thought he was trolling Joe Espada at first, but how true is that? Is coach's experience more important than players? I'll hang up and listen. Thank you, guys.
No, it's not. But Joe Espada's been there. I don't know what experience Joe Espada doesn't have. He's been in the playoffs the whole time.
Hinch hired
the whole
him in
time
18.
he's been here.
Yeah, Hinch hired him in 18.
Yeah.
World Series in 91, World Series in 21, World Series in 22.
I mean, he's been right there. He's got plenty of experience. And the players have experience. No, it's much more important. You know, keeping those nerves calm in a big situation and a big at bat. How many big at bats have the Astros been in? How many Altuve or Bregman or Tucker or Jordan? How many big at bats have they had in intense in the highest pressure situation?
Maybe AJ Hinch was telling on himself, and he was thinking about 2019 when he didn't bring Garrett Cole in.
Yeah,
I just thought, I didn't know what I was doing back then. It was only my second World Series.
Yeah,
I didn't know what I was doing, so I should have brought Garrett Cole in. So maybe he was talking about himself.
This is going to be a little payback for that. The Astros got to give him a little payback for that. All right, knock him out. Knock him out and say, hey, AJ, that was for that dumb move you made in 19. Okay?
How many Astros remained from that team?
I don't care. Who was on that team? Tucker?
19? Oh, Brian Abreu was actually on that team. I didn't realize that, but I saw that in Abreu, was he technically on the roster, though, at the playoff roster?
Bregman.
Yeah.
Tucker was on
Tucker
that
was
team.
on it, yeah.
Yeah.
Tucker, Jordan. Jordan was on it.
Sean Dubin, was he on that team?
No, Sean Dubin was not on that team.
Sean
None of the
Dubin was
catchers were on the team.
Yeah.
Verlander was on it, obviously.
Verlander.
Verlander, Fromber, not Hunter.
Nope.
No, Presley was.
Presley was on there. Yeah,
Mhm.
they got plenty of
Abreu
guys
was.
that'll show him, Del.
And
Yeah.
they remember that time as a time where he screwed them, and that's their
He
motivation.
screwed them out of another ring.
The North remembers.
I don't think the Gulf Coast is remembering the
Coast
same way
remembers.
John is.
The Coast remembers, AJ.
All right, if we're going to get off, if Anthony doesn't want to talk about the Astros, we do have to mention Pete Rose,
Yeah, two
Pete Rose
deaths
died.
yesterday.
Hit King, and Dikembe Mutombo.
The block
both died
king and the
yesterday.
hit king. Pete
Yeah.
Rose dies at the age of 83. He was a rapscallion. He's a scurrilous guy, but he was, he's a modern day Ty Cobb is what he was.
I had him
frankly.
on plenty, and he.
You did? Where?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. He was out at Wildcat. We probably have had him out.
Oh,
I had
McCullers
him-
was also on
oh, yeah.
those teams. Yeah.
Yeah.
You
and
forget
I
about
had to
McCullers.
I had to do an event with him. He was something. You never knew when you had to press the dump button. He told stories that you just.
Yeah.
Pete Rose was. He was something. He was.
Pete
really,
Rose
really
is a larger than life in it.
Oh yeah.
In a generation where you have, everything's kind of a little bit more. The brands are a little bit more cultivated, and Pete Rose was truly. I mean, he did play a lot in the 70s, was a big part of his career, and into the 80s. But Pete Rose was really almost a throwback into the 40s and 30s and 20s. I mean, he really was like a Ty Cobb. He knocked the guy out of a all-star game with a head first, barreled into him at the plate. Ray Fosse, and Fosse was never the same. That was Pete. I mean, Pete was ultra competitive. You start thinking about his actual stats, though. The amount of hits he had, it's the most unbreakable record you could possibly have, maybe in any sport, relative to, I mean, everyone gets at bats, right? So there's certain records that you can't break because of the way the games are played now. Pete Rose just went to the plate, just played a long time, went to the plate a lot, and got a lot of hits. That's all it is. There's nothing that's changed about how many starts he makes or anything. Pete Rose just played all the time, went to the plate a lot, played forever, and got a lot of hits. That's it.
Charlie Hustle. I watched the 1980 eighth inning Nolan Ryan against Pete Rose, bases loaded, and Pete fouled a few off, and Nolan ended up walking him and walked in a run in that disastrous outing that cost the Astros a chance to go to the World Series.
Yeah.
He had Nolan Ryan had a 3-run lead in the eighth inning, and they lost the game. And Pete Rose was in the middle of that. So that was. And
then to give proper, I want to make sure Dikembe was one of the great humanitarians ever in sports. His home country of Africa, he did so much.
That's a continent.
No, he was from. I'm trying to remember what part of Africa was from. Yeah, he's Congolese. I say country. It is a continent.
He's originally from
the Congo,
Democratic Republic of the Congo,
the country of North America.
The country of North America.
He was in
the country of Asia. But he built so many hospitals, water wells. Like, he took his money, and then he also basically he raised money from other NBA players to send money back, and they built it. And it was not a thing where there was a lot of grifting and pork built into it where people are just taking their money. He made sure that it got to the right sources, so that wells were built, hospitals were built, schools were built. Like, he was unbelievable.
Yep. All right, we get to.
he was also
Anthony.
he was part of the famous group that went out to. We had Bill Burr on at Nick's place, Jim Jeffries, Louis C.K., Norm Macdonald. We also had Dikembe Mutombo. Do you remember that when Dikembe went out to Nick's place and was on the show with us?
Yeah.
John, you don't know.
He was great.
He was great though.
All right, we got a break. Anthony, you're on the other side. Anybody else wants in? 713-780-3776. Right now, we got Doc Linville, and I want to tell you something. I love what Doc Linville. I got a hat on today because I got to wear this headset and whatnot. But I hate wearing hats because I like to show off my mane. I love to show off what Doc Linville has done for me, and I keep saying this, guys. If it's happening now, if you're starting to lose hair, if you're starting to see hairs in the shower, if you're starting to you wake up in the morning and you look and you're starting to see your hairline recede, you're seeing that bald spot grow. Don't wait until it's too late, okay? Until he has to do it now. He can either PRP it, which will stimulate the growth, or he can neograft, which is moving the hair from the side to the top of the head. It's your hair. Don't feel bad about it. It's not like you're wearing a rug. This is your hair. You're just moving it. All right. God gave you this hair. Keep it. You can move it too. And you can move it to the top of your head with neografting, which is a great, great, great process. But do it before it's too late. You're seeing it happen now. Right now, go to 975hair.com, 975hair.com.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Let's get some calls in here. Everybody wants to talk Astros, right? So let's go. Anthony is here. What's going on, Anthony?
Hey, real quick. So, the reason I'm talking to Astros is because I'm a working man. So, until they actually play at night, I refuse to talk to them. Thanks, MLB. Back to my original question. So, Travis Hunter, I don't know. I mean, I know they bring it on themselves. That's why people are giving them hate. But I haven't seen a better college overall player since maybe Charles Listen. I think he's possibly better. I know it's a small, school, not a lot of hype around him until Deion got there. So everybody, and plus Deion, he doesn't make it easy. But like that kid is awesome on all ends. I mean, I don't think there's a better cornerback than him. And definitely not a better receiver. And then on the Texans, I feel like D'Amico needs to rein this team in because I can see this going really bad when they play against actual good teams and him being fired by the middle of next year if he don't get it cleaned up.
Anthony,
I like
fired
D'Amico,
by the middle of next year.
Yeah, I mean, they play good teams and they have like 35 penalties by halftime. They're going to be getting murked. I mean, the Vikings was the first warning of them, being out of control. But if they play actual good teams, especially in the playoffs, and they keep embarrassing themselves, and you can't get Laremy Tunsil mind right, I mean, I know you can't really trade him, and they say there's nothing you can do. But like Lance said, if you sit him on the bench for like a series or two, it'll wake him up. I mean, if he throws a temper tantrum like a girl, then it is what it is. But D'Amico has to do something about these penalties, or it's going to look really bad when they play against good teams. All right, man. Hall of Fame show. You have a good day.
Appreciate it. I got a son who throws the temper tantrum like a son, so I don't know. I think boys and girls both can throw equal temper tantrums. Getting to what he said though, D'Amico's not getting fired at any point for a long time. That's not going to happen. I do not. Ironically, I don't see Cal and Hannah who made the quick changes with Lovey and David Culley. I don't see them making any quick changes with D'Amico Ryans. I think they have the right guy. So I don't want to, there was a conversation that was had about Laremy Tunsil's personality having an impact on Titus Howard in not a positive way, that Titus sees himself like, can do the same things that Laremy does. And I don't know, Laremy, I just want to be a pro. Like Dwayne Brown, Dwayne could be a little challenging with contract stuff and all that, but Dwayne came to work and when it was time to work, he got to work and he was consistent. I think Laremy is fundamentally as talented as Dwayne Brown. Dwayne was maybe a little more talented, but in terms of run and pass, but I think there's always going to be a diva there with Laremy. I was shocked. No questions were asked yesterday about penalties. This is the third game in a row. I don't know if there were how did nobody ask any questions about the third game in a row with 10 double-digit penalties? It's 7 on the offensive line. I was shocked not one person asked that, and I can't really say anything because I wasn't there. So, I guess I can't talk too long about it, but because I didn't ask the question. But I'm just surprised that are people just going there trying to buddy up with me? Like they don't want to ask anything challenging because they want to be friends. Media's just want to be friends now with D'Amico, or how does that not get asked? The third game in a row with 10. Just last week, he told us it was fixed, or they addressed it, I should say. This week, you get 7 penalties on the offensive line, 2 holdings on Tunsil, 3 on Kenyon Green, 2 on Shaq Mason. I'm surprised it didn't come up at all in the press conference.
Yeah, I think that's it. That they don't want to rock the boat with D'Amico. It's a friendship thing. That's why this is a really soft, and people have said it for years. It's a soft media market. It absolutely.
Well, with sometimes you get with new media, it's you will get a more tenuous. Yeah, I think that's
good luck
one
if
of the.
You had this number of penalties in New York or Chicago.
No. But I know. But some of the guys who hustle the most and go cover the team, I think they do want to be. I think there's some of that. You start off as a fan and you want to be like, you want the guys to like you. You want your access to be unencumbered. Maybe there's some of that, but I'm just surprised nobody, like there was nobody, there's no Brian T. Smith here anymore to make people mad. I'm surprised nobody said, Coach, I know last week you said you addressed it. What do you do now in terms of accountability? 3 straight games of 10 penalties or more. You talked about it yesterday. What do you do now to hold guys accountable, especially on the offensive line as it pertains to the ongoing penalty process?
Well, tomorrow, if you don't want to go do disc golf, you can ask him yourself. Hey, Coach, is Laremy Tunsil the boss of you?
How about it, Lance?
Is Laramie
You're the
Tunsil
one that's been
boss
asking
of
that
you?
question.
I'm not asking a question. I'm telling you a fact. Laramie Tunsil has the leverage over the
Okay.
Texans and always has.
Coach, I believe Laramie Tunsil is the boss of you. In fact, I know he is. How do you respond?
Coach, what does it feel like to have a left tackle that's the boss of the organization?
Yeah, that you can tell him nothing.
No, and I did say yesterday, no, D'Amico's the boss of Laramie, but I don't see how D'Amico's going to hold him accountable. I don't know what accountable is going to mean for Laramie. Accountability for his many, many penalties, and this idea that it's cadence. So he's got people conned into believing this is a cadence issue. This is an issue with CJ Stroud. He hadn't said it out loud, but he said we're not on the same page. He did it again. I saw a different clip somebody had about Laramie saying we're not on the same. When we get on the same page, we're just not on the same page. What does this mean? What does it? So then just say the only thing he could possibly be talking about is that CJ Stroud is changing his cadence up and it's throwing him off. But that's not accurate because it can't be accurate because this has been an ongoing issue for 3 or 4 years for Laramie Tunsil. So this isn't just a new thing. It's Laramie just won't say, I got to stop. I really got to stop jumping quick. I got to stop doing this. But, man, penalties, I would just wish the offensive line was a little bit more accountable. Did you think they played bad the other day, John, or is that just a generic thing we say when there's lots of penalties?
Well, let me give you an example. Okay. I'm looking at a graphic. It's got 4 quadrants: top right, top left, bottom right, bottom left. It is NFL scoring relative to schedule through week 4. Top right, good offense, good defense. Who's leading the way? Who do you think, relative to the teams that they've played good offensively and good defensively? There are 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, but there's one clear-cut team.
Well,
that's
it's not
the best.
It's not the Texans.
No, it's the Vikings. They played better than everybody.
Yeah, absolutely.
In that quadrant are the Saints, the Steelers, the Chiefs, the Bucks, the Eagles, the Lions. The Eagles, bottom right, good offense, bad defense. Good offense, bad defense. Washington's in there. San Francisco's in there. The Bills are in there. The Cowboys are in there. The Seahawks and the Bengals are in there. Good offense, bad defense. Top left, bad offense, good defense. Broncos, Chargers, bad offense, good defense.
God,
Broncos, Chargers, left? Giants, Patriots, Bears, and Jets.
Okay, so let me remind you
who the Texans are.
Let me remind you who they played. They played the Chicago Bears, who are really struggling offensively.
The Colts.
They played the Colts, who have struggled against the run, although the last 2 games they've been good, and their offense is average. They have played the Vikings, who kicked your ass. I mean, they gave you a beating. And then you played just this week the Jacksonville Jaguars, who have been
3
bad.
of the 4 teams you've played are below average NFL teams. The Texans are in the bottom left quadrant.
That's the worst quadrant.
Bad at everything. Texans, Tennessee, Rams, Raiders, Panthers, Browns, Dolphins.
Oh my God!
And Jaguars.
So it's how you perform relative to the other teams.
Relative to the teams that you're playing.
It's expected. You're basically talking about expected performance, which is a really good metric to measure. It's like, how are you playing against what the other team does?
Right.
That is a truly concerning. But John, it feels that way though.
It's
not that it doesn't feel that way. That's why when you mentioned CJ Stroud's 345 yards passing, I'm like, so he did not have a great game. The passing game was not a dangerous element of the. I mean, it had its moments, but we keep hearing penalties like the Texans. I hear people use this like the Texans offense has been a freight train, and the only thing that can slow it down are the penalties.
No,
and that's not the case.
A freight train against Minnesota.
No,
they were not a freight train against the Bears.
I'm talking about. People made the argument that the Texans' rhythm, they kept getting thrown out of rhythm because of the penalties. Because you don't know what would have happened if not for those penalties. I do. They weren't doing it against Minnesota, and they weren't a freight train.
Penalties are. Wait a minute, but the penalties are part of the game.
Penalties are part of the game.
Well, if we would have run the ball better, then we would have scored. What? No, and if you wouldn't have penalties that stymie drives, then yes.
Yeah, and I see the argument. No, I see the argument. If you go from 3rd and 2 to 3rd and 7, that's one thing. But I don't think the Texans fundamentally against the Jaguars were dangerous. They punted 5 times. It wasn't all because of penalties. And actually, And actually, if you really want to know the truth, 2 of the 3 scores you had, 2 of the 3 touchdowns came despite penalties and long third downs. You actually overcame those issues on those drives.
Yeah. Yep. 713-780-3776. You want to get in here, 713-780-3776. Taking a quick break here. And when we come back, get your calls in. Let's go. And we're going to pump it up at 9:30. Don't forget. But we got some sound that we'll play from Joe Espada and Jose Altuve on the other side. Don't go anywhere. All right, welcome back. 8 o'clock hour here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. John and Lance and Dell here with you at 713-780-3776. All systems go as the Astros take on the Detroit Tigers, 1:30 ABC TV, Channel 13. That's where you will watch it at 1:30 today. We got a bunch of calls on the line. Dell, who's first? Chris from the Woodlands is up first. Hey, Chris, what's going on?
Hey, guys. How are you guys? Love the show. Hey, Laramie Tunsil, what he kind of reminds me of is, like, just if you can imagine, like a Hall of Fame radio host that kind of gets to come and go when he pleases, might act up at the holiday party, might drink on the job, but never really gets in trouble. never gets held accountable. So, or make rude comments, maybe some racially charged comments. Kind of what Laramie Tunsil reminds me of. Just really somebody kind of gets to come and go as they please and never have any accountability. And I'll hang up and listen. Thanks, guys.
Del, that's interesting. I'd never thought about that. It
doesn't sound like anybody I know.
Yeah, but it does sound like
someone Chris knows, though.
Yeah. Yeah, that's an interesting
Is that striking a chord with you, Lance?
That's an interesting comparison. I hadn't thought about that, but I guess there are a lot of parallels. And would he throw
a temper tantrum if someone tried to hold him accountable?
Be a lot of parallels.
If it's in reference to me, I'm the C.J. Stroud of the station. Not the Laramie Tunsil.
Well,
come and go as you please.
Say what you will, but
do what you want.
No one mentioned your name, so you seem a little defensive.
Yeah, what's the deal?
Who mentioned you? He could have been talking about.
There's only 2 Hall of Famers, and
maybe he's talking about Seth Payne. Well, he didn't say Hall of Famer.
He didn't even say this show.
He said Hall of Fame,
but he didn't say this show.
But he didn't say the show.
Perhaps he was talking about
what Hall of Famers are there in this
city?
Entire market?
There's a lot of Hall of Famers.
A lot of Hall of Famers.
No,
isn't John Lopez a Hall of Famer?
Funky Larry Jones from Magic 102.
Yeah, there are plenty of Hall of Famers in this market. I know you think you're the only one, but there are plenty. And he might not have been talking about you.
Well, good. He better not be talking about me.
Because you seem defensive about it.
No, I'm not.
Come and go as they wish. Anything. Maybe act a little certain way at holiday parties.
I mean, it does seem like it's a targeted thing.
It does seem like there's an accountability issue.
Oh, definitely.
Mm-hmm. Let's move along.
Who's trying to hold him? No one's trying to hold him accountable because they know it's not. There's no point.
He really said some things there.
Yeah, I mean,
he really made some points.
And John's a little drippy too. We see the Gucci.
Am I?
Who's got drippier shoes, John or Laramie Tunsil?
Yeah.
Am I Gau's boss? No.
Have you? Well,
I mean,
no. Maybe Todd's.
I mean,
do you ever
get
in trouble?
They see value in you, and so you can do whatever you want. Yeah.
Laramie doesn't get in trouble. Do you get in trouble?
I don't ever get.
No.
I don't know.
Then maybe you are the boss of everyone.
I don't care.
Maybe you are Gal's boss.
And you don't care, much like Laramie Tunsil would
care.
And
I don't care. Just got worse.
I mean, the comparisons are kind of apt.
Chris just said you got to sit this one out, sis.
Mm-hmm.
That's what he said.
All right, who's next, Del?
Let's go to Julian.
Well, hopefully this will be a better call.
Julian, what's going on?
Good morning, gentlemen. I want to touch on a few things. I didn't get to call yesterday. I was a little busy. 49ers had a nice little game. And, of course, somebody got hurt, Fred Warner. Clearly the defensive player of the year this year so far. Then I want to touch on what you talked about, Titus Howard being influenced by Tunsil. I think the mistake was giving him that big contract. I know Lance is a huge fan of that contract. And I think because he has that huge contract and Tunsil has that huge contract, he probably feels a certain type of way about the offensive line. But Titus Howard is not good. Like, I didn't think he was good as obviously he wasn't good as a guard. I didn't understand the big contract whatsoever. Didn't even make the guy earn it. It was more like, hey, we're going to move you back to tackle, so here's your money. And then third, am I the only one that saw that Monday Night Football broadcasters probably talked about Dikembe for like, I don't know, a tenth of the time? They talked about Pete Rose the whole first half, and it was like Dikembe, oh, yeah, by the way, yeah, him too. But anyways, back to Charlie Hustle. Have a good day.
Well, we did the same thing. Basically, you're leading with a guy who played in baseball over 20 years and has a record. Let's face it, baseball records are there's a romanticism and a deep-rooted history with baseball records, and he's got one of the most vaunted records that you can have in baseball. You know, the most hits ever by a long, long stretch. He was banned from Major League Baseball's Hall of Fame. And there's a lot going on with Pete Rose, a lot more than Dikembe was a great shot blocker. You got great history with him. He was one of the Georgetown big men.
He did something
Patrick
historic,
Ewing.
the first 8-1 upset.
First 8-1 upset.
Iconic photo or video of him holding that basketball.
With the Nuggets.
Yeah.
He was a great Rocket, played way better than I expected with the Rockets when he was here. I don't know about great Rocket, but he was good. He was an effective player. We probably should get Van Gundy on. He was part of Van Gundy's Rockets, right, John?
Yeah, Van Gundy's here in L.A. now, though. And so I don't know.
What's he doing here in L.A.? I thought he
works for the Clippers.
Oh, that's right. He left the Celtics and went Clippers.
Yeah.
Dude, he's Van Gundy. He'll be up.
No. Yeah, you can't call Van Gundy in L.A. I'm the only person in L.A. up right now. That's it. Okay.
Yeah, there's a phrase called "money never sleeps," but apparently it dozes off in L.A.
And by the way, Aiden Hutchinson's the defensive player of the year. So let's move along. All right, Julian.
What did Julian say?
He said Fred Warner was the unquestioned defensive player of the year right
No,
now.
Aiden's the leader right now. Man, that's going to go down. Historically bad takes were on Twitter. Aiden Hutchinson, did you ever see the post where everyone decided Aiden Hutchinson couldn't play because he got pancaked by a pulling guard against Georgia? And everyone acted like this one play determined that Aiden Hutchinson was overrated and couldn't play. This guy is a killer. Aiden Hutchinson is good.
I will say Fred Warner through 4 games now has 3 forced fumbles and 2 picks, which he's putting up the counting stats. Now he's not going to get sacks because he's not a defensive end, but he is. Well, we know he's great, and he's making impactful plays from a middle linebacker positions. But he's not going to.
Fred Warner's terrific.
Yeah,
can cover guys out of the backfield. Fred Warner's. I wish we had a Fred Warner.
You have Aziz Al-Shair.
No.
Aziz has played a lot.
He's all right.
He's all right.
I can't wait to get Chris. The only problem with Christian Harris, did you see the comments from D'Amico? He was asked about Christian Harris, said, nope, he's not ready yet because they said he's going to practice this week because 4 weeks are up. He's able to come back.
Some IR guys are returning to practice.
And it's not him. He's not ready. His journey, D'Amico said something like he's not on that journey yet. So it'll be 5 weeks minimum that he misses, and maybe more than that. And if I find out he has a bone bruise, then I'll know it's a fracture.
Well, are we holding the Texans to the same thing we hold the Astros to?
If Dana Brown comes out today and says some really positive news, we've got, Jordan is going to make the playoff roster. We just don't know if he'll be able to play. But also, them boys on Kirby, apparently, we've heard that it's just a bone bruise for Christian Harris and some discomfort. So he should be back. He should be fine.
The worst things in Astros 2024, discomfort and bone bruises.
Oh, no.
A disaster is about to happen.
Oh, my God. Discomfort in the neck. Oh, it'll keep you out for 7 months.
It ruined Justin. It ruined his whole season.
We led the league in neck injuries this year. Neck discomfort.
I want to point out, because you can't see it, John, but people can sense the trend of the calls. All this hype for the Astros, and not one person. We got a full board.
Yeah.
Not one person that's calling in about the Astros. What's the deal?
We got to play all systems go again.
We got a pretty diverse topic group.
Yeah. All right, we'll do it on the other side. We'll do it on the other side. We'll get your calls in 713-780-3776. Right now, we got Chastain Ford to talk about. That's what I want to talk about. I want to talk about the Chastain family. I want to talk about over 80 years in the car market here in the city of Houston. Are you kidding me? That is just ridiculous. How do you stay in business as a family for over 80 years? Because you do it right. It's passed down from generation to generation to generation. Joe passed it on to Patrick now, and Patrick is doing it the same way with giving you the best in quality service you could possibly get, giving you, I think, the best product that you could get with the Ford. The F-150 is fantastic. And all of the Ford vehicles, it's just tremendous. But caring about the customer, caring about making sure that you get the best deal that you possibly can, making sure that your Ford car or truck is perfect for you, not that it's the one that they want to sell you. And right now, $5,000 off all in-stock Broncos, of $10,000 off the Bronco Raptor in stock, $10,000 off the Heritage Bronco Limited Edition, and up to $12,000 off on Ford F-150s. They're just doing it right. They always do. And if you're looking for the best way to get into that Ford car or truck, these people are going to do it right. I'm telling you, I put my money where my mouth is. I bought 4 cars from them already, and my next one will be from them too. It's on 610 at Homestead, not Hempstead. It's just 5 minutes from downtown. You get your Ford in this city, you get it from Chastain Ford.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right, welcome back. We got a full board. Everybody wants to get in here. It's Astros Day, baby, and nobody wants to talk about the Astros. 713-780-3776. D, this is, I think, his second or third tour of duty, so let's get D in here first. What do you say, D?
Hey, what's up? I really just wanted to call in, see if I was going to talk about how dog water Levis is for the Titans.
Yep.
Yeah, I just want to. And then there's I don't know, Jeremy something. Jeremy, he has the Bad Take Boulevard, right?
Branham, yes, he
if
does.
I'm thinking about the right person.
Yes, you're right.
Okay, he needs to be on Bad Take Boulevard every week until Levis is better, because that was trash. He said pick Levis over Stroud. Come on now.
He just kept.
I ain't got to listen.
He kept doing. It's one thing just to miss on a guy. That's no big deal. We all have opinions and miss. Jeremy was relentless in his will. I would be watching players on tape. I got my little controller in my hands. I'm watching, and he would just walk by the office and say, Will Levis. He just would continue to say Will Levis after I'd seen Levis already and knew that he was, as D said, dog water. Or I don't know if that's dog water or dog water. But
either way, it's not tasty.
Neither doesn't sound great.
Yeah, he played. Yeah, yesterday the Titans were much better off. Now they're playing an opponent who had no ability to score. But Mason Rudolph came in. Oh, this won't be a disaster. They'll just run the ball, and Mason Rudolph won't make any mistakes. Will Levis, that throw to the dropping defensive end was one of the worst decisions I've seen. Except it wasn't a decision because he came to the sideline and he mouthed, "I didn't see him. I did not see him," but you threw it right at him.
Will Levis has had some of the worst turnovers, collection of turnovers in 4 games that's been known to mankind. I mean, I'm going back. Like Caitlin Clark had some better passes in her 7 turnover games that she has. You had 4 turnover. You've had turnovers that are so egregious for Will Levis that there's no way that they don't realize they have a better chance of winning with his backup. There's no way. The Titans know, just like the Carolina Panthers know, Will Levis is in the same category as Bryce Young. The team knows they've got a better chance of winning with the backup. Speaking of Mason Rudolph, did you see the Twitter? You may have seen this, Del. A Miami Dolphins fan was there with his girlfriend. Did you see this, John? Where the girlfriend shows that in her direct messages was Mason Rudolph was in her direct message. He sent her something in her direct messages. And she showed it to the camera, and the boyfriend said, "I can't believe this. I got Mason Rudolph, one of my girlfriends. I'm here watching the game. We can't score at all. He's a Dolphin." He goes, "You know what? And he can have you. I don't even care. I'd rather have a Dolphins win." She goes, "What?" He goes, "I'd rather have the Dolphins win." He was really salty that there was a guy that Mason Rudolph was in her direct messages. But that's probably not a great look for Mason Rudolph, though.
Well, if he's not married, who cares?
I think he is, though.
Well, then that's a problem for him. But fellas, depending on what your girl looks like, you always are going to have to combat an athlete haphazardly just sliding in.
Yeah.
It's always going to be a thing.
How do they find them, though? How does that athlete just find some girl?
The algorithm, I don't know. I don't know why.
The algorithm found all those masseuses for Deshaun.
I don't know all about that.
No, Insta.
Well, that's the algorithm.
Yeah,
the girl will pop up.
How does he find those girls?
Well, if he just types in massages.
By the way, none of them were.
No, they were not. Because
first of all, none of them were massage therapists.
I'm not sure how he found them, but maybe friend of a friend, that type
girls,
of thing.
That's all.
But yeah,
it's hard to find girls
guys,
on Instagram.
No matter
random girls though, Dolphins fans.
If you are of a certain age, your girl, depending on what she looks like, will have athletes in her DMs, and she may tell you, or she may not.
Bell,
that's
you're
how
making
it is.
Guys all paranoid now.
It's true. It's how it is. Athletes are athletes. So I'm like, hey, this girl's cute. Let me just.
He is not married.
Send her a message. Well, then, good for him.
Good for him.
This is how it is.
That's how he should be. Then go after that.
So you think Abigail has
go after that? Is what you said?
Yeah. Shoot your shot.
Do you think?
Maybe see if she's in a relationship or not. Whatever.
Hold on. Do you think that Abigail is going to have athletes in her or Sam?
She already has creeps in her.
Well, he's talking about
athletes. Do you think athletes are going to fly into her or Sam?
Slide.
Yeah. I say fly. Whatever.
Well, you know what?
Do you think they're going to be in their DMs?
Well, I'm going to ask that question tomorrow because she's producing my show because Sean is moving. So we'll have an answer to that tomorrow.
Where's Sean moving to?
To a new apartment.
Oh, nice. What's the address?
I don't know.
Oh.
I don't care.
Okay.
Next call.
Why do you care?
Who's next up, Dale?
He wants me to slip up and give the address. What am I, an idiot? What are you talking about here? Let's go. Let's go to Dave. What's up, Dave?
Hey, good morning, guys. I just want to say real quick about the Pete Rose thing. I get so upset with Major League Baseball, and if I was his family, if they tried to come back and posthumously and put him in the Hall of Fame,
right.
I would decline it because it's just ridiculous. It's ridiculous. So and watch this here. He got a lifetime ban. There are people who have murdered people who've been out since they put in. And this man can't get in the Hall of Fame, and he got records that will never be touched. It's just stupid. But I hang up and listen.
Yeah, I was thinking about that. I was thinking about if his death opens a door for them to put him in the Hall of Fame. And then I started thinking, John, that is the most disrespectful thing in the world. It's almost more disrespectful to put him in after he dies. Like, we just wanted to make sure you couldn't enjoy this. We wanted to make sure you couldn't have any enjoyment over and I get, but maybe having a 20-year ban or a 25-year ban, just like, Dave said he said the quiet part out loud. Murderers get off after a certain time, but Pete Rose doesn't.
Yeah, I if I was his family, I would want him in. I wouldn't say that.
I would too.
Say yes. He's got to be in the Hall of Fame. And you know what? Now in a league that promotes gambling during the game, they give the odds of
but not for coaches gambling on baseball.
No, I understand.
Never.
I get it. He made a mistake. He made a bad mistake. There's never been any evidence that he changed the outcome of games, that he bet against his own team. But, he used inside information to try, and he was bad at it. He was a terrible gambler.
You could have put him in the Hall of Fame and then banned him from being there. You could have done other things. You could have put a 20-year ban or a 25-year ban. You could have banned him from any events at Major League Baseball, but still put him in the Hall of Fame. Mm-hmm. The more you're right. It's really, Dave's right too. It's so egregious now. If you put him in now posthumously, it is just such an FU to Pete Rose. Like, we just want to wait until you died before we put you in to make sure you got no joy out of this. It's a shame that that guy who has all these records and truly was a member of the fame of baseball. He's a famous baseball player.
Barry Bonds, Roger Clemens, Pete Rose, they all are the ultimate deterrent for everybody. Now, listen, I want that check. I don't care about the Hall of Fame.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
There's a lot of guys that won't. But if those guys can't get in, then, I gotta, listen.
Those guys maybe keep a 35-year-old from doing it, John. I don't think it's going to keep anyone who's trying to get in baseball. Like, you're right. The check is too big. Who cares about the Hall of Fame?
The check's too big now. The check is too big now. And
so I don't think it is a deterrent, frankly. I just think the check's too big. Like, I'd rather have the bag.
Well, it wasn't too big for the NBA guy, the brother of the Denver
Jonte
Nuggets.
Porter.
Yeah, it wasn't too big for him. I mean, how stupid is he? And he still did it.
He should have thought of Pete Rose.
Done.
He should have thought of Pete Rose.
You know this. You're done for life.
He's done for life because he sucks.
Well, that too.
Michael Porter.
Del.
I bet you Michael Porter would not have been done for life. It would have been 1 year. I bet it would have been a 1 year ban.
Gambling and
actually, yeah,
and being harmful to your own team by missing shots or faking sickness or whatever.
Yeah, you're right. That was a really, really bad one.
Yeah,
one more.
Oh, the NBA would make sure that never got out.
Possibly,
that never would have got out.
Let's go to Michael. Michael, what's up, man?
Hello. Good morning.
Yes. Good morning.
Lance and John, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yes.
Okay, guys. I wanted to ask a question, and I'm not sure if you're aware about. I heard that Michael Kay, a Yankees broadcaster, will be calling today's game on ABC.
Is he on the call? Michael Kay's on the ABC call?
I didn't hear that.
He's going to be calling the game on today's Astros game on ABC.
Wow. I did not know that.
Okay. I didn't know that either.
I thought that was very interesting how a Yankees broadcaster would be calling an Astros game.
Yeah. Well, let's see. ABC, Michael Kay, Todd Frazier, Tim Kirkchin, and Aiden Gonzalez. That's right. You're right. Yeah, it is a little unusual, although we've seen it happen before. The Braves announcer, there are some local announcers that become national announcers. We saw that with the Braves a few years ago in the Astros, I believe. There was somebody from Washington. It was one of the teams team broadcaster became a national broadcaster as well during the postseason. It's a little unusual. I would say it'll be more unusual if Michael Kay is on the call between the Astros and the Yankees if they meet. But I mean, you just assume he'll do his job. I mean,
so is he doing the play-by-play?
Yeah, Michael Kay, Todd Frazier is going to be is the color commentator. Then Tim Kirkchin and Aiden Gonzalez is the Spanish speaking.
Michael Kay. I don't love
Isn't
that.
Todd Frazier a former Yankee too?
Yeah, actually he is.
Yep. Wow. We got the Yankees doing our
okay.
broadcast.
So all games will be wild card, will be televised with ABC. It says Michael Kay, Todd Frazier, Tim Kirkchin. On local radio, the games will be aired on Robert Ford, Steve Sparks.
And what about on our air? We got the game today.
Yeah, we'll have the game. Oh, we should tell people
Yeah.
if you are out and about and for whatever reason you can't get to a TV, we're going to have the game on here. We're going to broadcast every Astro playoff game.
But not on the stream, right?
No, not on the stream. You have to be listening. So if you're out and about, 97.5 is the place for Astros baseball in the playoffs.
How about that? That's great.
Hold
so we
on,
got the
man.
game
I'm gonna
today
see-
on national broadcast, the ESPN broadcast, right here on ESPN 97.5. And a great place to go watch the game is Damaris Barbecue. If you haven't been to both locations on Shepherd and on 610, they both have televisions, so you won't miss any of the action. But they got the bar over on 610. So if you're looking for a great place to go and get your barbaqueso on while you're watching the game, it's fantastic. Fantastic. All right. Break it at 713-780-3776 if you want to get in here. Dell, come back with All Systems Go, and I want to hear Joe Espada.
I thought we were pumping. Are we pumping it up at 9:30, 8:30?
9:30.
Okay.
9:30. But we still got to play. The 8 o'clock people haven't heard All Systems Go.
Well, the 7 o'clock people weren't very motivated by hearing it.
Well,
We'll see if the
I
8 o'clock people are.
Let's see if the 8 o'clock people are next. Right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. I'm talking about MyBookie right now. MyBookie.ag, promo code Bet975. It's the place to go bet and win and get paid. You're looking for a great way to how about doubling your deposit? Right now, you can double your deposit up to a certain amount. Okay, they're not going to, okay, I'm going to put in $7 million and you guys have to double it. No, they're not doing that. Okay, there's up to a certain amount. They are going to allow you to double whatever your deposit is. So that means you got more to play with. That means, and your local bookie, he ain't doing that. He just ain't, okay? Well, you lose whatever you lose, then you pay me. Pay me, my man. Well, at mybookie.ag, promo code Bet975, you can bet anything, anytime, anywhere. You got live in-game betting. You got casino gambling. You got all the different sports. You got the elections that you can gamble on. You got it's incredible. All the stuff and easy to navigate as well. But you got to double your deposit. You get a free Thursday bet, and you got MyBookie Plus, where the more you play, the better. All kinds of stuff they're giving away. So there's all kinds of great advantages to go in one place, one time. MyBookie.ag, promo code Bet975.
Yeah, if you really watch their game, they have matured a lot as a club. They're swinging the bats really well. Making fewer mistakes that you probably saw in a younger club early in the season. And they're playing with a lot of energy, and they're playing good baseball. So there is that emotional aspect of a team when they start believing in themselves. That's kind of what you see in this Tigers team. So I'm expecting a pretty good series here, and we'll be ready for it.
Okay, did you just hear what he said?
Well,
I'm expecting a pretty good series here. I hope they show up.
Yeah, it is. I didn't even think about it. I didn't really think about the fact that most managers wouldn't. Well, he wasn't being disrespectful, but I could see where you would take it that way.
Yeah, that's how I would say.
I think
it.
he was saying, "Hey,
yeah, they got a nice little club over there." Yeah, I mean, for a team that they're okay, I guess.
Let me see.
I hope it'll be a good, a decent series.
Stats.
That's what he said.
Team stats. Okay.
He pretty much said, I hope it'll be a competitive series.
Team batting. We're gonna look at
John, how many more games did the Astros win than the Tigers?
The Tigers and the Astros, did they win the same amount of games?
He's not gonna like this game.
How many more games do you think they won? The Astros.
The Astros won 2 more games?
Correct.
How many more games against heads up did the Astros win?
I don't know how many.
2.
So the difference between them is the series that the Astros won?
Both series. 4-2.
Okay, John, where do the Astros, out of all 30 teams, where do the Astros rank in OPS? Where do the Tigers rank in OPS?
Out of all the teams, OPS?
Yeah.
I would say the Astros rank, 12th?
8.
8.
Yeah, pretty good.
Tigers rank 24th.
24th. Good. How about home? Where do the Astros rank at home OPS? Because that's where they are.
Home OPS?
Uh-huh.
The Astros rank in the league?
Yeah.
The Astros rank 12th.
4th.
4th?
Yeah. 770.
And on the road, what do the Tigers rank?
And on the road, what do the Tigers rank? Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. I'll tell you, 17. I actually have to. 18, 19. They're 19th.
19th on the road.
They're better. They're better on the road than it. No, actually, they're 680. The Astros are 770 at home. The Tigers are 680.
Yeah. I mean, it's just, I'm hoping like Joe Espada, maybe I'm hoping we have a competitive series. That's all. They've got Riley Green. They've got Matt Vierling, Colt Keith, and that's about it offensively.
I mean, you can't find anything offensively. I'm trying to look for, how did they do it? I'm looking for the secret sauce of how the Tigers got this many wins from a hitting standpoint, and it is tough. It's not easy.
They've got one guy, Riley Green. He's got a 5.4 WAR. Then Matt Vierling is 2.9, but they are really, really not good. This Fromber should. I'm telling you, Fromber against this lineup is actually a bigger advantage than Skubal against the Astros lineup.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah, because Fromber and Skubal, there's not a huge difference gap between them. There's a pretty substantial gap in the lineups.
Now, that said, we're waiting on Jordan, right?
Sure.
And hopefully he can actually walk.
What's your favorite stat for pitching? I do like strikeouts. I like strikeouts per walk is one that I like a lot. And Skubal's insanely good at that. His number's almost 10-1 Like he is insane in that category. Detroit strikeout per walk, they're 4th in the league.
Yeah, but we just faced George Kirby, who has more starts than walks.
The Astros are 21st in the league.
21st in the league.
And the reason it's important to me is because you can get beat by a 3-run home run if you screw around and walk people. You know, like you don't have to have a bad outing to give up 3 runs. You can give up 3 runs just like that. Just, you know, when your strikeout per walk ratio is not great. Detroit is 4th in the league, made a big jump. And the Astros are 21st in the league. So that's one of those where you try to find out, okay, how did we get to this point? How are we at the point where the Tigers have played such good baseball over the second half? And it's not that they're going to kill you with the hitting, but their pitching has been pretty good. You know, they've done a pretty nice job when you look at all the different when you look at the whip. Detroit is 2 in the league in whip. Seattle has a big lead over everybody, number 1 in the league. But Detroit is number 2 in the league in whip. The Astros are 14.
So I think it's Dustin said, go look at the last month for the Tigers.
Oh, they've been really good. Oh,
yeah.
You mean from a hitting standpoint?
Yeah.
Well, they had to have hit a little bit better then. But everybody you look at's in the 600s, their OPSs are terrible. I mean, the lineup is not the line. I have a hard time believing Fromberg's going to struggle with this today. I just this game, this over-under you said was 6. That's going to be about right. First 1 to 3 runs is probably going to win.
Yeah. Well, I'm looking at their scores over the last month. They scored 5-0, 4-4, 7-2, 4-6, 1-4. I mean, it's not like they're crushing it. I mean,
no. They're kind of like Astros 2015. Things need to work out well for them.
Against Colorado, they put up an 11 spot. Against Oakland, they put up a 9 spot. And I mean, other than that, though, I mean, it's not like they're Kansas City. They scored 7 in one of the games, and I mean, who's scared? You scared? Joe Espada ain't scared. He said, "I hope they got a nice little team. I hope they come and show up." Actually,
yeah, this could be a decent series. Joe's like, it could be okay.
I guess. He said, "I hope so."
There's a chance. I mean,
there's a chance this could be a series. We'll see. Who's on the line, Dell?
Nobody.
No one.
I'm looking at some tickets right now through the Astros website, and there are some good tickets at very reasonable playoff prices. Like you're down in the lower bowl. You're down on the lower bowl near the action at $179 a ticket. I'm talking about near the action.
That's near face. Near face.
No, these are really there's sweet tickets available if you want to fly down.
As a matter of fact, you say that, a guy emailed all of us and he said, I got $179 tickets and I'll give them to you for $160 because I would have to, make that charge on selling them, whatever. So you've got a chance.
There's 179 right now, John. Section 125.
That's great.
You're literally over the dugout. You're that section over the dugouts. 179 a ticket.
Well, because it's a 1:30 game.
Now I'm sure you have all these fees, and it'll probably cost you about $450.
If it was a 7:00 game, Major League Baseball didn't screw the Astros all the time.
Even better for me.
Is it not? Is there anything to do? Does that have anything to do with? We've been here before. Wake us up when we get to a different.
Braves had the same thing happen.
Wake
John.
us up.
Well, but Braves had afternoon games as well. People got to work.
I know, but I do think there is something to that. I do think that there is.
No, if it was a 7:00 game, those prices would be way up.
I don't know about way up. I think there is some of that. We've been here before. Tigers, big deal anyway.
Well, I'll tell you what happened is there wouldn't be that many tickets available because people could actually go and not have to sell their tickets.
Did the Astros have issues, let's say, 4 years? Well, not 4 years. That was 2020. Did they have issues in 2029 or 2019? With the ticket prices and people showing up to games.
Yeah, you could get good tickets early in 21. I remember in 21, I got tickets. You could get them very, very reasonable in the early series. As it went on, every series that moved up, they got the hype train all the women with the bedazzled shirts at the offices and the guys who just became Astros fans, like they would get hyped up and start getting the big paychecks out to start, hogging up those seats. But I think the first round, you're going to find tickets are going to be very reasonable. Afternoon or evening, they would be reasonable. Yeah, you're right. Maybe I'm sure they would be better in the evening, but you can't take time. You can't take time off from your work if you're a longshoreman. You can.
The Astros averaged over 30,000. There's not a bit. We're not complacent right now. We still averaged over 30,000 people a game. I mean, so no, there's not complacency, and it's the postseason. It's Major League Baseball screwing us again.
It's the Tigers. No. How many Astro fans can name Tigers besides AJ Hinch?
Well, Riley Green.
You said that name several times on the show.
And Scooble.
Because he's today's starting pitcher.
There's not one Tiger. If a Tiger literally was hitting on your wife or your girlfriend at a bar, you wouldn't even know it was a Tiger.
Joey Votto on their team now?
No, but Tarek Scooble is the new Votto.
But they have athletes, so of course they'd be hitting on your girl.
Yeah.
They're athletes.
Dell is so convinced that every athlete is coming after
Not
your
every
girls.
athlete.
You're trying to scare all of our listeners like, she's probably smashing right now with somebody in a bathroom at a Buc-ee's.
I never said that.
Probably a third-string wide receiver.
You're going too far. No, the point is the third-string wide receiver would try. Not that your girl would do it.
They're giving your girl to a wide receiver for an NIL now.
I'm not saying, no, your girl has all the say. I'm not saying we're giving women away. What I'm saying is if your girl is attractive and in her early 30s to early 20s.
Just say prime. Go ahead. That's what you're basically leading towards. Saying if she's in her
I wouldn't say that.
Prime,
I wouldn't say that.
She's not spoiled.
I wouldn't say that. What am I? She's not spoiled. No, because her prime would be older than that, according to all the doctors. But I'm saying if your girl's attractive from early 20s to early 30s, some athlete has tried. That's all I'm saying. Not that she had any interest, but some athlete has tried. That's the way.
Lee, you really think that?
Of course. What are we talking about?
Sam!
I don't know if she's here.
She's got to be here.
Why are we?
Well, Jeremy, she hasn't seen any athletes. The only one, Jeremy Pena, and she was dressed like a slob, remember?
Slob.
Oh, wait. Whoa.
That's what she said.
Whoa. She was dressed casually at like a young adults church thing, and Jeremy Pena got there with all of his bodyguards.
Yeah. If she dressed up, then maybe things would be different for her. Maybe she'd be dating Jeremy Pena right now. You don't know. All I know is this. We got a break, and we got to talk about dream rate. My man. 75%. 3 out of 4 people do it wrong. I did it wrong. I regret not knowing Kent Jones at Dream Rate. If you're buying a home, you need a mortgage broker, and you need and it's listen. It's a lot of cases. Okay, big companies are better. Well, not in this case, because you don't get the kind of service that Kent Jones is going to give you when you're talking about a big company. You're just a number at the other places. Okay, you really are. But Kent Jones is going to get to know you. Going to get to know all the things that he can take advantage of in a Freddie Mac or a Fannie Mae or an FHA or a VA loan, or he's going to get to know, and he knows the ins and outs. He's been doing it for over 30 years. Dude is the ultimate mortgage hookup. He is going to save you thousands and thousands of dollars. He is going to, I'm telling you, he's going to work his ass off for you. And he is going to, we've got testimony from clients of ours that we sent there that will tell you how hard he worked. And there is a difference. If you're looking to get a mortgage, there's one place that you have to call. Call my man Kent Jones, 713-520-5626, 713-520-LOAN or 975loans.com.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
He's been amazing through the years. Remember when he got called up, he was good with a lot of talent, but a little hard to establish himself in the big leagues. And, he has come a long way from that. And for me now, he's out there with the best pitchers in the big leagues. He's always going to give you a chance to win. He's been consistent through the years. And, we are really happy that we have him on the mound tomorrow.
Talking about Fromber.
Are we Braids or no? I think we're back to Braids for the playoffs. He went back to Braids in the last couple games.
I don't know. He didn't ask. He didn't check with me.
But he was Braids by the end of the year.
Yeah. But you never know. He might come.
Nah, he'll stick with Braids. He'll finish. I would almost guarantee he's Braids.
I see. You cared about CJ's hair. You care about Fromber's hair.
Fromber cares about his hair. He added braids before an All-Star game. And then they went to the World Series. Then he thought his braids weren't working, so he went no braids. Then he came back to braids.
Right.
Obviously it matters to him, and I just want him to look good, feel good.
Well,
I mean, no, look good.
Obviously matters to you.
Look good, feel good, pitch good. My team's going to play well.
We got to draw a line as far as making some differences between braids and extensions. What Fromber got is extensions.
Yeah, Fromber added hair that wasn't
added
there.
Hair, yes.
CJ just had a hairstyle. Fromber literally can plus or minus hair whenever he wants. He gets them just sewed in, and he gets his extensions sewed in, and he's ready to roll. So we'll see. I mean, I think he's going to be an extension guy today. Here are your numbers. If you missed it yesterday, John went over this. Tarek Skubal, who is going to win the Cy Young Award he was the Triple Crown winner, wins 18 ERAs, like 2.34, and then, of course, your strikeouts. He was the league strikeout leader. He's taking on the Astros. He is pretty good. Against Skubal lifetime, Jose Altuve leads the team. He's 4 of 11 with a home run, 1 RBI, 3 strikeouts, and 11 at-bats. Yordan Alvarez is 2 for 10. He has 1 RBI, 1 walk, 3 strikeouts. So that's not, I won't say that's ideal.
We have a relative update on Yordan. The Astros are waiting to see how he feels after baseball activity today before they make a decision.
But he went hit yesterday.
After baseball activity yesterday. They're going to see how he feels this morning.
Are we going to break that on? We'll break it at 9:50. Keep it right here at 9:50. We'll have all that for you.
Maybe we don't know till 10 o'clock when my show starts.
Alex Bregman, 3 of 9, no home runs, 2 strikeouts.
Did this yesterday.
Yeah, you did, but unless people were listening at that, you mean there's a chance that people weren't listening to that 2.5-minute segment you did?
Yeah.
Okay, that's why I'm going back over it. Listen. They've struck out 14 times in 67 at-bats, walked 4 times. Only 3 home runs allowed in 67 at-bats. The guys who have gotten them, Jeremy Pena, Mauricio Dubon, and Jose Altuve. If you are, 2 of them are little. One of them has the arms of a professional wrestler in Jeremy Pena. But Jeremy Pena's hit him the best, 3 out of 7.
Well, good. We need Jeremy to have a series. It's postseason time. It's time for Jeremy.
It's kind of when Jeremy really steps up and shows up.
Wild card MVP.
Who's your?
Do they have an MVP?
Who's your pick to click? No,
my pick to click.
Mine's Yiner.
Oh, that's nice.
That's
Yiner. Nice. Mine is Fromber.
Okay.
Fromber's good. My pick to click
today. I'm talking about for the series.
Oh, the series. As far as offensively, my pick to click is Kyle Tucker.
Ooh, Kyle Tucker, who has only 5 career at-bats against him. He's 0 for 5 with a strikeout.
That's good. He's due.
Kyle Tucker showing up in the postseason is going to be sweet.
Yep. Kyle Tucker, let's not act
Kyle
like
Tucker
Kyle Tucker
damn near had 1,000 OPS this year. He just happened to miss, most of the year with a bone bruise / fracture.
Right. Exactly. 9 o'clock, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. 713-780-3776 is the number. 9:30, we're going to pump it up, and you people better be ready for it, too.
Ooh, I like your Kyle Tucker. At home, Kyle Tucker's got an 1151 OPS this year. 15 bombs, 31 RBIs. It is a little weird to only have 31 RBIs with 15 bombs, but yeah, Kyle Tucker at home.
Yeah,
at home, he balls
weird,
out.
That is a little weird.
37 walks for Kyle Tucker at home also.
I love that.
To just 20 strikeouts.
Yeah,
I like that one.
Kyle Tucker. And if it's not today, Kyle Tucker is going to play a big role tomorrow and Thursday.
Sure.
or just tomorrow, whatever. Kyle Tucker is going to play a role because he's on it right now.
If the Astros lose, will you shave your head? The series?
Why would he? Is he making that bet?
There's no bet. I was just asking if you would.
Yeah, no, I'm not.
Okay.
I'm not. And I'm not going to eat dog poo. And I'm not going to
like all these other random people.
Well, they didn't eat it either.
No.
If the Astros
they just deactivated all their accounts.
The Astros' greatest season ever ends in the wild card round, will you apologize?
I'm not going to apologize for anything.
That's not a surprise.
No accountability.
I believe
you know who he reminds me of? 78.
Do you have a 78 on your back?
No. I still believe that this is the greatest season ever.
Even if they lose in a wild card round?
It doesn't matter to me. It's just the greatest season ever.
Yeah, I'm
sure. Where they came from, did any other team ever start 17 and 7-19 and make the postseason? No.
False start. Number 78 offense. Okay. 5-yard penalty. Repeat second down. Dale's doing a silent stab right now, waiting for you to jump off sides and then show no accountability. Well, maybe if we get our communication right, I won't have to jump off sides all the time.
Yeah, there's no communication. Hold. There's no communication on this show, and I am going to blame this show for it, okay?
You see that? Look, Dale's right now. He's trying to get you. You just jump. You see him in the
Flare me, not again.
Time for me right now to talk about a new sponsor. It's called Game Day Men's Health. GameDayMen'sHealth.com. Listen, it's different. It's just different. There's a bunch of testosterone places out there. Do they have their own labs in-house right now? You go there. How about a free consultation, and in 45 minutes you find out whether or not you're a candidate for testosterone replacement or addition. A simple blood test. You're going to receive your results in just maybe 15 minutes. That's how quick it is. The whole process will take you about 45 or so. You're going to meet an expert clinic director specializing in testosterone, hormone optimization, sexual health, erectile dysfunction. But they're different in that they have a long-term solution to erectile dysfunction as opposed to just throwing pills your way. They're different in that they have all kinds of great weight loss and vitamin therapy. They're different in that you don't have to show up. They will mail you your testosterone shot. You do not have to go to the clinic. You have to go the first time, but you don't have to go after that. Every couple months they want to test your blood. So that's as often as you have to show up. The other ones want you there all the time and charge you for every visit. They don't do it that way at GameDayMen'sHealth.com. Game Day is different. There's 5 locations right now. Go to GameDayMen'sHealth.com. Find the location nearest you. But there will be 15. By the time this is all said and done, there will be locations all over the city. Start now. GameDayMen'sHealth.com. Welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Astros Day here. Astros playoff baseball day. All right. If you're looking for the place to listen to the game, if you're driving around, we've got it. We've got the national broadcast for you right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Yeah, here's the setup. Obviously, this show, the Hall of Famers win right around 10. Then I'll go from 10 to 12. Gallant George will go from 12 to 1 as your Astros pregame, which leads you right into the official ESPN pregame at 1 o'clock.
Why don't you just stay an extra hour so Paul and Joe don't have to come in for just 1 hour?
Perhaps Paul and Joe would like to come in and talk Astros baseball. Maybe they want to be seen as a pregame.
Lazy, you could just do it.
Perhaps
their hour.
Perhaps they are unlike you and actually want to work
for 1 hour.
Sure, and talk Astros baseball leading up into the game. I'm sure they'd love to do that.
Yeah,
and I wasn't asked. That's the other reason. No one asked me to stay. So.
I think you should do it, but okay.
Well, I'm sure you do. While you're in the comfort of your home, your palatial estate in Los Angeles, secretly rooting for the Dodgers, I'm sure you would like me to work extra.
Secretly rooting for the Dodgers.
You don't know.
Never been
I don't know.
Miscategorized more in my life.
Dylan said it. He didn't know.
I don't know.
You don't know. You don't know anything.
So I'm suggesting that you're rooting for the Dodgers.
Yeah, you don't know. You don't know how stupid that is.
You moved to LA for a reason.
Did you guys watch any of the?
Sure.
Yeah, that's your
convenient.
Yeah. That's your beard.
Dodger season tickets.
That's your movement beard. You're able to move, use her as an excuse. Hey, so did you watch any Monday Night Football yesterday, John? It was actually a very entertaining game. The real
what
game
about
was
18 for 18.
The real
first
game
quarterback ever.
God, Jared Goff he was really good. Like Jared made some great throws. They had So Amon-Ra St. Brown and Jared Goff both threw a touchdown pass and caught a touchdown pass. When is the last time that happened? Where two teammates threw and caught a touchdown pass?
I don't know that.
2016, Blake Bortles and somebody else. It feels like that would have happened a long, long time ago. But when you think about it, all you need is a quarterback throwback. Anytime a quarterback throwback, and it's the exact same play. So I was watching tape yesterday of the Texans. Do you know the touchdown? That's what they tried to do. And the corner was very smart. I think they were in zone, and the corner saw it and just gobbled up C.J. Stroud.
And it was great by Diggs.
Great by Diggs.
That because a lot of receivers, I got one chance to throw, I'm going to throw. And he just went, nope, I got nothing there. I'm going to take off.
Well, so
now
play,
you can trust that guy.
Yeah, the play was designed to fool you by thinking he's going to throw right when really he was going to throw left to Stroud, but Stroud was gobbled up. So he reversed course, ran, and great block by Cade Stover made a great block.
Great block.
By
the way, we still have not mentioned, not once, Bullock.
Caleb Bullock's defensive play?
Yeah.
Yeah.
The play on Bigsby, I mean, it saved the game. He saved the game because they got stopped. They got it down to the 4-yard line. That hustle play, and D'Amico talked about it again yesterday, how much that meant. I mean, that's the kind of thing he literally saved the game for the Texans. Literally.
It was a really good
that
play.
Game if they score if he scores there.
Yeah, it was a really, really good play.
Right.
Really good play.
That's just a hustle play.
Yeah. Yeah, and he's got some speed, but it's little things like that can be the difference in the team. Well, I mean, that's a potential +1 where you win a game.
Right.
It's the difference between winning a game and losing a game is a hustle play like that. And you figure those can happen. I mean, that can be the difference between being an 11-win team and in the playoffs and a 9-win team and out of the playoffs. It can be that simple. So, yeah, big play by Bullock. I think, this game against the Bills, I know the Bills just got whipped by the Ravens, but don't let it fool you. Man, the Bills the Bills are talented. The Bills are really playing good football without Stephon Diggs. Stephon Diggs is going to be at his very best. Now, he's going to want the ball a lot. Mm-hmm. This is a show you up game, and it will be interesting to see if C.J. Stroud, I don't think Bobby Slowick is going to call the game any differently, but Diggs wants a 100-yard game and at least a touchdown. So Diggs is going to want a big game. Hopefully, the Texans stay in control of, hey, if a big game comes in conjunction with the philosophy of the offense and what the defense is giving you, then that's great. But I do think that the Texans are going to continue to see a bunch of deep zones. They're going to see a bunch of shell coverages, and they're going to force – here's what's happening. The Texans are being forced to nickel and dime their way down the field, and CJ's doing a pretty good job of taking what you saw. Did you see that his stats are terrible, CJ's, on throws of 30-plus yards? But that's because there's all the – like anytime you make that throw, you're having safeties in the mix. I mean, safeties are – it's he's completing like 30% of his passes.
Is Mel Kiper right that cover 2 is the scourge of man?
No, you just have to
needs
take
to be eliminated from the game.
Run the football.
3rd and 6, 11 on 10, 3rd and 6 or more.
Run the football. Run the football and throw underneath. And CJ, but here's the problem. It takes longer to get down the field if you don't have explosive plays. And guess what the enemy of the long drive is?
Penalties. Are we past this language the Texans were floating out there about, hey, we'll just throw the ball to whoever's open? No, you have a clear number 1 wide receiver.
Yeah,
it's Nico.
Nico's right now one of the top 3 receivers.
He's your
in
guy.
football.
It's CJ's guy. It's pretty clear. When he's in trouble, he's going to Nico. Sure, CJ will distribute when he can, but in the moments that he needs it, he's going to throw to Nico.
You know, Nico's so much. I was watching DK Metcalf. He's on my fantasy team, whatever, but he's so much stiffer getting off the line, impressed than Nico. Like, Nico's just a more fluid athlete. Nico is a more complete wide receiver with a more complete route tree, while DK Metcalf is a physical freak and his stats look good. Nico Collins right now gives you size. He's got 30 catches and 1 drop. So he's making great contested catches. He's got build-up speed so he can beat you deep. He's got size. He's not a massive diva, which is a huge check mark for wide receivers these days. Like, I think there's very few. I bet you that your team, the Dolphins, would rather have Nico with his contract than Tyreek with his contract.
Well, Nico's younger. That certainly helps the cause.
Yeah.
No, they built an offense around Tyreek's speed, and you just have no quarterbacks.
You have Jalen, too, now.
Yeah, you have no quarterbacks who can deliver the ball to him.
Not currently.
Yeah, but yes, he's younger, less of an issue. He probably is not going to get.
I think the less of an issue
game.
is a big deal for NFL teams.
Well, they decided the issue wasn't such a big deal. They just gave him more money, so I guess it's not that big of a problem. But yeah, Nico's bigger. You can do more. Tyreek's like 1 of 1 as far as the speed, but there's some things you just aren't going to have him run because of his size. Nico can be in everything type, intermediate stuff. Were the Dolphins ever admit to it? No. But you take the younger guy, right? Bigger, younger.
Well, yeah, but I think that a lot of it is that, yeah, bigger, but also a little cheaper and definitely less of a hassle.
And you already have your speed guy in Jalen. He's not Tyreek fast, but he's fast enough.
Teams probably wouldn't like – this is not a conversation that you have unless you talk to people on teams who – they really don't like guys that are huge pains in the ass. They don't want things to be harder than they have to be. And it seems like the wide receivers, above and beyond any other position, is like this massive cause for concern now with teams. And I don't know why it started. I don't know when it started. I mean, you've always had kind of divas. I mean, there's always the Chad Johnson, who was Chad Ochocinco. You had Terrell Owens was actually a massive problem in San Francisco. I mean, in Philadelphia, but he also was, he's one of the, I think he might be the most unheralded wide receiver in the history of the game, John. I don't know that Terrell Owens to this day gets enough love.
He was a massive pain in the ass in San Francisco.
Yeah,
too.
he was just a mass. Yeah,
he called his quarterback gay, didn't he?
Oh, Jeff Garcia. Well, while he was on the team, did he?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
Was that him that called Jeff Garcia? Can I search that Jeff Garcia gay on the NFL computer I'm using?
Well, I'm not sure you should do that.
I'm going to.
Oh, good news! We got an Italian behind the plate. Tony Randazzo is a home plate umpire. Thank you.
No, that helps.
Yeah, no,
that helps. Having an Italian helps.
Helps who?
Our Latin American pitcher.
Yeah.
Huh.
He's got an O at the end of it.
Love languages.
Okay. No, there ain't no Terex, okay, in Italy.
There are Frambers in Italy?
Well, I'll bet you there's a Terek in Italy now.
He plays for AC Milan. You think there's a Framber in Italy?
Yeah, there's probably a Framber. Fromber. There's probably a Fromber.
Is it Fromber or Framber?
Yeah. It's Fromber. There's no sound in the Spanish language. It's ah.
That's what I thought, but people go back and forth. So
people are not smart. That's why they.
Here you go, by the way, to clean this up. After his quarterback, Jeff Garcia, left the 49ers to sign with Cleveland, Terrell Owens ripped him on a platform, on any platform he had for weeks. Autobiography, magazine interviews, TV. Eventually, he was asked if he thought Garcia was gay. T.O. responded, "If it looks like a rat and smells like a rat, by golly, it's a rat." What a fun guy to have in the locker room.
So he didn't call him gay.
He didn't call him.
He didn't call him gay. He called him a rat.
He didn't call him gay while he was on the team. He waited until he was off and then made.
That's good.
Yeah, made the. Yeah. Terrell Owens was, but you know what the Texans don't have with Nico Collins? An issue.
No.
All they do is get catches.
Well, they just
I like wide receivers who get catches and yards.
Transferred it to their tackles. They moved the diva out of the receiver.
You mean the best
to their
tackle in the game? Okay, best tackle in the game.
And Titus Howard, who would go on social media and go right tackle only. Let's not pretend like he's immune.
Yeah, Titus, he had his Balenciaga T-shirt on yesterday. Titus has graduated from the School of Laramie, I think.
Well, good for him.
A little bit. He's got a little bit of and he fights with people online.
We gotta break it because we gotta get to at 12 minutes. We're gonna be doing Pump It Up. So let's go. Let's get to break.
If you guys don't pump this up, I'm telling you now, if you don't pump it up today, and the Astros lose,
they lose, this is
shave,
on you.
and then everyone has to shave their heads.
Is it on them or John for not getting Gilbert his cap before the series starts?
Not
John.
you, the other John. I'm not putting it on him. That guy brought him a sack of egg rolls. I mean, come on now, G Money. This is why you can't offer up things. You can't.
No, because
say
it never ends.
Yeah, you can't. Yeah, you think you're. Man, I just feel really good about myself. I helped out Gilbert, and that man is not appreciative. He just said, "What's next? Then what?"
Well, the Lord's
what's
work,
after that?
Well, the Lord's work doesn't end with one thing.
Right.
You continue to give. You continue to work in His name.
Well, sometimes you feel like, I don't know if I want to be Christ-like today. That means I'm gonna have to go I got to buy a hat for him. Where does this end? What? He wants me to get a cheesecake too from a different restaurant?
He wants his perfect dinner. Go around the city.
Hey, how's that sound? How about you go to Empire Cafe, give me a coconut cake? How's that sound? Empire Cafe? That's not even close to the steakhouse place, the Outback. What are you talking about?
All right, let's go.
How's that sound?
That's what we're talking about.
Zadig Jewelers. We're talking about one of the finest watch sellers in the entire state of Texas. It's people come from around the state. They have people who come from Dallas. They have people who come from Austin, San Antonio. The selection is top notch. They have the very best watchmakers from around the planet, from around the world. And they have boutique locations right there in Zadig. It's really cool, 28,000 square feet. And they have these enclaves where they are boutique locations inside of Zadig Jewelers, which means there are very exclusive timepieces inside Zadig. So if you're somebody who loves watches, you love timepieces, you understand the craftsmanship and the history that goes into it. Maybe you buy and collect. Maybe you are in the trade and sell game as well. There's a lot of people who love to buy and sell and trade, and that's what Zadig Jewelers does. They buy, sell, and trade. If you've got a watch you want to sell or you want to trade for an upgrade, you want to get a different watch, they'll be more than happy to work with you. But you're going to find the very best timepieces in the country available right here at 1801 Post Oak Boulevard. 2 stories. The top story, they have an incredible bridal selection of everything you can imagine to make that perfect day perfect. It's Zadig Jewelers, 1801 Post Oak Boulevard, Zadig Jewelers.
Time to talk about my peeps over at GiveMeTheVin.com. I've sold my car there. I sold Frankie's car there, and it was awesome. I had a great experience. John Clay Wolf is so it's so good because you're setting the market. You set the market at GiveMeTheVin.com. How much is your car worth? There's one place to go to find that out because he's guaranteeing that he is going to beat CarMax, or he sends you $100. So, and this is the process. You go, and it's really easy. You put in your VIN or your license plate number. You send them pictures of your car, and they'll see what kind of shape it's in and everything else. And then John Clay Wolf will make you an offer. Okay, so you get that offer, and then you don't have to decide right there. You can take it to CarMax and say, look how much it's worth. Look how much they say it's worth. And CarMax will go, oh, we'll beat that. Or, hey, go take that because we can't come close to that. That's what usually happens. But if they do offer more, you go back to John Clay Wolf and say, hey, look, CarMax is going to give me more. And then John Clay Wolf will either give you more or he'll give you $100. That's the process. So you're looking for the best way to sell your car. There's one place that you have to go every single time. GiveMeTheVin.com. That's GiveMeTheVin.com.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. So we got Pump It Up coming up in we got a short segment here because we got Pump It Up coming up. The mailman is here, though, with a delivery for the Detroit Tigers. Mailman.
Uh-oh.
Mailman, what's up?
It's been a while.
Yes, good morning. This is the mailman here. I haven't talked to you guys in a while, but it appears I've got another package here. This one is titled, it looks like the Detroit Tigers.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Uh-huh.
It looks like it's a package of D's.
What's in them? What's D's what?
D's nuts.
Oh, what?
Whoa.
Detroit just got D's nuts delivered to them. Can you believe that?
Can you believe
on
Detroit
this show in the year 2024 with Charlotte that was just in the room and she had to hear that?
She did laugh.
I know.
She found it humorous. She found it humorous, yes.
Because she's a real one.
She's got that kind of sense of humor.
She's a real one.
Yeah. She said, oh, D's what? D's nuts.
I like Charlotte. See, because on Friday, when it gets a little late, we might mess around and get the tequila out. You just never know. See?
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, you just never know. Charlotte knows on Friday, hey, there's a cutoff where you say, okay, the professionalism stops here.
Well, Charlotte almost got into the picture a little bit there. Charlotte, stay away from the camera. Otherwise, you're going to get all the pervs on you.
Charlotte, if you want a man, we got some chatters.
We got some men.
We got some streamers. Just step into the picture and
she's back because she heard man.
Well,
okay. Charlotte, step into the picture.
Fellas.
No, not for these men.
Not for these men. Why?
D's. Not for D's men.
You read the quality of those words.
Not D's men.
Would you want to put those guys on anyone you cared about?
I met my wife at a listener event. You just never know.
I know your story, but would you want to put any of those guys on anyone you care
I
about?
don't know them for a fact. I know some of these, and they're nice, and they're good people. I know Coupons. He's a good guy.
Is he?
Tony the Handsome is a very good guy.
What about
long-time listener.
Kook Blaze.
I don't know.
Where you at, Charlotte? Charlotte, old school, says, where you at, Charlotte?
She's back in her office now.
She's back in her. Sorry,
looking
guys.
cute today. Got the hair. She could have found a husband on the stream. I feel bad that Dell's keeping people from finding true love.
I didn't tell her to walk away. I asked you the question.
What's in the package? What's in the box? What's in the box? D's. That's basically what Kevin Spacey said. D's severed heads. Well, spoiler alert for what is it called? 7 Deadly Sins, or
it's
what
called
was
7?
7, yeah.
Originally, I think it was supposed to be like a pet, but Brad Pitt was like, no.
Brad Pitt went all out with it, huh?
No, he said, put her head in that box.
Put the head in the box. We're gonna take this. We're gonna take this movie to the next level.
Yeah.
I gotta admit, it makes shows better, but it also is like when the Trinity Killer. I was listening to an old John Lance and Del's bit from 1560. We were doing something, and it was really funny. And I don't know, somehow the Trinity. I must have been watching Dexter back then, and Dexter's really good for about 3
you had
seasons.
Your Dexter phase.
Well, it was a really good show for like the first 3 seasons.
Just like you had your Faudas phase.
Well, yeah, I watched these shows. But remember, Dexter, you had to watch it year after year after year. There was no, now I could just, Fauda, it's been out for how long? Oh, I'll just watch all of it. 4 seasons. But Dexter, on that show, John Lithgow was the Trinity Killer. He was another, Dexter typically went up against other serial killers in this show. Have you watched Dexter, John?
Yeah.
Yeah, Dexter's a good show. Like I said, for the first 3 years.
Serial killer with a heart of gold.
Yeah, kind of. Yeah. Oh, yeah, he only killed bad people typically.
Right.
People who needed killing. That's what his dad taught him when his dad realized he was going to be a serial killer.
Right.
And when they killed off Dexter's, and I can't remember if they had gotten married or if that was his girlfriend. I think they had gotten married. I can't remember. When they killed her off, I was like, oh, wow, we're doing this. That's like in real life, and those are only fictional characters, but that's like in real life. That's probably how the Colts fans felt when Andrew Luck just suddenly retired. The Colts fans were like, what? No, I bet you Chris Ballard felt that way. I just took my first GM job, and the quarterback has retired. Here's who Chris Ballard has had at quarterback since Andrew Luck retired. He's had Joe Flacco, and let me just go through guys who are almost 40 or 40. Joe Flacco, Phillip Rivers, and Matt Ryan. I mean, he's had Richardson. He has had
Gardner
Minshew, Phillip Rivers, Gardner Minshew, Carson Wentz. It's like all because Andrew Luck suddenly retired out of nowhere.
Yeah. He walked into that job going, wow.
I got Andrew Luck. And then
set.
And it's funny, the first year he came back and Andrew Luck was still beat up because he tried to play through injury. And Chris is like, you know what? We're going to be smart. He's just not going to play this year. We're not going to play him. We'll take our lumps. We'll draft. We'll grow him. His long-term health is the most important.
Unfortunately, Andrew found out that he liked it better.
Yeah. And well, the next year he played and he went to the Colts went to the playoffs. And then the next year, what was it? 2 weeks before the start of the season, 3 weeks, whatever. Is like, yeah, I just think I'm not going to play ever again.
So I'm thinking of developing a segment, and maybe we'll use this as the theme. I'm trying to figure out how we got from What's in the Box to Andrew Luck.
Okay, Trinity Killer. So basically being shocked that something happens, that a main character is taken away. And Andrew Luck was main character.
Game of Thrones.
Andrew Luck was main character.
Okay.
Yeah, well, no, you're right. Actually, Game of Thrones would have been more apropos.
Yeah.
Because there's a lot of people getting killed there that you didn't expect to get killed.
How did we get here? So from Head in the Box to Andrew Luck, that's how we. Okay, I'm just trying to work on some things.
That's why I'm a Hall of Famer.
All right. Well, here's what we're going to work out.
You can't miss the show because you don't know what I'll do.
Here's what we'll work out when we come back. Pumping it up. You got to call right now. 713-780-3776. We got to pump it up. And if you don't do it, this is on you. Okay, this is on you because this is the time where we pump up this baseball team for greatness. Okay, in the greatest season in Astros history, it starts today. It starts today, and it starts with you pumping it up. Next, 713-780-3776. But right now, it starts with Underdog Fantasy.
Underdog Fantasy is where you go to enjoy your games even more. And how are you going to do that? And I know you're thinking, well, wait a minute. How can you enjoy the games more just by playing Underdog Fantasy? Well, when's the last time you played? If you haven't played, keep your mouth shut. You don't know what I'm talking about. If you have, you know. And if you're curious, if you're Underdog curious, might I suggest making picks on Underdog because it's straightforward and signing up is even easier. Head over to Underdog's simple-to-use mobile app or go to UnderdogFantasy.com. Sign up with promo code Lance, and Underdog Fantasy is going to give you a free pick to use on your first cash pick'em entry, plus up to $1,000 in bonus cash when you deposit. That's Underdog Fantasy, promo code Lance, to claim your new customer special of a free pick and your deposit offer. This gives you a chance to pick between 2 and, well, it's more than 5 now. You can go even higher. 2 to 7, I think I had a 7-player selection the other day. So they've got profit boosters in there. There's so many new features that they've added to make it more fun and more profitable. It's real money. It's totally legal here in the state of Texas, and it's waiting for you. Play along with the games you're watching with Underdog Fantasy, including playoff baseball. Make sure that you're 18 or older and present in the state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms apply. If you're concerned with your play, call 800-GAMBLER or visit ncpgambling.org.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
What? Okay, if this don't get you pumped up for the playoffs, nothing does. All right? Now, you call in and you tell the Tigers what they got. And I'm gonna start it right now. Scooble, you got Trouble. Okay? That's right. That's right, baby.
Wait,
we
what
gotta
does
start
that
with
mean?
something better than that.
Scrooble, you got Trouble. What?
Scooble, you got Trouble.
What does that mean?
I guess it means trouble.
Oh, trouble. You got Trouble.
Scooble, you got trouble. That's right.
There you go.
There you go.
Shift it more toward the trouble.
Screw
Yeah, let's go. I mean, I am so pumped up for this. Let's go. I want you guys to bring it today because these Astros need you. Let's go. John is regressing. What is that, John?
Sure.
Pump it up. Let's go.
Let's go.
Who's up? Pena. pump it up, baby.
What's going on, guys? The Astros are the cream of the crop, baby. We started off really bad, really, really bad. But you know what happens? Cream always rises to the top, and that's what we're going to do. We got something. Not only do we have nuts for the Tigers, we got something else. We got BTA, belt to ass, baby. Let's go, Astros.
Woo! Put that cream on him, he said.
Alex Bregman did say the cream always rises to the top early when he was struggling.
Here we are, and here we are. Dead bodies strewn across the floor of the AL West, as always. Just carcasses, bloody carcasses throughout the playoff run towards the championship once again. The Astros leave dead bodies in their wake. Pitchers, relievers, hitters. Who's got a no-hitter in a World Series? Astros. Who's ruined more relievers in the postseason than the Houston Astros? Nobody. Scooble's in trouble.
Well, I was going to say
you got trouble.
You got trouble.
You got trouble.
I was going to say you're doing a lot better than someone. And for that very reason. All right, let's move to Christian. Christian, pump it up.
Hey, guys. I'm H-Town proud and H-Town loud. So I'm going to predict another no-hitter, but of course it's only going to go to the seventh inning. And we're going to do that obnoxious thing where we take the Detroit Tigers' wives. Let's go, Astros.
What did he say?
Did he say prima nocta?
Oh, prima nocta.
Well, they take their wives, yes.
Wow.
We're taking Tiger wives.
7-inning no-hitter, and we're taking people's wives.
We got to look, see if we want their wives.
They're major leaguers.
Baseball wives are going pretty good.
But
the Wags are pretty good over there.
Detroit.
Yeah.
They don't have to marry women from Detroit.
No.
I know, but that's probably where they found them. You don't know.
I don't know if that's where they found them.
You don't know. I don't know. I don't know if we want to do prima nocta with the Tigers.
Well, it's not because of the attractiveness of the women. It's to establish dominance.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. You heard him. That's his pump up. Don't try to judge his pump up. That's what gets him excited.
All right, if he wants the Tigers' wives, then okay.
From the man
we'll let him have them.
From the man who was like, Screwball, you're in trouble. He's got issues. He's got issues with other people's pump ups.
Trouble.
All right. Dave, pump it up, Dave.
Well, Detroit is here, but this ain't Motown. Hinch was our guy, but now he's a clown. Scuba's right, but uses a different pronoun. You got no chance against Fromber and Brown. Jordan might be out, but meet my boy Yiner. Houston's lineup sends you home with a shiner. Victor and Doobie are swinging hot bats. Y'all ain't Tigers, more like pussycats. Altuve and Breggy never back down. Kneel before the throne of King Tut's crown. Wild card series start the countdown. John Lansdale and Gilbert, let's go H-Town!
Woo!
That's that.
It was a poetry jam. It was it was a spoken word. It had reference of Gilbert in it.
Yeah.
He
did it all.
He said go from tiger to pussycat. So it was the juxtaposition of coming in one way and leaving another way. There was a lot going on.
Right.
There.
The only thing he lacked, he was rhyming, but he didn't have Scooble and Trouble.
That's the one thing.
Do we have to have rap in the pump ups?
No, I noticed that there has been a rhyme, kind of a rhyme mechanism.
I mean, I'm not saying you can't, but it's not, you guys don't have to.
But that's the easiest way.
Okay.
I think people feel like
Gilbert got billing in the show, but okay.
You're the only person who doesn't know that.
Why not?
Who gets more things free from people?
Nobody. Me and Gilbert.
You and Gilbert. That's it.
That's it. Who's next, Del?
Big Gilbert energy.
Well, we're going to go with Tongue Dark Chris, so we'll see how this goes.
Tongue Dark Chris,
pump it up.
All right, sorry if this is a little too loud, fellas, but let's go!
Double banger! Double banger!
That was never too loud.
Be represented.
That was a perfect volume level for pump up.
You know what?
That was a perfect volume. If you don't make people uncomfortable around you, then you're not doing it right.
No, you're not doing it.
It's that
unless
simple.
You're rhyming. Unless you're rhyming,
that makes people like Busy bee. He's a busy bee.
Well, that was cringeworthy. Made me uncomfortable.
That was cringeworthy. Who's next, Al?
Let's move to Antoine. Antoine, pump it up.
What's up, gentlemen? Hey, the Detroit Tigers better be ready because they got 32 cases of Diddy's own baby oil waiting for them in the clubhouse.
Oh, boy.
Let's go!
People putting spraying baby oil around the
squirt
baby oil around the locker room.
Squirt.
Oh, not Diddy baby oil in a post game. Oh no, that's heartbreaking. Antoine came with the first Diddy reference of baby oil today.
Thank you. Next, Al, pump it up.
There is no next.
No one's pumping it up. That's it.
Oh, that's terrible.
You know what? That's enough pump up to get a 3-2 win.
Well, I don't care if it's a 3
or 2-0 win. I don't care. I just hope Scuba and Trouble.
Yeah.
As long as we can get Scuba and Trouble, we'll be okay.
We got Scuba. You got trouble.
Scuba, you got trouble. They took our game.
All right, that was a pretty good pump.
One bad. It was the volume.
It wasn't bad.
The quantity was not high, but the quality was pretty good.
Pretty good. The quality was pretty good.
I've heard worse.
And remember, we'll have the Astros game against Screwball, who we won in Trouble, starting at 1:30. Well, the pregame actually starts at 1, but we're going to lead you up to that with Gallant and George starting at 12. But
they
the
don't
game
have to do
right
a show today?
They do from 12 to 1. Killer Bees are going to follow, I believe. But the Astros right here on 97.5 at 1:30. The game first pitch will be here on the station.
So you'll have the pregame, you'll have the lead up with us and you guys, then you'll have Paul and George talking about it. Then we'll have the pregame
at 1 o'clock,
and then we'll have the postgame
with Gallant, with the Killer Bees. So all day Astros here for you on 97.5.
Hey, but one thing we missed, and we'll talk about it. I don't know, maybe we'll talk about it tomorrow. But Alperen Sengun said he is fairly confident he and the Rockets are going to get a contract extension done, which I never thought he wouldn't. You know, that's never even been in the cards that he wouldn't. But he said on Monday he's got a lot of optimism at the prospect to sign an extension with Houston before opening night. So that will be curious to see if he signs, but Jalen doesn't. That will be that will make for some conversations throughout the season.
Jalen was playful at the media day yesterday, and he had his nails done. That was nice.
Well, that's his advertisement. That's his NIL.
Right.
He doesn't need NIL.
NIL? Okay.
That's his NIL is the money he gets from the nail company.
So
that's true. He does.
They pay him through the nail company, not through the Rockets organization.
No, it's both. That's his advertising deal.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
That's his advertising deal. Don't. Why are you hating on him for doing his nail thing?
No.
This generation of men like their nails done right. Don't be upset at NBA players. Yes. He's not talking to you. Trust me. His nails are not painted for you. They're painted for other men his age.
Who are they painted for?
For other men his age who like their nail game good, I guess.
So he's like a woman. Women normally dress for other women. They don't really dress for us.
Right.
So that's what
exactly
he's painting his nails for other men.
Yes, King. Yes, King.
Don't yas me, please.
Yes, King.
What?
It's not for John Granado. He's not like, I hope John likes
But you
this.
said he's painting his nails for other men.
Yeah, people who are stylish.
Oh,
People who are, this is the style now. Painting your nails is the style.
Is it?
Yes. Yes,
Are
King.
we though?
Stop yassing us, please.
Are we though?
Yep.
Okay.
I like this. Bigger, faster, stronger Amen Thompson ready to terrorize the NBA.
Is he gonna kill everybody stuff on his face too?
We'll find out.
Or kill everyone, whatever that
We'll
was.
find out.
Kill everyone. I hope he does kill everyone. I'm gonna kill a bunch of Coors Lights. I know that.
Figured.
I know I am. My wife has got something she's got to do tonight, so I've got all day of baseball and Coors Lights. I think I'm gonna head over to BW3 to watch the games and enjoy cold, clean, crisp, refreshing Coors Light. I'm telling you, there's nothing better than wings and some Coors Lights watching a ball game. I'm telling you, I just love it, and you will love it too. If you're looking for the best way to enjoy your games, the playoffs are here, and you gotta bring those Blue Mountains. You got to keep it chill, okay? In tough situations, you got to be chill, okay? I know there's going to be times during this postseason where we're going to have a lot of nerves going on. Well, keep chill. And you do that with a cold, clean, crisp, refreshing Coors Light. Climb on, brother. It's the postseason, and it's time to break out those Blue Mountains. Cold, clean, crisp, refreshing Coors Light.
Hey, I want to talk about personal injury lawyers, and a lot of them are they're pretty seedy. They're pretty shady. Remember Slippin' Jimmy from Better Call Saul? It's actually what John Daspit fights against that notion. He actually does. He hates being associated with. First thing, when I met him, the first thing he told me, literally within the first 2 sentences, was, "I'm not like those other guys," and he truly isn't. He is somebody who has a large group of lawyers. He is someone who wants to make sure that you have the proper representation to give you the amount of attention that your case deserves. When you're injured and you've got hospital bills piling up, you can't work, you're suffering through your injury, you've got pain and suffering. He wants to make sure that everything is going to be truly fair for you. And that's what he does, is he pursues justice for the injured. And that's going to include all those medical bills now and to come are going to be taken care of. You're going to have, he's going to make sure that you get your time missed from work is taken care of. But your pain and suffering means something to him because you're going through it. And the insurance company doesn't care, but he cares, and he'll make sure you get a fair settlement. John Daspit and the Daspit Law Firm, 713-CALL now, or go to daspitlaw.com.
There's a new record, boys. Okay, Lance, I want to know, how far could you walk balancing a running lawnmower on your chin?
A running lawnmower on your chin?
Yes.
I'll be honest, not one single step.
Not one step?
No.
Well, David Rush.
I'm a realist.
David Rush took a 1,178-foot walk with a running lawnmower on his chin. I figured for sure you could go about, a couple hundred.
How does he do that without getting his face chopped off?
No. You got the handle on your chin and the lawnmower.
Come on, who can do that?
The previous record was 234 feet. Somebody had done it before him, and he said, "You know what? I can beat that." Big ups to David.
Who does these things?
Well, I mean, how does it start? I'm going to balance. How do you start
You just say
that?
you want to create a world record. You do something. You have to reach out to the. I've actually seen something about this. They have to think that there's something extraordinary about it, and if they do, they will create a record for you.
Well, there was a record created already, and he beat it 4 times.
That's pretty extraordinary.
That's pretty great.
That's one of those things I wouldn't try.
I'm
pretty good at stuff.
We got some police and some car stories to get to. A Minnesota man jumped into a vehicle and stole it as the driver of the vehicle was performing a sobriety test. Do you think that's a great time to steal a car?
No, not ideal.
Not with the cops right there, although it probably got that guy out of the sobriety test. It probably saved him from getting a DUI. So maybe it was a planned deal. An Oklahoma man stole a truck to make it to court for his hearing for
theft
of a truck,
stealing a vehicle.
Oh, so exactly on the nose.
Stole a truck so that he could get to his court date for stealing a vehicle. Yeah.
Well, you know what, though? Hopefully they're lenient because he got to court. He didn't skip out on court. He obviously didn't have a ride.
I'm not sure that he ever got there. No, he actually did. He was arrested after being spotted by a trooper who said he had ditched the stolen vehicle upon arrival. He got caught as he was going into the courtroom. So he really didn't get there. A New York Houdini.
But he tried.
How about this? A New York Houdini slipped out of his handcuffs over his head. And then I don't know that this is the best way to go. Why don't you just run if you do that? He took the cop car for a joyride. If you were able to slip out of your handcuffs like Houdini, would you then break another law?
No, but he's also trying to get away. He was obviously in the cop car.
Right.
He was obviously in the cop car, and he's just trying to escape.
Well, yeah, but he just took it for a joyride.
It's a joyride because he got caught probably.
Eric Adams, the mayor of New York, he told the FBI he forgot his phone's passcode. Do you feel like Eric Adams is forgetful?
Oh, man. All right, so you've either got a passcode or a Face ID. There's no way you don't. Now, remember, sometimes, you have both, right? So there is, okay. So if your face doesn't work or whatever, you do the passcode in there. There's an outside chance, but nah. He happens to be in big trouble right now.
No, he's in big trouble. So
he's been in big trouble. So
yeah, no, they're going to be able to open it up anyway.
Oh yeah, I think
Eric, just give him the passcode.
Yeah, you're done.
Seattle police say they've lost 23 guns and they don't know where they went. I think they'll find out soon, won't they?
Meaning what?
I'm pretty sure there's going to be some crimes committed.
Yeah. Well, they're on the streets. It probably was somebody from the inside who resold them.
That could be the case as well.
You think somebody broke into the holding areas and stole? No. It's an inside job.
We're going to do our best to ensure that we do better. Please do better, Seattle police. Please. As if your city isn't.
That's why Paul had to leave them.
Crappy enough.
Paul left them because he was tired of that nonsense.
Yeah. Wyoming is moving ahead with a slight change to a law which would allow wolves to be killed with vehicles. Do you want to kill a wolf with a vehicle?
Not on purpose, but if a wolf gets in the way.
So people in Wyoming are going to be allowed to run over wolves at their own discretion?
Yeah. Yeah.
That seems bad.
Well, it seems bad unless you've got a cattle ranch and wolves are killing your cattle or your sheep or whatever.
Can't you shoot them? You're allowed to shoot them, right?
Well, but if you got your car,
what's the difference?
If you got your car, it's an easier target. Yeah,
one's less humane, I think. But they're wolves. So who cares about humane, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. You're killing wolves. Who cares how it gets done? Kill them.
You get to the wolves, or they're getting to your flock. That's how that works.
DirecTV is buying Dish Network for how much?
$1.
$1. I wish I'd have known. I'd have raised them to $1.50.
Is Dish Network even around?
Does Dish Network even count? Is that the new VHS tape?
Yeah, in the satellite wars, Dish couldn't hack it.
No, Dish had no shot.
Remember, it was a thing for a while.
Oh, no, it was a good matchup.
And then
it was a good. Direct
Dish
TV
fell
always
apart.
had the Sunday ticket, though.
And that was a problem for Dish, yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, we are done. Mopey and Mapes are next. A 2-hour preview to your Houston Astros today.
Well,
is that all you're doing, Dell, or you got something else?
That's a little strong.
Wait, is the playoff roster out?
Is it? I guess we'll find out.
Oh,
well,
crap.
they
Hold
had
on.
to turn it
Look,
in
John,
by
hurry,
now.
quick.
Well,
So now, don't let him have it.
Sorry. I mean, it's not that hard. You can look it up.
Just look up McTaggart.
McTaggart already tweeted out the lineup.
I don't see a big burly left fielder in there or DH.
Yes, you do.
Oh, there he is, Alvarez. I was looking for Y, Jordan. I don't put Alvarez. I put Jordan whenever I write his name.
Well, there it is.
There he is. Jordan's alive.
Here's the
no
lineup.
more broken leg.
Ooh, here's the lineup. Altuve, Alvarez, Tucker, Bregman, Diaz, Pena, Caratini, Dubon in left, Myers in center.
We'll spend the next 2 hours breaking down the lineup and what it means against Tariq Skubal, who we hope is in Trouble. We'll talk about that when on the other side with Mopey and Mapes.
We have answers to a couple of the big questions concerning the Astros roster leading up to their game against the Detroit Tigers. And if Brian McTaggart wasn't so good at his job, we could have had breaking news on this show, Sean. The horn could have been hit, but instead it broke. And by broke, I mean we just read some tweets. It broke on the morning show.
Or if they got out on time.
Yeah, if they did that. No, they were, and then they held off because McTaggart, they did not want it to fall to my show to let people who listen to us know what the deal is. Okay, so if you heard the last parts of the John and Lance show, you know that Yordan Alvarez will be active, and he's on the playoff roster. In fact, he will be hitting second for the Astros today as they take on the Tigers. Who won't be on the roster? Justin Verlander. Justin Verlander is not on the wild card roster for the Astros, so the Astros must extend their season for there to be a chance that Justin Verlander will ever put on an Astros uniform again. Yeah, he'll be out there in the Astros team-issued gear. But as far as that number 35 on his back, whether it be in gray or white, the Astros need to win this series. So Verlander, after the injury plague year, the neck, the struggles coming back from the neck, he is not on the roster. It's not a surprise, but it is something to mark that we go from what we thought would be Javier, Framber, and Verlander, not in that order, but those were your top three. Throwing Luis Garcia. I mean, no hope for McCullers, but even if you want to play this game, we'll play the game of McCullers too. Only one of those guys is even on the playoff roster, and that's Framber, who will start today a little bit later against the Tigers. So it has been a interesting year for the Astros. They've overcome. They win 88 games. They win the division comfortably, and they face the likely Cy Young award winner from the Tigers, Skubal, in game one. So there it is. Yordan will be in there in the lineup. Apparently he recovered well and felt good after the baseball activities yesterday, but Justin Verlander's last performance over the weekend was not enough to no one's surprise. Maybe Ben Verlander's surprise, but to no one's surprise that he won't be available, at least in the wild card round. The Astros are carrying 15 position players and 11 pitchers, and your lineup for tonight or this afternoon is Altuve, Alvarez, Tucker, Bregman, Diaz, Pena, Caratini at first, and Dubon in left with, I believe, Jake Myers in center. I haven't seen the playoff roster out. I know, like, McTaggart, there it is. McTaggart has been tweeting about the people who are on it, but as I look at it now, Chaz is on the playoff roster, so Chaz will be there. So your outfielders are Hayward, Yordan, Chas McCormick, Jake Myers, and Kyle Tucker. And then as you imagine, the infielders are what you expect. DeCinzo's there, and also Greg Kessinger is there, and Singleton is there as well. But yeah, besides Altuve, Bregman, and Pena. So there it is. Your playoff roster is set. Your relievers, Caleb Ferguson makes the playoff roster. Who would have thought, right? When that trade happened, the thought of Caleb Ferguson being a part of the playoff roster, I don't think many people believed it. Now, it was one of Dana Brown's acquisitions, so I guess there was always a shot, but I thought that guy was just an arm to finish out the year. He makes it along with Brian King, and of course you got your starters, and maybe they'll be certainly in relief roles in the wild card series with Eric Getty and Renel Blanco, and of course Hunter, Framber, and Kikuchi.
No Ort?
Caleb Ort did not make the playoff roster. You have
split up the Calebs.
Yeah, we'll see if he will be someone they go to in the divisional round. If they make it, I heard what you said. You split up the Calebs.
We don't have to see that. You set it up like, well, let's like it's just like Justin Verlander.
No, I mean I'm talking about possibly an injury happens or ineffectiveness from someone who might be taking a role. I'm not saying it's likely. I'm just
if an injury happens, and then if the Astros are up 8-5 or 8-3, and
yeah, I'll position it as if he's on him being on the roster, not him pitching in any meaningful innings or situations. But there it is. No real surprises. I'm glad Chaz is healthy enough to be on the roster. What that means is Chas McCormick going to get any real time now that he's stopped playing T-ball and can do Major League Baseball things. We'll see. But he's there. So beyond the non-surprise of Verlander, you're at full strength. This is the best you can hope for, I think, as far as your roster is concerned. Now, the question for me is, I approach these games with some calm because I just expect the Astros to win. They've done it. They haven't been in the wild card round, but this is what they do. They win playoff series. I'm very comfortable with this series, despite Scooble being out there.
Yeah.
Do you? I'm not nervous. I'm not. Maybe it's my thing with baseball. I'm not excited and I'm nervous. I feel pretty calm about this series. I'm not worried about it. I just expect them, no matter how it gets done, to get done. I think Fromber's going to have a pretty good time with this Tigers lineup. They're not great. I know they went 17-8 in the month of September to get themselves into the playoffs, but they didn't hit the ball particularly well. Even if you look at the numbers compared to months where they weren't winning as many games, they actually hit the ball better in August than they did in September. They just won at a higher clip. They were, like I said, 17-8 out of their and it's the best month of the season for them. But the OPS wasn't higher than August. It just so happens that things came together for them. So the Fromber versus Tigers thing, I think, bodes well for the Astros, even with the Cy Young on the other side. What are we talking about here? An hour and 50 minutes for this game?
That did cross my mind of like, oh wow, this one's probably gonna be a fast one, if anything. Also the pitch clock, I was like, yeah, 3 hours for a playoff baseball game.
And it means something to you because you're gonna be running the game.
Yeah. Well, I'm still only going till 3.
So if the game goes beyond 3, you leave.
Which it will.
Well, that's true. That's still only an hour and a half.
It's an hour.
Yeah, it will hit the hour and a half
Unless
mark.
they're both going perfect pretty fast.
Yeah, we're just striking guys out, or just a lot of early at bat pop-ups.
But yeah, it's definitely not the playoff baseball I was raised on, being a board op for.
No.
5.5-hour game.
Yeah, would you like to work at the station? Sorry, the only time we got is for you to board off this playoff game. Oh, so 4.5 hours? Okay. Maybe.
And then pregame.
Postgame. You're probably talking about 5.5 to 6, depending on how long the postgame and pregame are.
Better hope no one gets hurt, because that was one that I did where
someone got hurt and there was a delay.
Luis Garcia got hurt, and Jake Odorizzi took like 30 minutes to warm up.
Wow.
And they're already down, I think they're already down 4. I think they already gave up a grand slam in like the first inning. It was crazy.
You won't have to worry about it today. And then
I don't know.
And did you plan your move so you could avoid one of these days? Because
I'm off tomorrow.
I know, that's what I'm saying. You planned the move to avoid this particular scenario where you would have multiple days in a row doing Astros baseball. Sean will be running the game for you, and that's kind of big news. We've done it in the past, but if you're driving around, maybe you're going out to lunch, and certainly you're going to try to find a spot to watch a game, but on your way back to work, or maybe just have some errands to run, you can listen to the game here on ESPN 97.5. We will go to 12, which is our normal time, and then Gallant and George will go from 12 to 1, and then there'll be an actual pregame show that leads into the game at 1:30. So I'm sure Gallant and George will get you squared away as we take it to ESPN. And I will imagine we won't have an all Yankees broadcast on the radio, but Todd Frazier and Michael Kay will be doing the game on ABC. I don't know who like the sideline or the dugout report is, whatever the hell you want to call that,
Bernie
for baseball. Jorge Posada. Jorge Posada and Bernie Williams are covering each dugout. No, but yeah, Michael Kay and Todd Frazier are the broadcasters. So they just took the Yes Network guys and say, hey, you want to do this? You can do it.
Here you go.
So the other games today will be on ESPN, but the Astros Yankees will be on ABC, which is
Astros Tigers.
Yeah,
Astros,
it might as well be Astros Yankees.
Astros Tigers with the Yankees.
Yeah, with the Yankees, the sprinkling of Yankees on it. Yes, you're right. Thank you. The Astros Tigers will be on the ABC game, and then you'll have the stylings of Michael Kay, because that's what we're looking for. The Yankees broadcaster on the first playoff game of the season. And
see ya.
Yeah, oh boy, if Altuve hits one out and he goes, see ya, Jose Altuve. I don't want to hear from Michael Kay. It don't sound right, because he's going to be neutral. So maybe he gives the sick, like Mike Breen. Mike Breen will throw out, although he calls next game, he'll throw out a bang for the Sixers if Tyrese Maxey hits a big shot. Will Michael Kay do the see ya thing for Astros home
He
runs?
better. Like you said, Mike Breen doesn't keep some stuff local. Hey, this is probably the most people that are ever gonna listen to me, and he's right. I don't know if Michael K will be right, because I don't know if a 1:30
middle of the
wild card
afternoon. Yeah.
wild card game actually gets better ratings than a Yankees primetime game, but still, he better do a, Jose Altuve, see ya.
It is high. It is far. See ya. Well, we'll see. Or you don't have to deal with it.
No, you can listen to it.
You can watch it on
ESPN radio.
TV. You can be that crazy person who watches it on TV and listens to it on the radio with us.
With John Sterling on the.
We can't avoid Yankees. Is Susan Waldman still alive? Is she there? Is she somehow involved in this as well? Maybe we'll get Boog Shambi. I don't know, but.
No, Boog is calling one of the games for TV.
Okay, so
I don't know. I legitimately do not know who we're.
Yeah, I don't know who. I guess we'll find out at 1:30 or 1 o'clock when the pregame show starts. But yeah, that's the setup for us. We will have every Astros game going forward, and because this series, all the games are slated for 1:30. The shows, the lineup will get changed a little bit, but you'll hear everyone. You'll just have a preempted Gallant George with a pregame show, and then a preempted Killer Bees with a postgame show. So there we are, Astros centric throughout the week, and then hopefully it's for weeks beyond that, and we'll see about that going forward. It would be nice to get off to a good start. Framber on the mound, your ace against the light hitting Detroit Tigers, despite their hot streak. The numbers say, even in September, did not hit the ball all that well, but they found a way. So we'll see AJ Hinch in town with the Detroit Tigers. In fact, Jose Altuve spoke about AJ Hinch. We'll get to that at some point, as you might imagine. Very complimentary words. Joe Espada talked yesterday as well about the challenge of facing the Tigers. So we'll get to that too. So we're just getting started here on the show. So certainly baseball will be the focus. We'll do our misery index, which simply means who are the most miserable fan bases in college football. There are a lot of options, as you might imagine, because someone has to lose all these games, but some are miserable than others, and some come off the list for a rather dark reason. The Florida State Seminole fans are off the list. You might say, why? They lost their game. They got blown out by SMU, who's probably not a great team, maybe an average team this year, even by SMU standards, but an injury happened that's going to make Florida State fans at least interested in watching their games and less miserable about what has been a poor start coming off a 13-win season last year. So we'll get to that. The AP poll came out on Sunday. We didn't talk about it yesterday at all, so we'll get to that too. We'll get to Şengün. Alperen Şengün had some thoughts on a potential contract with the Rockets because it was Rockets Media Day yesterday. And he spoke, Jalen Green spoke. A lot to get to on the show. We're just getting started. We'll be back.
This is the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Del Olaleye.
Sean, if the Astros weren't playing the Tigers, could you name any Tigers beyond Tarek Skubal or Skubal?
I know Javi Baez isn't. He's hurt, but he is on the team. There's a Riley Green.
Yes, there is a Riley.
We got a
Green.
Torkelson.
Yes. I'm not. You could name them off rip without looking up the lineup because they're playing the Astros. You could do that. Those names you could pull up without even looking.
Yeah, I got Torkelson for sure.
Well, you can't forget a Torkelson.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, the guy they're going to face.
Torkelson?
No. Well, sure. But I'm talking about the guy who won the Triple Crown for pitching. Skubal.
Oh, that guy?
Yeah,
Tariq?
that guy. Actually.
I know it's Tarek.
Yeah. The Tigers are. Well, you are criticizing the way he pronounces his own name.
It'd be cooler if his name was Tariq.
I said that on the morning show. If his name was Tyreek Skubal, he'd be much cooler. But it's not how he pronounces his name. If you were wondering, in fact, I'll do something you're not supposed to do. I'm going to hold my mic up to my speaker so you can hear how he pronounces his name. Tarek Skubal. It's a Tarek. He pronounces his name Tarek Skubal.
Eric?
Yes, Eric with the T. Tarek Skubal.
We can't listen to this, Jabroni.
It's his own name. He can pronounce it any way he wants. I think that's allowed.
I don't know, Del.
Well, no matter what we think about that,
Del Olaleye.
Well, I did change it because I had been saying it or letting people say it wrong for years. I just didn't care enough, and all of a sudden I started to care. So that's called growth, I guess. But Tarek has always cared about how you say his name, and Jose Altuve doesn't really know how to say his name, but he does need to know how to attack him. Here's Jose Altuve on the challenge they're facing today.
He throws 99 to 100. That's really hard to hit. But he got a good slider, good split, and he got 4-seam, 2-seam, and he locates pitches good. He's not afraid. You know, when he's on the mound, you can tell he's not gonna run away from you. So he's gonna attack you, and you know that's why he has the season he has. He's the Triple Crown, and you know we have a big challenge tomorrow against him, and nothing's gonna be easy or guaranteed. But we got to go as a team and put good at bats together. You know,
Jose Altuve on the challenge of facing school, but yeah. While I'm not scared, you'd rather not face the clear Cy Young Award winner in Game 1.
Yeah, if they had a worse pitcher, that'd
be
nice.
It'd be awesome. Hey, Tigers, any way you could pitch a different pitcher today?
They probably would have made the playoffs
without him.
Have Tarek.
You don't have to say it with such disdain.
That's his name. That's what he wants to say.
You pause like Tarek. I heard it.
That's what he wants.
No,
he wants me to say it.
He doesn't want you to go Tarek. It's Tarek Skubal.
Yeah.
There it is.
Tarek Skubal.
Yeah, exactly. Fine, if that's what you want. But 18-4 ERA, just under 2.4. 228 strikeouts, a whip of 9.22.
That's good.
He's the man this year. The unquestioned AL Cy Young Award winner. Now, the Astros have a proven postseason pitcher in Fromber, and the difference between what Skubal has to face compared to what Fromber has to face, I still think the Astros have the advantage. I'm not saying they're Mariners bad because that's very hard to be. Like the Mariners had like 30 plus more quality starts than anyone in baseball. But because of how bad it was right around there, I think at least some of the other playoff teams, I think maybe there were some other teams who had a little bit more, but they didn't make the playoffs. But they were so bad that hitting that we saw they fell apart, and the Astros caught them rather easily, and then won the division. They're not Mariners bad, but they're not great. This is a rather light-hitting team for the playoffs. The Astros have a clear advantage in their lineup, and particularly with Jordan coming back, you should feel pretty good about man for man who the Astros have to face. But of course, if Scooble's going to pitch like a Cy Young Award winner, that can even things up. So go ahead.
Hopefully the lights are too bright.
That's what we hope for.
At 1:30.
Yeah,
in Minute Maid Park.
The guy who's only ever done this this year. He's never been a dominant force until this year. You hope the run's over. You hope he's had a great regular season, but he's not ready for the moment.
Hey, we're not the White Sox, buddy.
Yeah,
right?
I know. You get rich and fat off the AL Central.
Hold on. How many times has Tarek played the White Sox?
Are you trying to see how much his numbers have been boosted by pitching against the White Sox?
Has he just gone 8 scoreless every time he played the White Sox, and he's like a normal good pitcher against real baseball teams?
He doesn't get to face them 9 times a year. So I'll answer your question. How many? Well, he opened up against them and went 6 and gave up no runs. That okay.
Started off on a good
That's
start.
once. Yeah, got some confidence. He pitched against the White Sox for a second time. Went 5. Not even a quality start. 5 and gave up 3 earned runs. So only twice. So Tarek says, "Watch your mouth." Okay.
I was really
my resume isn't completely built on beating up on the White Sox this year. Watch your mouth.
You just have to ask the question. You
Well-
have to ask the question every time, because I saw something where the Royals were like 12-1 against the White Sox, and then 74 and 75 against everyone else in baseball.
Yeah, they just dominated that team and made the
team made
playoffs.
the playoffs?
Yeah, because they dominated a bad baseball team. And to look at it, maybe more relevant information, although this is in June, and also he faced the Astros a couple times, I think. So on June 14th, 6 1/3, 4 earned runs given up, in a 4-0 loss to an 8-2 loss to the Astros.
Oof.
No, 4-0. That made him 8-2. The Astros gave him a loss. He did beat the Astros on May 11th, 6 1/3, gave up 2 runs. So the Astros have done some business against Skubal, 1-1 against him. So nothing to really tell from that. One of those starts was in May, the other was in June, and that was at the time where the Astros, particularly in May, were terrible.
Well, he gave up 2 earned runs to
that Astros team,
to the Jose Abreu Astros.
So you don't even want to count that as
It's worse. It'd be 5 runs now.
Well,
they have Jason Hayward now.
Well, let me see who was in the lineup, since we were trying to tear down the Cy Young Award winner. It was Jose Altuve, Pena, Alvarez, Bregman, John Singleton, Yiner, Jake, Mauricio Dubon, and Loperfido. So
So basically the same team.
Yeah, so no Abreu, but no Kyle Tucker, and we will have Kyle Tucker today. He look, I know it's what we do, but he's been good all year.
Especially as Astros fans, where for the most part we haven't had to think about the Tigers
at all.
Like you said, I barely can name 3 guys. I can really name 1 guy and 2 last names, and a guy who was on the 2016 Cubs who doesn't play anymore. That's all I can name and their manager. That's all I can name on the Detroit Tigers. On the other hand, my team, the Houston Astros, have made 7 straight ALCSs. I'm taking these guys lightly.
Well,
I'm going Tariq Skubal. Let me put the magnifying glass to your resume. Let me try to tear you down a peg.
I don't know.
He hasn't done it.
I don't know if you've heard. I don't know if you've heard. Tarek, not Tariq. Tarek Skubal. Learn the name. He's going today against your Astros.
If he gives up more than,
you're gonna change his name. You're gonna I'm gonna call you whatever the hell I want if my team smacks you around this afternoon.
I feel like I'm entitled to that.
If you want to call a man out of his name, that's up to you. It seems a little disrespectful, but that's up to you.
It's the playoffs.
Do it in the playoffs.
Yeah.
Tarek.
Do it in the playoffs. Make me just like the opposite of the Texans offensive line coach. Make me learn your name. Texans offensive line coach. Make me forget your name.
Yeah, I don't want to learn your name.
Stressler, right?
It's Chris Strausser.
Strausser. Oh, I just made him Stressler.
Same thing. Same thing. Okay, so we've tried to tear down the eventual Cy Young Award winner.
I did a good job.
Sean won't learn his name until he makes him learn his name. Like, you want to be a guy who's like, God, Derek Scooble shut us down 8 scoreless. That's what you don't want to say that, but that's when you'll learn his name. If he makes you yell his name because he shut down your team.
Make me eat my words.
Tarek Scooble. We'll see him. We'll see what he does today. Hopefully he doesn't make Sean eat his words, because if he does, then we're down 0-1 in a short series. No one's looking for that. When we come back, we will talk about what happened last night in the NFL, because you had a really good quarterback performance, actually a great one, a good one, and a disaster in the other game, which was to be expected. Also, we'll get into our misery index, the AP poll, a lot to get to. And of course, if you want to get in, 713-780-3776. If you have more respect for Scooble than Sean, call in. Or you want to disrespect him like Sean has all show, you can do that too. We welcome all of that as we take you until the Gallant George show, which will take you to Astros Tigers pregame, which almost will be an Astros Yankees pregame, because Michael Kay and Todd Frazier are on the call. Yes, that Todd Frazier, the former Yankee, is on the call.
Of the TV.
On the TV show. On the TV game. So I don't know who's calling the game on the radio, so maybe just stick with us to avoid the Yankee-centric broadcast on television. We're just getting started here. But first, Sean, let's talk about Prize Picks.
Yes, I do want to talk about Prize Picks. And Dale, do you know what today is? Taco Tuesday.
What does that mean for Prize Picks?
That means they have special discounts on player projections all throughout the day. And the first one that they have is a guy we've talked about a lot, Tarek Scooble. Normally, his more or less would be 6 pitcher strikeouts. Now, 4.5. So if you think that maybe, I don't know if 5 strikeouts will actually make me eat my words, but if you think he's going to make me eat my words, maybe take the discount on Tarek Scooble striking out 5 Astros, put that in a lineup, maybe put in a lineup with all Jordan home run, Tucker home run, Altuve home run, Bregman home run, and you put that together. When all those things cash, you will have made over 100. No, not 100. If you put in $10, then you'll make over $100. You'll make over 10 times your money doing that on Prize Picks, America's #1 daily fantasy sports app. All you have to do is download the Prize Picks app today and use code MAPES and get $50 instantly when you play $5. That's code MAPES on Prize Picks to get $50 instantly when you play $5. You don't even need to win to receive that money. It is guaranteed. Prize Picks, run your game.
You're listening to the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Del Olaleye.
We're getting closer and closer to Astros Tigers. You can hear it here on ESPN 97.5. If you're driving around, maybe you're going to lunch or you're returning, or maybe you just got errands to run. You want to listen to the Astros, you can listen to it right here. Don't have to change the station. The Astros, according to ESPN Bet, which is ESPN's internal betting service, they have the Astros as the fourth most likely to win the World Series. They are behind the Dodgers, who are the favorites, with the Yankees and Phillies behind them. So the Astros, despite not being a top 2 seed in their league, second most likely in their league to win the World Series. And if you go through ESPN's breakdown of why a team will go home early or why they will win it all, it's all based off of Yordan Alvarez. Of course, we know at the time of publication, they did not know if Yordan would be available. He will be. We'll see if that knee sprain is a thing that bothers him throughout the playoffs or he'll be a full go. But they look at what Jeremy Pena did in 2022 and say Yordan could duplicate that. And he's their most frightening hitter, which we would agree for the most part. And sure, the Astros pitching is good. They like their starters. They like their bullpen. They look at Yordan as an X factor, which is weird to say about a guy who is as good as he is, but him having a great postseason, they believe at least, is the difference between the Astros winning a World Series and not. I don't think it's so binary, but you'd love to have one, because in the 2022 World Series, he was not good. We know about the home run that he hit, but he hit like 130 in that series. It's the reason why you have a game-winning home run, but another guy wins the MVP, because that's pretty much all you contributed. Hopefully that's not the thing in this series.
Also, when I assumed they wrote this article, it was yesterday, where you still had beat reporters, and I'm not blaming their beat reporters for this, but they're tweeting out that there is still a 50-50 chance that Yordan was on the wild card roster.
At time of publication, they even mentioned it in the article. They weren't even sure whether he would be available.
Yeah. So that's what makes him even more, or made him even more of an X factor, because it was like you don't even know if he's going to play, or if he's going to play, is he only going to be a pinch hitter for the wild card round? And nope, starting DH today. So that at least is step one on who wrote this? Was it Tim Kirkshin?
It was multiple guys involved. All their baseball people were involved.
Okay, well, on the golden path laid out, I'll just say by Tim Kirkshin for the Astros to win a World Series.
I haven't seen his name mentioned once in this, but sure, we'll give it to Tim Kirkshin.
On the golden path that he can foresee, we're already one step closer, because Yordan's at least playing.
Now, is this a JP France situation? Oh, we brought him back too early. I hope he's fully healthy.
No, I don't think so. I mean, there could be a little bit of like, hey, he's probably only going to go station to station, or if maybe it's a like easy double, he can stretch it into a double.
He can lightly jog to second. Sure,
yes,
but he's not pushing it.
I seriously doubt he's pushing it.
Yeah. So obviously,
I mean, he's not playing left.
Yordan's faster than you think, but we're looking at a big time double play threat throughout this series. If he's standing on first, just like any lightly hit grounder, forget about it. He's not breaking up any double plays. Forget about it. If he even leaves the base, you know what, guys?
Just walk straight to the
dugout. I'm just gonna head back to the dugout here. So we'll see how healthy he is. How much can he run? I don't imagine we're going to be applauding him for his hustle this series, mostly because we don't want to see it.
Yordy hustle.
Yeah, and that's why we're in the situation to begin with. Just relax.
Yeah, we're honestly just, hey, I was busting my hump, but that's what got me in this mess in the first place.
You've been compared to David Ortiz. Well, I want you to run like the David Ortiz that's currently on the set of the the guy who's showing up on set after games. Run like him.
Also, hey, we've been calling you David Ortiz. You know what David Ortiz did in the playoffs? That's what he did.
Okay. The man has a game-winning home run, but
no, I'm saying do it for the whole play. Yeah,
do it for the whole playoff. Don't have a moment.
Be 2004 David Ortiz. Just do that. Jake Myers, World Series MVP, is still on the table, by the way.
He is starting today, so the run for him starts today. If you don't know, as you might imagine, this show gets into some nonsense. And
this
Sean,
is like the first show that we
and Sean's probably it was back in February. Sean said the only way Jake Myers could win him over is if he won a World Series MVP.
I said the only way he can win over the majority of Astros fans.
Yeah, you spoke for Astros fans, but really you're speaking for yourself.
Yo, yeah.
And
that's all I can do.
And all Jake Myers has to do is go win a World Series MVP, which is not something he can accomplish by himself. The team has to be good enough for him to get there, and then he has to be great in the World Series.
I mean, he could be great before the World Series to help get him there, but yes.
But no matter how great he is, if he doesn't win a World Series MVP, Sean will never forgive Jake Myers for doing nothing to him other than being a very average baseball player.
We can revisit if he's like maybe second place in MVP.
If he's great, but Altuve wins it?
Yeah. Or if it's one of the situations, because they do release the votes afterwards, where it's also only like 11 people that vote
it's not
for
a
it.
lot. Yeah, I think it's like 9 in basketball.
Yeah.
Something like that.
It's just so they can get like a simple majority.
Yeah.
But if it's, 5 for Altuve, 4 for Myers, I'll take that.
That he nearly won, but Altuve won it because of brand recognition.
Yeah.
Okay. Jake Myers, be as good as one of the best Astros of all time, and then Sean will forgive you for all the things you've done to him, making him miserable watching you pop up in a July
Don't
baseball
forget the
game.
strikeouts, too.
Oh, that too. So it's a high bar, but if you want to be him,
It's attainable.
Clear it. Yeah, it's certainly possible. You're on the roster, so go get it done.
ESPN Bet says that you have the 4th best odds.
No, the team has the 4th best odds of
win.
winning the World Series.
But then once you get to the World Series, just ball out.
Yeah. Okay. That's all you got to do, Jake. We'll see how his run starts in about 2.5 hours now. About 2.5 hours or so, a little more than that, as the Astros get ready to face the Tigers. There's a team in town that does not have any of the past success of the Astros. Well, there are 2 teams like that, but the one that had their media day yesterday was the Houston Rockets. Jalen Green, certainly a focus of the conversation. Alfred Sengun was as well. We will hear from Jalen Green when we come back about what last year meant and what it might get them ready for this year. We will be back. But first, let's talk about some place you can put money on the Rockets if you think they're going to have a really good year. Maybe you love the over-under on their win total, and you think they're going to go way above because you like them more than most. Go to mybookie.ag. You can place a futures bet on the Rockets. You can certainly put money down on the games today. Full slate of playoff baseball that you can take a look at. And, of course, you can check out the Thursday night NFL. We had 2 games Monday. Good to varying degrees, or maybe in some cases just a terrible football game. If you aren't interested in Thursday's night game, but you want to put some money down and make it more interesting, that's what MyBookie is for. Use their promo code BET975, and they will match up to $1,000 on that deposit. So if you're a new customer and you just want to check it out, you're not sure, don't want to put a lot of money in, they will double that to make that money go further. So you've got the promo code that is BET975. You got the live betting options in game that maybe you were wrong on the initial bet and you want to try to clean that up. The live betting is there for you too. Also have the live casino if you want to play cards. MyBookie has everything you might want when it comes to sports betting, and the live casino adds a little bit more on top of that. So just go to mybookie.ag. Remember, bet on anything, anytime, anywhere with MyBookie.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now back to Del Olaleye.
So the Rockets had media day yesterday, along with a lot of teams in the NBA. And the two stars of the team and of the conversations yesterday were Jalen Green and Şengün. Now, Green, for the most part, is a star because of draft status and that one great month of March. If you play like that all the time, there are no questions about when the Rockets are paying him. Right now, there are plenty of questions. His draft classmate is Alperen Şengün, and he and the Rockets have had discussions. According to Şengün, we've been talking. I want to get the contract, and the Rockets are trying to negotiate with us, and we're trying to negotiate with them. So it's been good. We're going to make it work. We still have time, and hopefully we can make it work. The Rockets showed no indication they were interested in giving him a contract this past offseason because they didn't have to. I think even Rafael Stone talked about it. We're no rush. We don't have to give him a contract now. Jalen Green was another player that could have been given a deal, and both players watch players who are on their level, were drafted in the same class, and even the Rockets, though they've only had a modicum of success, particularly that one run late in the year, their team goals or team success you would say had far outseeded, in some cases, the guys who got deals. Like Cade Cunningham, his teams have done nothing, and he got his money. Evan Mobley, different. His team is a perennial playoff team. Maybe not off the strength of him. They did go acquire a superstar in Donovan Mitchell, but still. He got his money. Scotty Barnes got his money. Others got their money. Those two didn't, and the Rockets explained it to them, which we found out. For the most part, it was about, hey, maintaining financial flexibility. So a deal could be in the works for Şengün soon, but this could be something that stretches into the offseason. I didn't see any real push to get Jalen Green a deal. We'll see how that plays out. But Jalen Green pointed to last year and their run as giving them a taste of what they want to achieve this year.
It does feel different. We actually got goals set, and we see it. Like, we did it. We did it last season. Obviously we didn't accomplish playoffs, but we got a taste of like what it feels to fight for something like that. And I think the motivation is there, the hunger is there. So yeah, I think that's really what the difference is. Like, we fighting for something.
I wonder how big a jump they'll take, because the run late made that season something that you could look at and go, okay, that's a step. Because at the time the run was being made, at least right before it, this was a team that no one cared to talk about. They were bad again. They were awful on the road early. And that was off after getting off to a really good start at home. But at the time that they made their move, this was a team that didn't get talked about. And then they changed things. And even still, they're on the back burner because they were so far behind. But they went on a really great run. And the biggest deal was, hey, look, Jalen Green is showing something. He's showing the potential of his draft status. Now, that tailed off, as you might imagine, because at the time he was playing like a top 5 player in the NBA statistically. He wasn't going to be a top 5 player for over the course of an entire season. He was that way for a month. Can he be a top 30 player in the NBA? Because the question, and we got this last week from Lazy J about the Rockets acquiring a star because Cat got traded. Maybe he called in on Monday. Probably, it was yesterday he called in. The Cat trade did happen. At least a reported trade happened on Friday. Acquiring a star. Is that what the Rockets are going to do? Is that what they need? And when you see a star get traded, you start to question or ask, what can we do to get one? Well, is there one beyond Şengün on your roster? Because if Jalen Green's a top 30 player in the NBA, do you need to acquire one? I would say no.
Yeah. The best way to acquire stars is to
develop one. Yeah, draft one and develop one.
You don't have to give up any draft picks.
You don't have to change the foundation of your team and maybe hamper your ability to acquire pieces. Because maybe the Astros, maybe the Rockets don't need to acquire a star if Jalen Green becomes one. You're using those draft picks to acquire complementary pieces And maybe instead of a number 1, maybe you need to acquire number 3, which would cost less. It costs less to acquire a third star that's complimentary than it would be to acquire some in his prime superstar that's going to change your trajectory.
Like, or think about the Denver Nuggets trading for Aaron Gordon. It's that kind of player, as opposed to having to trade for, if you're the Suns trading for Kevin Durant.
It's not a bad comp considering the Baby J stuff that we hear about Şengün. And if Jalen Green's some Jamal Murray type, you're looking to grab a guy who had a bigger role someplace else, but will come here and realize there are 2 guys who are ahead of him on the pecking order, and you can be the number 3. And you can fit in as a 3, maybe, which should have been your role originally, and you can fit right in and turn this team from, at least in the Nuggets case, a good playoff team into a contender.
Yeah.
Now we're looking for the jump that Jamal Murray took after the bubble. Well, he did it in the bubble. As long as he stayed healthy, he's been a good number 2 to Jokic. Can one of those guys? Well, the problem is which one of them is going to reach Jokic status? A 3-time MVP.
I honestly, whichever one.
I'm not saying I need one it to be one or the other. Just one.
But just if they could do that, that'd be great.
If one of them could do it
to win like 3 MVPs.
Yeah, that'd be great. Yeah, if they had one of those guys on the roster who's going to be a perennial 3-time MVP. Of course, Jokic didn't do that to his late 20s, so they're still years away from that, which is always
that's where this always happens.
And it always kind of falls apart right there. These comparisons, even just across the league, you're looking for one of these guys to become a legit superstar before they turn 24 years old. This is what you're asking.
Yes, you're asking them to basically.
I guess I know Anthony Edwards did it, but it doesn't always happen this way. Like the Jamal Murray jump happened years into his career. Maybe he wasn't 22 years old. He was a little older. And then it still took time because health got in the way. And eventually, multiple years after the bubble where he showed what he could be capable of, he turned into what he turned into in the playoffs. So, look, I know it's fast forwarded and you want this thing to get going really quickly for the Rockets. Now, some people are fine with the youth, and credit to them for that. But maybe we shouldn't be thinking about what they're going to be as a title contender until one of these guys hits 25 years old.
Yeah, or just like Jalen Green said, like they didn't make the playoffs last year. They did get a taste of
games mattering. Yeah,
yeah, but let's see them either make a playoff or make a
play-in
push. Yeah, or make a push for the play-in and fail before we.
Yeah,
I just. If you're this far, like you're just gonna go into the season with your team, like unless you're the Minnesota Timberwolves and you don't want to pay Karl Anthony Towns $60 million a year for the next 4 years, like, which don't blame you if you don't. If you look at that and go, ugh, I don't want to do that. But that's not what the Rockets situation is. It's just, can they get like 44, 45 wins?
I know their goal is probably bigger than what I'm going to say, but
73.
Sure. Yeah, sure. I'm looking for them to be in a single elimination game in the play-in. I don't know if that comes as a 9 or a 10 or a 7 or an 8, whatever. I'm not even looking at the playoffs. I want them to be playing in win or go home type games. Now, if you're a 7 or 8, then you get 2 of those.
Yeah,
that'd be great.
I almost want to say be the 8 seed.
So
8 seed or above.
So you at least have one home game if you lose the 7-8.
Yeah,
matchup.
like be in the good part of the plan, not the bad part.
Where you don't have to win 2 road games or at least go on the road once.
Yeah. Don't play 2 double or 2 elimination games.
Well, if you lose the 7 or 8, no matter, you would have to play another one. But I know what you're saying.
Play 1 elimination game, not 2.
Sure. Don't be forced to play 2.
Yeah.
Maybe it happens because you lose the 7 or 8, but you don't want to go in knowing you have to win 2.
Yes. So I think that's a good one because you look at the West, and one thing I do think that the Rockets, and I guess I'll make this point short. One thing that they do have going for them is how deep they are. Like we make fun of the core 7, but they do have a lot of good players that they can rotate in and out. And if guys get hurt, they have pretty duplicative skill sets with especially the wing talent that they have. And so I think that in a West full of teams with like the Warriors and the Suns and the Lakers, who are all depending on guys in their mid-30s who played in the Olympics and now are playing in basketball games, and for a lot of them can't really stay healthy when they have to play a full season. Being young, having that much depth, even the Clippers too, like all these teams that we pencil in as playoff teams the last few years, like they all have huge health question marks and age question marks, where the Rockets don't have any of that. In fact, that's like a strength of their team.
Yeah, there was a picture of what Memphis is starting five, because it's media day, so they took a picture together. I was like, how many of those guys are going to make it to the end of the year?
It's Edie, Jaren Jackson, Ja, Marcus Smart,
and Bane,
and Desmond Bane.
Yeah,
it's like you can kind of pencil in Ja, not even because of suspension, but because of health, to miss like 3 or 4 weeks a season.
And Zeddy's a big Edie's a big man.
That should be his nickname.
Yeah, maybe.
It's Zach Zeddy.
Edie's a big man, a really big man. So a foot issue feels like it's right around the corner. Hopefully not for his sake.
Marcus Smart gets dinged up.
Yeah, but that's a team where we talk about teams falling off. There's a team that healthy is going to elevate itself back into the playoff chase.
Pelicans with Zion, like
it's all there.
Are we penciling in an 82 game season? For
Somehow
Zion?
Brandon Ingram still remains.
Somehow they have DeJounte Murray. Sorry.
Yeah, so there are teams that have made moves, like you mentioned the trade for DeJounte Murray, but the Rockets should still be at least competing for a play-in and maybe even a 7 or 8, which should probably be a realistic goal. Okay, when we come back, we'll do the misery index. We'll just go around college football and talk about what happened over the weekend. We didn't get to any of that really on yesterday's show. We'll get into more Astros as we get closer and closer to their first game of the postseason. Fromber versus Skubal. Astros ace versus the prohibitive favorite for the Cy Young. Should be a good matchup. Should be like a 2-hour game. Starts at about 1:30. You guys are done and get on with the rest of your day at about 3:35 or something like that. We'll see how it goes. Hopefully the Astros have a good day against Skubal. But I am not afraid of that Tigers lineup. We may not know their names, but we know the stats, and they have not been good hitting the baseball this year. So that game's coming up here right on ESPN 97.5. But before that, it'll be Gallant and George. And before that, we have one more hour to go. We will be back. We'll get to the misery index here shortly, but I was throwing out a stat somewhat recklessly about the Mariners and their quality starts. It wasn't that they had like 34 more quality starts than the next team. The average MLB team had 58 quality starts. The Mariners had 92, and yet they didn't make the playoffs because of their poor hitting. And as I said before, the Tigers aren't as bad as the Mariners, but they're bad enough that I'm not afraid of them. Now, that has to play out on the field. Well, with Fromber on the mound, I feel pretty good about the Astros in game one, even with Skubal, who Sean won't learn his first name until he proves that he should.
Oh, I know his first name.
But you won't say it correctly.
Yeah.
Until he proves that you should.
Or without sass.
Yeah, you do say it correctly with disdain.
Tarek.
Do I have to pull up the way he pronounces it again?
Tarek. Tarek.
There is some sass and disrespect there. Okay, speaking. Okay, just watch it. If he goes 7 scoreless, I'm going to look at you and go.
What if he's in his hotel room right now listening to this?
He would be late. If he's still in his hotel room, there'd be a problem. The Tigers would be searching.
I feel so much better if he's listening to this.
If he actually was in his hotel room fuming because of what you're doing, first of all, grow up, and not you, him. And
well, no, me too.
Yeah, well, you too, but him. He has a job to do.
I am doing pretty junior high stuff right now.
But it is our job. Well, we've set a standard where this is our job to do stuff like that. He's got, more responsibility than us right now. But if he wants to be shook by you, cool. It'll be an Astros victory a little later today. Okay. I'm sure these fan bases weren't acting maturely after their teams lost on Saturday. Hell, it almost happened on Friday if Miami would have not found a way to beat Virginia Tech.
Cheated. Yeah.
You can't blame the team for cheating because the refs decide to do something. You know how that never makes any sense when people do that? You guys are cheated. Wait, what? You think we paid the refs to make that call? Yeah.
Ask John Ruiz.
I was laughing. Yeah, okay. I was laughing at people making those claims. Yeah, but you're going to tell a Miami football fan that the refs are on their side? Someone who's watched Miami football for 30-something years, you're going to think the refs are on their side? Stop it.
I don't know.
Well, the problem was the ref on the field made a terrible call.
It took them 20 years, but now they're finally
they convinced them.
What if we just make Miami?
These are the good guys. We've changed.
You know, one of the 3 teams that people like watching in our conference. What if they just won games?
Well, sure, for ratings wise, but either way, someone's making the playoffs, so they'll get their money. But maybe 2 teams, if Clemson and Miami do it, so there may be a point there. Not a great one, but you can make your points if you want. That ball was never complete, but
no. It's just overturning it was wild, but also the call on the field
coming in and saying, "It's a catch, right?" Make it.
Yeah,
never a catch.
Yeah.
Stop it. So there could have been misery late on Friday.
Maybe Virginia Tech. Others are sitting votes.
Yeah,
on misery.
for the misery index, sure. But at the top of my list, I'm gonna go with Ole Miss fans.
Yeah.
Losing to Kentucky the way you did. Well, hell, just losing to Kentucky. That's the first thing. But losing the way you did, where Kentucky, who can't hit an explosive play to save their lives, goes for it inside their own 30 on 4th and 7 or 8 and hits a 60-something yard play on you, which leads to a touchdown, and then you eventually miss a field goal that would have tied the game. Ole Miss, who had national championship aspirations, and because of the 12-team playoff, they still are in the mix at the top of my misery index. The Ole Miss fans, I watched those fans as that kick was obviously going wide. There was the anticipation of maybe it going in, and then immediately it snapped to, oh no, because that kick had no chance. No chance.
Yeah, especially it being in
Oxford.
In Oxford, we got the immediate misery right there in our face.
We saw
it. See how miserable they were. Yeah, I mean, basically they just didn't play a real football game for the first 4 weeks of the season.
And they finally saw some athletes, even though they were Kentucky. But we saw Kentucky push Georgia. I mean, the problem for Kentucky is Brock Vandegrift, the Georgia transfer, is not that great at throwing the football. But they stuck in it. They played their game and went and beat Ole Miss in Oxford. Jackson Dart's Heisman odds decrease drastically, mostly because of the next game. Do we put Georgia on the list? I put them on the list, even though it was a close loss.
So Georgia in the first half would have been number 1.
Yes, because they were getting their ass kicked.
Yes.
They were outcoached. I think that's the biggest thing. They have a problem with Bama. They beat them the one time in the title game, so obviously some of that gets wiped away. But for the most part,
that's the only one that Kirby Smart has against.
For the
They're
most
1-6.
yeah, Alabama dominates Georgia with Kirby Smart at the helm of Georgia. And they went in there, that's Kalen DeBoer. That ain't Nick Saban. We're fine. We got the best coach in this matchup for once. And it turns out Kalen DeBoer figured out along with his staff that Georgia does not handle perimeter runs well. They for whatever reason, I think Kirby Smart talked about it, they were so concerned about Jalen Milroe. They gave so many free access throws where a guy would come off the line of scrimmage and no one would be near him because they were so afraid of how they had to defend Milroe that guy would run off the line 5 yards down the field and then he could just turn around and catch a pass and break a tackle and go get a first down. That was a lot of Alabama's offense. And then you throw in Milroe's running ability. It gave Georgia a lot of problems. So first half, certainly, because then you're looking at it and going, oh no. Kalen DeBoer, who's like 30 and 3 against Power 5 competition, so she took over at Washington and now is at Alabama. He can now outcoach us too. We thought at some point that would switch over to us, and now that staff is kicking our butt. That had to been a little scary. Now Carson Beck's deep balls kind of cleaned up some of it, but if I'm a Georgia fan and knowing you thought you got rid of Saban, well, that guy at Washington can't outcoach Kirby. Never mind, the guy at Washington was just in the national title game with the Washington team. Now they had some pros on it, but it was still Washington.
Yeah, no, I mean for right now, like short term, post Saban, they're going to be super fine because
he's recruiting well too.
Yeah,
as you should.
Yeah, because they have all of Saban's guys, and if anything, DeBoer can coach them up.
Yeah, that's one thing we know. That
it's about sustaining it. That's where it's. To me, it's not even a question mark. It's like Kalen DeBoer will not be able to sustain it the way the greatest coach of all time ever did.
Sure.
But there will be a drop off. But for all intents and purposes, like they are still a team to be taken very seriously. That's why all offseason when people put Ole Miss ahead of Alabama, I was just like,
silly.
Why?
Why?
Why? I get it. Like when you just throw up the graphic of how many people they added from the transfer portal, but it's like, but Alabama didn't need to add.
Yeah, they were fine. They were just in the playoff, and just secured the freakiest of freaks at wide receiver.
They lost a coach that was better than Lane Kiffin and hired a coach that's better than Lane Kiffin.
So exactly where is this advantage coming from Ole Miss?
Yeah. So to get back to the misery index, I think Georgia's on there. I'm not quite sure if they're number 2, maybe just because it was a high profile loss. And maybe you can say the fact that they got close. And, I'm sure Georgia fans out there were thinking that if the game was like 10 minutes longer, they would have won.
Or you would have scored.
Yeah.
And then Alabama would have came back and scored.
Yeah.
Yeah. So we'll see, because they still had Ryan Williams and you didn't have anyone to cover him. I got to throw Utah on there.
Yes.
They lose.
I think Utah's above Georgia.
You're probably right about that, because the Cam Rising thing has to be infuriating for them. He was a game time decision that we talked about last week. I ain't believing he's playing until he's out there. And he did not play. He did not play.
Sure didn't.
Zach Wilson's younger brother was out there, and as you might imagine, Zach Wilson's younger brother plays like Zach Wilson played in the NFL. If they could get Zach Wilson's younger brother to play like the BYU Zach Wilson, things would be fine. But he's young. He's a freshman, so he looks like it. And Utah's probably, from game to game, 10 points worse when he's the quarterback. And that's a giant difference from one quarterback to another. But the last time we saw Cam Rising, they were kicking Baylor's ass. And then he got hurt in that game, and all of a sudden they could do nothing. If Oklahoma State wasn't as fake as they were, they'd probably lose Oklahoma State. We saw what Oklahoma State did or got done to them by Kansas State on Saturday too. If you're Utah, you got Utah fans. Is our guy ever going to play?
Yeah.
Is he ever going to? Because if he doesn't, we got a chance to make the playoff. If he plays, if he doesn't play, we're going to be in ball games against everyone. And Arizona went in there, who lost to the aforementioned Kansas State, and went in there and beat them down because they have no semblance of a passing game, and it hurts what they want to do.
Yes, you come into the season and, like you said, into like game 3 of the season, thinking that you are the best team in this conference with your quarterback, and surely it won't happen again. That's our quarterback.
Can't happen again.
Maybe he misses a game, or like, oh yes, things happen, whatever. Nope, you're right back into like mysterious injury box, and when he doesn't play, you are like a mid-tier Big 12 team
You're
instead
Baylor.
of the favorite.
Although nice comeback by Baylor. They did lose to BYU, but they're down big and they came back and made it close. So that's 2 years in a row, as you mentioned, this Cam Rising thing. And it's just wild that they can't depend on him or Kyle Whittingham to tell them the truth. So they go. He's been dressed the last 2 weeks.
I do think the part of it is the coach. The shred. I mean, it's like the Astros. It's like following Astros injury updates, but it's the quarterback of your favorite team. That just imagine that. Put yourself in those shoes where you get updates. It seems like he's going to play, and then he just doesn't play.
And the reports are coming out. He's dressed. He's going through warm-ups, and then turns out, Isaac Wilson's taking snaps from the starting center. Oh, okay. I guess no Cam Rising, and not even healthy enough to come in to
save the day.
Save the day. He's dressed. He's out there. He's in full uniform, pulling a Russell Wilson, and is not available.
Yeah.
Okay. We move on to a team who I think should remain on the list.
I think they might be on this list until the end of the season.
Throughout the year. Mac Brown's own UNC Tar Heels, their fan base. They get their brains beat in by James Madison at home the previous week and then take a 20-point lead against the Manny Diaz-led Duke Blue Devils on the road in Durham and blow it. They I think were they up 17-0 at the half, then take a 20-0 lead, and then they don't score another point.
That's exactly what happened.
And Duke beats them 21-20, and on the final possession, quarterback's arm is hit. I think his name is Criswell. It floats, picked off by Duke. They win the game. So Mac Brown has dominated Manny since the moment he fired him, because they were both coaches in the ACC previous to this. Manny took over as a head coach at Miami, and Mac Brown beat his head in consistently. He scored on Manny when Manny was the DC in Miami in years before. So Mac Brown, since making that decision, has decided he was going to make Manny Diaz's life miserable as often as he could. They don't like each other, apparently. I think there's a report that the last time they faced off, there was no handshake at the end of the game.
I think I also heard that. Yes, there's some acrimony because Manny Diaz was Mac Brown's former defensive
DC
coordinator at
and
Texas.
Taysom Hill, who is still a big part of the Saints offense, embarrassed Manny and embarrassed Mac in Provo, and that was the end of Manny Diaz as the DC at Texas. Now he's made a career, didn't fare well at Miami beyond really 1 year of D'Eriq King, and that ended horribly because D'Eriq King tore his ACL. But he's been a good DC, was great at Penn State, got the Duke job, and now he's 5-0. So if you are a North Carolina fan, you think, okay, the James Madison thing sucks, but great, our team bounces back. We're up 20-0 against our rival. Didn't matter. Didn't score another point. They lose. I don't want to do this, but I got to throw the Cougs on the list. When you don't score a point in 2 conference games in a row, when you go scoreless week to week, back-to-back weeks, maybe you're not miserable because it's the first year of Willie Fritz, but the in-game experience has to be miserable.
Yes.
You watching your team go on the road at Cincinnati and don't score, and then come here and look even more futile against Iowa State in a game where Iowa State put touchdowns on the board late, but Iowa State wasn't doing anything. That Cougs defense was good enough to get them a win, a ranked win, but their offense, absolutely garbage.
Yes, I think it's more. This one is less existential as like Utah or even UNC,
but
where it's
watching game to game,
this is just the
it's
process of watching
miserable.
the game is so bad. Yeah, they have to score this week.
Really,
they must score.
They have to.
And now the worst part is when they do score, the broadcast is going to make a big deal out of it.
Yeah, you don't want the streak.
That's the bad
It happened
part.
last night in the Dolphins Titans game where the Dolphins hadn't scored since quarter 1 against the Bills. So and then they finally scored late in the fourth quarter against So you had one of those streaks. It's like a scoreless streak if you're a goalie in soccer or a goalie in hockey, where this guy hasn't given up a goal in so many minutes. That's what it was last night, and that's what it is for the Cougs, where we're going on 2 full football games, and who knows when they scored their I had to look it up. When's the last time they scored against Rice? in the previous week to know. So we're at least 80 plus minutes. No, 120 plus minutes of football.
They scored with 10 minutes left in the fourth quarter against Rice.
So we're talking 170 minutes or so of football. No, 130 minutes or so of football.
Yeah.
It's not a good experience.
No, and it's like when your team doesn't score in basketball and they throw in college. This really only happens in college basketball, where they put up the graphic no field goals in the last, and it's just a running time of like
Tick,
9
tick,
minutes.
tick, tick, tick.
And you're like, wait, how are we still in this game? We haven't hit a field goal in 9 minutes.
You're Kelvin Sampson.
College basketball.
You're Kelvin Sampson. You play great defense.
Yeah, yes. That'd be one thing if the Cougs were playing great defense. Though.
Yeah, they were.
If they're losing these games,
well, the
10 to
Iowa State
nothing,
game was the one where they were playing great defense until the dam finally broke. And our final one, this one comes off the list because of an injury. The Florida State fans, they're no longer miserable because DJ Uiagalelei is hurt. So he won't start again for them for at least a couple weeks. Now, there's no thought that Brock Glenn is good, but at least he isn't DJ U.
It's different. It's different bad.
Yeah, it's different bad. It'll give them a reason to watch against Clemson. That reason will quickly be wiped away when Clemson's up 21-0 in the first quarter. If we follow what Clemson has been doing the last couple weeks since losing to Georgia. But they come off the list. Not because they put in a good performance. It's just because the quarterback they no longer want to see won't be playing for them for at least a couple weeks. He broke a finger, I believe.
Yes, I think that's what it was. They're out on parole right now.
Yes.
Of the misery index.
Yes. We'll see how they feel at home watching Clemson run all over them.
If they lose by 17, I think they're not on the misery index. If they lose by more than 17, they probably are.
I think change for the sake of change is going to keep them off of it for a little bit.
I don't know if Brock Glenn just sucks.
Well, we know he's not good.
But if he sucks, if he's meaningfully worse than DJU, which you would assume he is, considering DJ was starting over him,
and he was not good and still playing.
Oh my God, Clemson's only 14-point favorite.
That was the surprise. If you want to go to mybookie.ag and put some money down now, particularly now, unless you think there's like this backup quarterback boost and they'll play better because they don't have to deal with DJU anymore. I don't feel that way.
I mean, they can play better and still lose. By 17.
They got run off the field by SMU.
I was mentally putting the line at probably 20. And
you would think.
Yeah, and then 14. Wow.
And Brock Glenn isn't even their quarterback of the future. They have a freshman that they brought in who they like. They're just not going to play. So maybe Brock Glenn takes a beating the next couple weeks, and maybe the freshman gets in after that. All right. Misery index over. You never want to be on the list because that means your team had an awful Saturday, and you probably did too. We'll come back, and we'll hear from Joe Espada. He talked about the challenge of facing the Tigers overall, not just from Scooble, but what the Tigers bring, how they made the playoffs. We'll hear from him when we come back. But first, let's talk about MyBookie. I mentioned MyBookie in a place where you can make some money. If you love that line, Clemson, Florida State, maybe you want to jump on that Clemson side. You have some time before Saturday. Use the promo code BET975 to take advantage of all MyBookie has to offer. Particularly, the promo code gives you the opportunity, or at least gives MyBookie the opportunity to match what you deposit. Why wouldn't you want to do that? You put in $200, they'll match it. And they'll match that all the way up to $1,000. So whether it be Major League Baseball today with the Astros getting started, or maybe you're going to put some money down on another game. We got hockey in full flow with the preseason. Hell, the NBA training camps are coming up, which means preseason games are coming up. So that's another place where you can take advantage of what MyBookie has to offer. Of course, remember, MyBookie Plus is their tiered loyalty program. The more you play, the more chances you have to win prizes. MyBookie will take care of you with MyBookie Plus. Just go to mybookie.ag and check out everything they have to offer. That's bet on anything, anywhere, anytime at mybookie.ag.
The Del Olaleye Show continues.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's your host, Del Olaleye.
Okay, we'll get to a spotter here shortly, but first, we take calls as long as you use your name. We'll get to you as quickly as possible, your real name. If you don't know what that means, yeah, you haven't listened to the show, maybe you're new, but we have a lot of people calling under different names, that particularly ones that aren't their own. But if you call with your real one, we'll get to you as quickly as possible. So that's why we get to Julian right now. Julian wants to talk about TV. What's up, Julian?
What it is, Josh Turkey.
Can I ask you something, Julian? Can I ask you something before you go on?
Yes.
How come you don't have a little pithy thing for John and Lance? You just do the regular thing. You got the Jive Turkey thing with us. You haven't developed something for them?
Because I have more fun on this show than I do over there.
Well, true. That shows a miserable experience. Understood. All right.
Are we gonna cry about it, Dale?
No, I'm just asking questions because I'm trying to figure out the difference between my show, and that show, and how you take it in. But you have a reasonable explanation.
Your show's more fun. I've established something else different on this show than I do on that one. On that one, I'm going to talk mainly about sports, and I'm going to sometimes have a stick or two, to jab in the wheels of the Texan spokes. But over here with you, I'm going to talk TV. I'm going to make stupid jokes, and it's just a different environment.
Understood. It's not about sensitivity. I'm just inquisitive. I just wanted to know. All right. All right. What's the TV show you want to bring up?
So, Gangs of London on Netflix. There's
I love
2
it.
seasons, and I think there's going to be a third. I think it was confirmed that there is one. Dude, that's a legit show. I like the character development of God, dog, and now I can't think of his name, Elliot. I like the character development of him. I think the brother, the dopehead, is starting to find his own niche too, of not just being this useless.
Yeah, Billy.
Dopehead.
Yeah, Billy's Billy since the
The
jump.
mom. Say that again.
Yeah, Billy. He's one who seemed kind of useless, and then as the show has gone on, he's found himself. I agree.
Sean.
Do you want?
Sean is pretty ruthless.
Yeah, I don't know if I want to give away or talk a lot about Sean because there's a giant cliffhanger in season 1 that I don't want to give away for people. Gangs of London, I watched it. I think it's originally a BBC America show. At least it was distributed here through BBC America. Now it's on Netflix. You can watch. You have Catelyn Stark. She plays the mom of a crime family. The whole show begins with the father of that crime family dying at some point, and they're trying to find out who did it. So it's really good. He mentioned Sean. Sean Wallace is the character. Joe Cole is the actor, not the former English soccer player, obviously, but he was in Peaky Blinders. He played one of the brothers in Peaky Blinders. So you'll recognize a couple of the faces, even if you don't know their names. I'm in. I've watched the first 2 seasons. When season 3 comes back, I'll be watching that too.
One last thing. It's Brocktober, baby. We're going to rock out with the Brock out.
Well, okay. I guess you didn't plan on calling. No, it's the other one that gets them suspended for a week. Okay.
Yes, yeah.
That one annoys me too, but I didn't set the ground rules, so I can't hit him with that. Can't make up rules on the fly.
No. If anything, we're consistent here.
I'm a fair and patient judge and jury and executioner. So we'll let him go because I did not set the ground rules for that. Yeah, Gangs of London. Check that one out on Netflix. It's really good. The first season is really violent. I need to mention that. We're talking about stylistic, but super violent. Season 2 is not as bad, if I remember correctly, but they got you hooked. There is a fight with a hatchet. I would call it a butcher knife. And then a cleaver too. That had me just because I hate knives. I hate stabbing in TV. But that one, I think it's maybe halfway through the season. Nuts. So Gangs of London on Netflix. And he is right. Gangs of London is officially back in production for season 3, according to their Instagram. So you can wait. Maybe you want to watch them all in bulk, or maybe you just want to get season 1 and 2 out of the way and then wait, because they went back in production in October of last year. So depending on the cycle, we've talked about this, how long it takes for a season to come out. They should be coming out, hopefully, maybe early 2025 or so. So we'll see. Gangs of London. Good show. Watch it. If you like crime family, you like London accents, it's the show for you. And they're more understandable than Peaky Blinders.
So stabbings is not.
Shooting doesn't bother me, but like a stab. Ooh, I hate knives going into people. I can't stand it. Despite me loving Anna de Armas doing it in the trailer for Ballerina.
Yeah, inconsistent.
Yes.
How do you feel about flamethrowers and/or?
I told you how cool that looked. I love that. I told you that was cool. Despite how dumb it may sound, the trailer made it look really cool. I don't know. I think because the anticipation of the entire fight with the hatchet and the meat cleaver shook me, because the knives in the trailer kind of unexpected. It's like this quick, and you're done. This one, you see the guy holding this, and you know this is going to be someone's death because of him holding it. You're like, oh no, this thing is going to land at some point, maybe in the head. Like in the Ballerina, it's like the quick jabs to the midsection. You don't even see it really. This one is like, oh, this one's going in his head. And those ones are tough. Like when it gets stuck in the neck, can't do it.
Okay.
But there it is. So yeah, Gangs of London, really good. If you can deal with the violence, it's a good show. Even the story is good itself. Okay. I don't need Scuba to get shivved or anything, but I do need him to go down.
But if you see
today.
him walking into the stadium,
no. I'm not. I don't want that on my.
If
my
you can
jacket.
recognize them,
No.
not in uniform.
I don't need any jack. I don't need anything that suggests I thought that was a good idea. I'm not even gonna say that's the opinion of Sean Mays, because I don't even think Sean thinks it's a good idea.
He's already in Minute Maid Park. He's safe.
Unless he is listening to us, and then we're in good shape, because he can't get away from the radio because you've been trashing him for the last 2 hours.
Yes. Then don't bother with your switchblade,
because the Astros are going to take it to him no matter what. Yeah. Hopefully that happens. Well, there is a team of Tigers beyond Scooble. I mean, we don't know any of their names, but Joe Espada, I assume he's done his scouting. Here's Joe Espada on the challenge of the Tigers and what they've done to get here.
Yeah, if you really watch their game, they have matured a lot as a club. They're swinging the bats really well. Making fewer mistakes that you probably saw in a younger club early in the season. And they're playing with a lot of energy, and they're playing good baseball. So there is that emotional aspect of a team when they start believing in themselves. That's kind of what you see out of this Tigers team. So I'm expecting a pretty good series here, and we'll be ready for it. You know what?
They finished the month 17-8. Now they were 17-6, and then they clinched, so they lost a couple games to the White Sox that didn't matter. But the Tigers have been hot. I get complimenting them, but they weren't that great in the month of September hitting the baseball. In fact, I think in the month of August their OPS was higher. So they've been hot. Obviously, it was a remarkable story the way that they fought back and got into the playoffs. Certainly unexpected, but as an overall lineup, nothing to be afraid of. The hope is they don't get enough pitching, and Scooble's the one guy you really have to worry about. They don't have a full rotation full of guys that can come in here and shut you down, at least on reputation and what they've done so far. Of course, every game is a different season, Sean. So you never know. You never know what's going to happen from game to game. But Scooble is the one, and you want to get, if you get game one, you feel pretty good about your chances the rest of the way. But you do have to get game one. And the Astros try to do that. The news that broke right before our show started is that Yordan Alvarez is not only on the roster, the wild card roster, he's in the lineup. He'll be batting second and DHing. The other news that broke is that Justin Verlander is not on the wild card roster, and that was to be expected. So everyone else that you could kind of think about whether they would be there or not is there. Chas McCormick, despite not playing for not an insignificant amount of time leading up to the postseason, he's there. He's done playing T-ball, or as they say, hitting off a tee. So he'll be active. He's not in the lineup today, but you're at as full of strength as you can be, particularly with your bats. And we'll see how they fare against the likely Cy Young Award winner. I asked this question because we got almost no calls about the Astros on the morning show, unless we were pumping it up. We did our pump up segment and people called in about that. I don't want to say complacent, but do we have the thought that this is just the Tigers and it's like, hey, sure it's the playoffs, but it's the Tigers. We're gonna move on, and the real stuff starts in the divisional round.
Yes.
The only reason we're here is because we started so poorly, but this is a team that played well enough over the course of the season to really be in the divisional round, having a first round or wild card round bye. We're like, the playoffs really start in the next round. Is that where we are?
I think that's where we are. I just think that's the mood of the fan base, is just kind of, we have to play these games to get to the real playoffs. And I think because it's the Tigers, there's not a lot of...
They're rather anonymous.
Yeah. I mean, you said that you think that Joe Espada knows their names. He didn't say anyone's name in the clip that we played. He didn't say...
That's true.
He didn't single out a single player.
That's true.
He was like, no, they grew a lot as a team. They got some tough guys over there. That's all he said. It's gonna be a good series.
I cannot say you're wrong because I heard the clip.
He didn't go like,
he didn't mention the
watch
name.
out for Torkelson.
Well, that's the name you're going to keep pulling. Clearly, I'm going to assume he knows their names.
Okay.
I don't know that to be a fact because he didn't utter any names.
I guess they also put out their lineup.
Yeah.
Hold on. I can find their lineup.
It
didn't even occur to me that if the Astros put out the lineup,
the Tigers would too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's how little...
this little concern you have over this series. It seems like all the games will be on ABC. It'll be a Yankee-centric broadcast, and I say that because Michael Kay and Todd Frazier will be the people on ABC. So I don't know how much they'll mention the Yankees. I can imagine they will. You're going to hear a Yankee perspective, at least if they start talking about them. They'll probably go pretty deep because those are the guys who cover that team on a day-to-day basis. So that's why I tell you to listen to us, not me specifically. I won't be calling the games, not my job. But starting at 1, the pregame show will begin on ESPN 97.5, and then the game itself at 1:30 will be here on ESPN 97.5, and then we'll lead into the Killer Bees depending on when the game ends. So you don't have to change the channel.
No,
you can listen to us throughout the day, and you'll get your fill of Astros baseball.
You'll hear Paul and Joe. You'll hear the pregame show, and then you'll hear Matt Vierling step in to lead things off for the Tigers before Justin Henry Malloy bats second, and then Riley Green bats third.
I'm so out on the Tigers. When you initially said that guy's name, I thought you were talking about the play-by-play guy for the game today on ESPN Radio. And then I realized, oh, wait a minute, that's a Tiger. Wait a minute.
You got Andy Ibanez batting cleanup.
The great Andy Ibanez.
Winsel Perez. I don't know.
I'm going to go to the pronunciation.
My guy, Spencer Torkelson.
You said Winsel Perez. Let's see how he pronounces his name.
Is there no guide?
There is. It's just not playing. Let's see. I'll try this again. Winsel Perez.
Okay. Winsel Perez.
Perez.
Parker Meadows. Do we have a pronunciation on Parker Meadows?
I don't think they did that for Parker Meadows.
Jake Rogers. By the way, all the the MLB app that has the lineups, they only have the last names, so I have to click on each one of their names.
They have
because I don't know any of their first names.
They actually do have a pronunciation guide for every Tiger, but I don't think we need to know how to say Parker Meadows. I think that one's pretty clear.
How about starting at shortstop and batting ninth, Trey Sweeney?
Pretty obvious.
Think I got that one right?
Yeah, I think you're right.
And
so that's the Tigers lineup. If you knew any of them, congratulations. this show can't say that it did.
You probably play fantasy baseball or something.
Something like that. We got one more segment to go before we wrap it up and get to Gallant and George, as they'll take you all the way to 1 o'clock. That will start the official pregame for Astros Tigers. We're doing an unofficial one here, and Gallant and George will continue. One more segment here. We will be back.
You're back inside the Veritex Community Bank Studios with Del Olaleye. I mean, you're not actually in the studio, but if you watch ESPN Houston's YouTube channel, it's kind of like you are. No, not really? Okay.
Some realignment news that doesn't actually affect football. The Zags going to the Pac-12. They'll be in the Pac-12 in 2026. So the Zags, the question is, are they playing in a better basketball conference now than they will be in 2026? Think about who's in that conference. Oregon State, not great at basketball. Washington State, not great at basketball. San Diego State, really good at basketball. Recent Final Four participant. Colorado State, no. Fresno State, no. They're probably going into a weaker conference.
I think it's stronger. Because the WCC, it's like.
Well, St. Mary's is always battling.
San Diego State's better than
BYU is in there, and there can be a tournament team from time to time.
Are they in the WCC? No,
They were.
They're in the Pac-12,
Well,
they're in the Big 12.
They were.
Oh,
they joined the Big 12 obviously this year, right? Or did they join it last year?
Last year.
So they had BYU on their
until last year.
Santa Clara, US. I don't know. I think San Diego State's the only team I can think of that's consistently good. That's going to be in the Pac-12.
The bottom is also lower on those teams. On Santa Clara.
Santa Clara, I'm trying to see. Pepperdine. I'm thinking about it. I'm trying to think of who the new
because it's basically the Mountain West. They just added top half of the Mountain.
Yeah, but San Diego
West.
State's really the only team in the Mountain West who's any good in basketball right now. Right? Who else would you think of? Colorado State's been okay, maybe.
All these teams freaking stink. I don't know.
Oh, look at you speaking
about?
From the Texas perspective.
Yes.
San Diego State doesn't stink.
No, San Diego State's good. San Diego State and Gonzaga are so far the only two teams that I'm like, when I see them on a schedule, I'm like, those are good. Every other team, they just stink, and the gyms are as big as a high school gym.
This is why I'm saying I think they left a better basketball conference. Not that it matters to them. They're doing it for different reasons. They can be the big dog in the Pac-12 in basketball like they were in the West Coast Conference.
I don't think it matters.
No, it was just an offhanded thought.
I think San Francisco is worse than the University of San Francisco is worse at basketball than Colorado State.
You don't know that.
I don't, but I'm just gonna assume.
I'm just gonna assume.
All these guys, all the teams in the WCC, all their like famous alumni, it's like Bill Russell, and because he went to San Francisco.
Unless they were a Zag.
Yes, or Steve Nash at Santa Clara, which was 30 years
ago. USF, the San Francisco version, made the NIT last year.
Congratulations to them.
I'm just saying, it was just an offhanded thought that I think the conferences are comparable as far as strength. Gonzaga.
Let's pull up KenPom.
Gonzaga will have a better competition because of San Diego State. They will actually not have a free path to the conference championship. That is correct. Now that they're joining the new Pac-12. But to Sean's point, overall, neither conference is one that you should fear. But he comes initially from the Big 12, and now he's in the SEC, so he thinks everybody's lesser than.
Okay, so I think this is last year's KenPom rankings. Gonzaga was 12th in the WCC. San Diego State was 22nd. Oh, St. Mary's was 20th.
I told you St. Mary's is pretty good.
I mean, we're talking 20 to 22nd. And then New Mexico. I'm just looking for Mountain West or WCC schools. Colorado State 36th. Nevada 40th. Boise State 44th. The Mountain West is good.
Don't trust KenPom.
yeah.
Miami,
Utah State was 51. I don't even know if they're in the.
Miami made the Final Four, and KenPom had them as like one of his 40th, like 30th best teams throughout the season.
San Francisco 65th.
I was mostly thinking
UNLV.
I was thinking mostly because BYU had been good and they were in the conference, but but they've been in the Big 12 now a little bit, so that's gone. They're comparable, but yes. Gonzaga will dominate either one, except San Diego State will be there to challenge them more consistently than the others in the West Coast Conference have.
Santa Clara 109. Steve Nash ain't walking through that door.
While you're doing that, we'll get to more college sports. We did not talk about the AP poll at all. The big change was obviously Alabama jumping to number 1. They jump up to number 1 because of what they did to Georgia, and rightfully so. And we did talk about this. None of it really matters right now, but your AP top 10. After a week of change, you had a couple of top 10 teams lose, and even one almost lose. So Alabama has 40 first place votes. Texas 19. Ohio State still with 4. I think they entered last week with 5, so they only lost 1 of their first place votes, despite only playing Michigan State. Tennessee at 4. Georgia falls 3 spots to 5. Oregon 6. Penn State 7. Miami drops to 8 after their close call. Missouri and Michigan round it out. It's fine. Yeah, there's nothing drastic about it. The Alabama jumping up 3 spots, well deserved.
Yeah, I think that's something we talked about going into the game, that the winner of that game was probably going to be number 1.
for a few short weeks, or maybe they continue to win, but that can all change in a couple weeks. We're into the month of October where bigger conference games are going to happen. And on I don't know if it'll be it's set up as a doubleheader, but you have two big SEC games where you have Alabama facing Tennessee and Georgia facing Texas on the same day. Yeah. So this will all change at some point, but for now, I think the poll is pretty accurate. You have Georgia being punished for a close loss, but not too bad, and you allowed or had Oregon and Penn State after Oregon's dominant win at UCLA, Penn State beating a conference team, a ranked conference team. They jump up over a Miami team who struggled as a 17-point favorite. So all makes some sense, and it'll all shake out as we go forward. We are done for the day. Gallant George will have a 1-hour show leading up to Tigers Astros, Skubal versus Fromber, game one of that series, game one of the entire playoffs, as all the games will follow the Astros and Tigers. Since we're done for the day, what does that mean, Sean?
We did it!
We are done. Continue to listen to ESPN 975 all day. We're not the home for your Astros, but you can hear Astros baseball here coming up here shortly. I'll talk to you tomorrow.
It's finally here. Playoff season. The Astros' inevitability challenged once again. This time with a fake round of the playoffs that I don't understand how it works. Hello and welcome aboard Gallant George. It is the first day of October, a Tuesday, 2024. We are your 1 hour pregame before you hear the Astros and Tigers in the wild card round of the American League playoffs right here on ESPN Houston. Joe George is here. Sean Mapes is here. Joe, vibes. Where you at?
Oh, I'm just glad real baseball is here, Paul.
This isn't real baseball.
It's playoff baseball?
No, it's not. This is a fake round, and I'm annoyed that we even have to do this.
Vibes are good. Yordan Alvarez is in the lineup. He was batting second. Now he's batting third. I guess they just felt that had to make one change on us before the games got started today. The vibes are good. That right there alone, I think just even though they said they're not totally sure about what he's going to look like on the base pass, the fact that Yordan Alvarez is in this lineup, we talked about it yesterday, it's a totally different series. He's the best player on this team.
He can't slide. Jose Altuve might have something to say about that, but as Joe Espada said, he's better than 70 to 80% of players in baseball, even if he is banged up like this. So he made the Astros roster, as did a couple of other people that were a bit surprised about, maybe thinking just about what they've contributed this year. Jazz McCormick made it. Caleb Ferguson made it. Not unexpected. Ronel Blanco and Spencer Arrighetti made the roster. Justin Verlander did not make the Astros wild card series roster.
I'm not surprised. I don't think he's going to be a bullpen arm for the Astros ever. Whether it's this round or the next round or the next round or the next round. I just don't think he's going to pitch out of the bullpen. Like, he seems like it's starter or bust for JV. So in this series, in a 3-game series, when he's 100% not starting, when it's going to be, I don't even know if they've announced the order yet, but some order of Hunter Brown and Yusei Kikuchi for game 2 and 3, JV just doesn't need to be on the roster. I don't think he's going to do that. I don't think it's in something that he necessarily wants to do. I'm not even sure if it's something he's capable of doing. I mean, how long does it take, no offense, an old man and Justin Verlander to warm up in the bullpen?
Whoa.
Old man in baseball terms.
I'm a little sensy today.
He's got an old arm. Are we getting closer to not being?
I mean, my wrist barely works right now. Going through some issues from a body standpoint. A little sore from the gym yesterday. Depends on what you're asking about.
Golf?
Righty for most sports things, and I eat with my left hand.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah.
Was that because there's always
no? It's so stupid the way the British
people
do it. The British are morons. They do this thing where it's polite to put your fork and knife down and then switch hands and then go back, because they did this. I don't know why they did this, but it just makes way more sense to eat with the fork in your left hand and the knife in your right hand. So I've been doing this my whole life. I'm not doing this dumb British thing where I put it down so I can show some sort of decorum. No, I'm going to vacuum this stuff down.
I do the same thing. So I also eat with my left hand. It's the only thing I do with my left hand.
Okay.
So
there are other things I do with my left hand, but I'm just talking about the dinner table.
Gotcha.
Right? Okay. Like, again, I used to be a left-handed kid, and the Catholics forced me to stop. They did. They hit me with rulers.
Oh. They took away scholarship money from you?
No, they just. Well, I mean,
there are left-handed scholarships in some colleges. That is the thing that you can get like $1,000 or $2,000 if you're a lefty.
They thought I had a disability and that I was going to be a future devil, so they beat me with rulers until eventually I stopped, and I stopped.
Gotcha.
But I rebelled at the dinner table. Okay.
Because Paul went to school in 1780.
I did. I'm that old. That's why I'm sensitive to your commentary about Justin Verlander today. So we'll see what happens. Tarek Skubal is on the hill for the Tigers. He's the best pitcher in the American League this year. I really only have one request of the Astros, and it's to be a little more patient. I know that their aggression is part of what makes them as good as they are at the plate, specifically with Jose Altuve, who we could very well see have 3 1-pitch at-bats.
Yep.
Just given who he is. I'd like to see them work the count, because I feel like if they get to a point where the Tigers have to use bullpen arms early, that's going to put them at a disadvantage for game 2. If you didn't hear AJ Hinch before today's game, AJ Hinch said it's Tarek Skubal for game 1, pitching chaos the rest of the way. So force some chaos on them, because that's what they've been doing. They've been doing some really, I think, impressive MacGyvering of arms over the course of this year. And that's why they have the best record in baseball since August 10th. That's why they finished the year 31-13. It's why they and the Houston Astros are the 2 hottest teams in baseball, technically, over the last couple of months. And for the Astros, I mean, they've been the best team in baseball since June.
Yeah, I mean, if I expect first pitch swing to try to, lead the game off with Jose Altuve. After that at bat, I'm with you. I'm always pro try to hit a home run for Jose Altuve on the first pitch of the game, just because it's worked so many times, especially in the playoffs. Like, he has just so many memorable moments where it's the first pitch of the game and he's sending that thing into the Crawford boxes. After that at bat, I'm with you. Like, give me some patience. Try to get him out. If you can get Skubal out of the game in like the 6th, the 5th inning would be great. But you got to drive with the pitch count, because he's likely going to be very effective. This game is going to come down today, most likely, to which team has the better bullpen. And that should be the Astros. But if you let Skubal stay in through 7, then you limit your window of opportunity on the other side. So you're right. You got to get him out of the game as soon as possible, because he's absolutely incredible.
They had 4 runs off him earlier this year. Different part of the season for the Tigers, who have been a completely different team since they had a 0.2% chance of making the playoffs on August 10th, and really a completely different team since the trade deadline. They sold a lot of pieces, and these young guys have come up, and to their credit, they have done a very good job. But I refuse to go through an 161 game regular season and lose my arrogance. I feel like I spend 3 hours a night watching Astros baseball over the course of the regular season. And you guys all know I don't enjoy regular season baseball. I do all of this so that I can be the most arrogant POS, condescending, talking down to, overlooking everybody person I can. I don't even want to know how this playoff series works. I get it. They only need to win 2 games. I wish I didn't know that. I really wish I didn't know that it was a 2-game series. I refuse to remember anyone's name other than Tarek Skubal on this Tigers team, including AJ Hinch. I forgot about him. Who's he? I don't know. He's their manager.
I think he thinks he's a comedian now. He's making the jokes the other day about, playoff experience, and then this little trying to say there's chaos after Skubal. That's a ploy. That's trying to get people to be overconfident. I think that's trying to make the Astros be like, oh, they're screwed if they lose. If they don't win game 1, this series is over.
If that's his stand-up comedy routine, then he would have bombed harder than I did before Donnell Rawlings at the Houston Improv.
It could be worse. I think it might have been Seattle. Do you remember Joe Biagini? Were you here for that?
No.
He was this relief pitcher the Astros got from the Blue Jays. He was part of the no-hitter that year. But he prided himself of being a stand-up comedian, basically, at press conferences.
Okay.
In his first press conference, he tried to make a bunch of jokes, and not a single one was funny. It was a tough
man, and
it was a tough look.
If we know anything about sports media, these people will laugh at anything
because they want to be free friends.
I've done it myself. I have. You're trying to disarm the person speaking so that he'll say more. Mm-hmm. You're trying to charm him into blabbing and giving you a quote to work with. But it's all about getting to Tarek Skubal today. And from Framber Valdez's perspective, this Tigers lineup is one that he should be able to decimate. It's not a very good lineup. There's only really one bat, I think, of consequence in it. Spencer Torkelson would have been the guy I talked about last year. And, their center fielder, whose name I refuse to remember, Parker Meadows. I'm going to forget it by the time the end of this segment is over. By the time the segment ends, those are the only 2 guys of consequence, I think, that are in this lineup. Framber should work. He can't have any bad innings, though, and he can't get a little crazy on the mound. We know how he is. He's just got to calm, goose fraba. Don't F anything up, dude.
Yeah, even if he doesn't have a perfect start, just don't unravel. If you have an inning where you give up 2 runs, your offense should be able to overcome. Just don't unravel. We talked about it yesterday. If there's a ground ball that just, out in front of you a little bit that Yainer Diaz can't get to, don't, stay cool, calm, and collected. You don't exactly have an elite first baseman there today. I think Caratini's playing first base today for the Astros. So, don't get right into the glove. Nice and easy. Just a little soft toss.
Well, yeah, soft toss when he's fielding.
Yeah, when he's fielding. Yeah, just don't.
Honestly, I'm cool with him.
Airmail it.
I'm cool with him. Not if the ball goes to him, I'm cool with him just eating it.
Oh, I'm good with that too.
Just let the guy get the first. It's only bad things can happen when you try to do stuff.
Underhanded. Just underhand.
No, because if he underhands it, he'll try to underhand it through his legs. I mean, he will do NBA street things out on the diamond. Okay,
I'm just trying to think of a way to where he can throw the ball where it doesn't go past the first baseman. That's all I need to roll it to him. Just
no.
We've seen it before.
Because if he rolls it, there's also disaster that can happen.
I think as long as it's a play at first base, he's generally okay. It's been a disaster when there's been traffic on the base.
Yes.
And then he has to make a decision about going to home, third, second, or first. And he kind of panics a little bit.
And he just makes the wrong one. And
then he makes a bad throw. So as long as that doesn't happen today, I feel good about Framber. You know what? He needs this. He hasn't been, the ace you want him to be in the postseason at all times.
He sucked last postseason.
Yeah.
Frankly, he sucked. He's the reason the Astros went home early. The offense also. And there are other guys that we're hoping wake up this time around. But Framber has to be calm. Speaking of those other names that need to wake up, there is one more, and this is, I think, put up or shut up time for him when it comes to getting the respect he thinks he's owed. Who is that? You'll find out next. It's Gallant George. He is Joe. I am Paul. Sean behind the glass. 713-780-3776 to call. To text, you can join us on YouTube at ESPN Houston or on Twitch at ESPN 975. Stick around.
It's Gallant and George.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant and Joe George.
He is Joe. I am Paul. Kyle Tucker, big dog. It's time to make it happen in the postseason. Because while Fromber was frustrating last year, you know Fromber's got that in him. When things hit the fan, he tends to get in his own head. We had seen it a couple of times in the regular season leading up to it. Kyle Tucker is back from the bone bruise. I think the Houston Chronicle had an article that came out about what exactly the Astros medical staff does here. I also think that they refuse to comment on it. But if Tucker is out there, I don't care what percentage he's at. If you want to get the respect from this organization, you're going to have to earn it by force. And it starts with playing way better in this year's postseason than you did in last. Because last year's postseason, he was a liability.
Yeah, I mean, if you want a $300 million contract from this team, like if you want to be the guy that convinces Jim Crane to break every rule he's ever had, it starts with this. You got to produce in the postseason. You can't be the highest paid player and have a super long contract and do something that no Astro has ever gotten before and choke in the playoffs. Like Tucker has to, if they want to win the World Series, Tucker has to be better, because when you have your 1 through 4 of Altuve, Jordan, or I guess now it's Altuve, Tucker, Jordan, Diaz, it's the best 1 through 4 maybe in the postseason right now, maybe in all of baseball with the way that Yainer Diaz played this year. Tucker's got to be Tucker. Like, he doesn't need to be MVP Tucker that he was before he got hurt, but he's got to be so much better than he was last year.
Jose Abreu was better than Kyle Tucker in last year's ALCS.
Gross. That's so gross. It's obviously true, but it's gross.
Their 1 through 4 actually wasn't bad. It was 5 through 9, a black hole. They could not do anything in the ALCS. And I know Kyle Tucker's not there. And before today's game, Tucker's moving into the 2 spot. Yordan Alvarez, who is on the Astros American League wild card roster, he is hitting 3rd. If Tucker wants to get paid either by the Astros or anywhere, I feel like a good postseason the whole way through is going to be necessary. We're not just talking a catch or a home run against the Phillies. Because in that series, he did have those moments, but doesn't make up for the rest of the series. He could have been better in that series too. So it's the wild card series. It barely counts. I know that all these people from Detroit are really happy to be down here. And I am happy for AJ Hinch. I'm happy for those young players. I still don't respect them. And I look at the Astros, and I would think to myself, if the Astros are going to blow this, I mean, it's going to be a massive embarrassment, a massive black eye.
I mean, and even the worst part, I mean, because like I'm with you about this series. The problem obviously is that it is only a 3-game series. So if you make one bad game today from Fromber, or it could be tomorrow from Hunter Brown or Kikuchi, whoever's pitching, it's just it's such a dice roll in such a short series. Like that's the hard part. I like this better. I'm glad we're still not in the era of the 1-game wild card. That would be even worse. That's like the worst. That was the dumbest thing baseball was doing. It was just, you play 162 games or 161 games, and then one playoff game decides if you go home or not. So at least this is a 3-game series, but they have to be, on point in today's game, because if you lose it, it just puts you in a bind where, because I want to be like right there with you, that like, I don't want to take this series seriously, but it's just such a short series that so much can go wrong so fast.
Man,
you're
bringing that Bears energy in here, bro.
I just like a 5-game series. I give me 5 games. I hate a 3-game series.
Why? It should have been a 1-game, because there should be no wild card round. It should be as it was before. 4 teams making the postseason was perfect. It actually means that the regular season matters. 6 teams making it is ridiculous. I hate it. I hate this round. I have no respect for it, and it's annoying that the Astros have to play in this. That's how I feel. I don't care about the game time. I know we didn't touch on this yesterday. It's annoying the game's at 1:30, but it's more annoying that they are playing this round. This round is BS. It is garbage. It's just not real. I'm so annoyed that this is the round that they're in.
It is annoying that the game's at 1:30. I will say annoying, I think, is the perfect word for it.
You won the division. You got what? You got to play an extra round?
I can't believe people get so upset about the game time still. Like, it's just kind of, we all know.
Well, you have to skip work. That part's annoying. It's not like people are going to show up there on time anyway, so.
We know that's how they treat the Astros in the playoffs.
Like, we're used to it now. If you want to use it as a chip on your shoulder, fine. Really, all I'm annoyed by is that if I were at work, I would feel, damn, I can't watch this live. I'm going to have to watch it on the DVR. I'm going to have to avoid internet for the next couple of hours. That's very hard to do when you got a smartphone. It's hard. And all it takes is one person texting you like, oh, you see what happened, man? Like, then that's it. That spoils it for you. So that's what bums it up for me. I saw the Astros had these cute little, you can get out of work notes. And they're cute. But you can't get out of work. Like, you wouldn't actually be able to show that to your boss.
Yeah, it's a tough thing to be like, I'm taking vacation to watch a playoff baseball game. You know, everyone only gets so many vacation days, PTO days in a year. It's tough to be like, yeah, I'm going to skip work for all the wild card and ALDS games that are going to be during the day and inconvenient to the rest of us. But, like, it is annoying. I'm just ready for it to be here. Like, I'm curious. I'm fascinated what the crowd's going to look like today. Like, I'm curious, like, how many people are going to, like, it's going to be full, I would imagine.
I don't know. I truly have no idea. Yeah, this is early, and it's a round of the playoffs that no one here takes seriously because it is unbecoming that we're in it. We are above this. It's like we have been put in business class and we paid for first class tickets.
Well, even like the next round doesn't matter. Like, you know, I saw people tweeting about this, and I remember this when I worked at Lids. I remember like in 2019 when I was working there, and everyone was like, oh, it's the Astros playoffs. And they would get all this cool like ALDS gear, and then none of it sold because even that for Astros fans feels beneath them.
Yeah.
I see people tweet, they're like, I'll buy World Series gear when they get it. Because that's the standard now. Like, it's like, why would I buy wild card round t-shirts? Who cares? Like, it's the Astros. I would wait until at least the ALCS.
Exactly.
So it is, this is the playoffs run through Houston. We all know that. And this is a series that there's not a lot of names on the other side that you're going to recognize. And what I'm just most curious about is, was this an incredible hot streak when a team that also, though, is basically 500 this year when they're not playing the White Sox?
Yeah, the White Sox have helped them out a lot.
Yeah, like the Tigers.
Same with the Royals.
Yeah, the Royals and the Tigers both are around 500 baseball teams, except they're both beat the White Sox like 12 times this year. So who is this team really? I'm very curious about, honestly.
I think that they are the team that we know them to be. I think the experience does matter. And I'm looking at the Astros once again, and I am assuming that they are going to win this series. I saw some people post, oh, Paul, it's your fault if they don't actually make it past. And people are acting like if you overlook a team that is playing a game against your favorite team, that things are going to go poorly for you. And I can tell you, as somebody who used to feel that when I was a child, it's not real. It's not true. Don't even get that in your head. Like, I can't believe in the best team in this city's history because if I'm not focused, then they might not be focused. It's just so dumb. It really is. Be an arrogant POS. You know what? I'm even saying it. Unleash the hounds. Just go bully some random person online from Detroit. Just do it.
I need them to bully. Will they boo AJ Hinch today? Like, really unleash the
You know
hounds?
what? Honestly, screw it. This round is stupid. This round is. I'm sorry for the negative vibes going into this, but I don't even know what I'm supposed to be thinking about with this series. Right? I don't know how many games they need to win. A 3-game series. So if they sweep, what is it? A dust busting? I brought a dust buster. I brought a dustbuster in because I can't even bring in a broom because we're playing in this fake playoff round. And yeah, I don't know anyone on the Tigers other than Tarak Skubal. Tarak? I don't know his name. Tyrak. Skubal? Who is he? I don't know. Don't care.
I like Tyrak. I think that's a good name for him.
Yeah.
I was really curious what you were digging for down there.
I brought in a dustbuster.
That's great. They're gonna dust bust them
because it's a 2-game sweep. So win back-to-back games. Dust bust them.
Dust bust them.
Get dust busted.
I like that. We just need to we'll take the Ghostbusters theme song and change it after they win the 2 games. We'll get dust busted.
That feels like too much work for winning 2 games.
That's probably right. That's probably true.
Where we just spent the entire segment being like, "This is stupid."
Yeah,
I don't think we can do a touchdown.
I hope people from Detroit hear this. Like, just hear how little we think of this series. If you're going to this game, I just want you to know how little I think of this series, and vicariously how little I think of you.
Well, it's Detroit. What's good about Detroit?
The pizza.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
The
M&M's. The Lions looked great last night.
Hey, perfect.
Michigan football. There's a lot of good about Detroit.
I guess there's more than I thought.
But I think absolutely nothing of the one professional team that's named Tigers.
I don't think much about the Pistons either, but
they're pretty bad. What are they called again? What are they calling themselves?
Gritty Kitties.
Gritty Kitties.
I don't know. Yeah.
I can't take you seriously.
Day 2, I like it less. I was like kind of fine with it yesterday. I actually think it's bad now.
Yeah.
Gritty Kitties.
Good. See, we're being haters, being arrogant. This is what you need to come in and do. Now, I will say, if you are going to the game, I don't like to tell people how to fan. I don't. And I know there's some other shows that do that. All I'm saying is be engaged. That's it. That's all I'm asking for. Be a little more engaged than you were against the Twins.
If you already took the day off of work.
Yeah.
If
you took the day off of work, go into wherever they have this and go get the electric Haterade drink, which is only $35.89. It contains lemonade, blue Curacao, tequila, Sprite, a Tahim Rin, and cherry and lime garnish.
I was in on this drink until I saw the price tag. That's outrageous. $35 for a drink?
Either buy a hat at the team store or one of these.
Yeah. And the problem is what if it's really good? Then you're gonna want another. That's $70. Like I can't even be tempted by this drink being excellent. Because if I want 3?
I see the price of this, and now I'm just wondering, what's my El Tiempo frozen margarita going to cost? Because I can't stop at the Highway Cantina since we got the 30-minute pregame. I'm going to have to. It's going to take me 30 minutes to get there. Hopefully, my car doesn't get assaulted in the parking lot when they run out of parking spots, as they do. I wonder what this means for my El Tiempo margarita with breggy sauce for $17 extra.
I don't know if that price is going to go up.
Are they going to keep the breggy? Never mind. Bad vibes going into this.
Oh yeah,
they have to keep it. They have. If he leaves, they have to keep it.
It's like the intellectual property of the Astros. Breggy's gone. Drink stays.
Okay, just that it just crossed my mind.
They'll just change the name.
Speaking of Alex Bregman, Jose Altuve is once again beating the drum for the Astros to pay the man. Will they listen to their favorite son? It's Gallant George, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Stay put.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's Gallant and George.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Astros Tigers game 1 will be heard right here, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. About an hour from now. Make sure you're tuned in to listen to the MLB playoffs in crystal clear HD right here on ESPN Houston. You want to jump in, 713-780-3776 to call or to text. Big news of the day, Yordan Alvarez is on the Astros wild card roster. Justin Verlander is not. Alvarez, for his part, will be hitting third today. Jose Altuve, Kyle Tucker before him in the Astros lineup. Speaking of Jose Altuve, had some interesting comments about Alex Bregman at his press conference. I think I'm confident about ownership, the front office, and coaches getting together and putting a great contract together for Alex Bregman and making him stay here the rest of his career.
I think he knows something. I think he knows that, like, Alex has made it clear that there's a number that if they get this number and they don't insult me, I will stay. Because, like, I find it, this is very not, I don't know, maybe it's strange. This is a different tactic than we've seen. We haven't seen, I don't think, Jose Altuve do this with Correa and Springer, but he really wants Alex Bregman to stay here. And the way he's talking, I wonder if he just knows that Alex's desire is to stay in Houston. And I still wonder if Altuve took a pay cut, he could have got a bigger contract. He could have got more money than the Astros gave him. And I wonder if there was some kind of handshake deal of, like, I'm going to take a little bit less as long as it goes to Bregman.
I'd like to think that happened, but I wonder if this is something that involves anyone other than Scott Boras and Bregman and Dana Brown. And just given the way that Dana talked about any potential contract extensions over the course of the year, I don't get the feeling that there has actually been any progress made.
I'm not even sure there's been much of an attempt. I mean, the last quote we had when Scott Boras was with the Astros and Dana Brown and Scott Boras both talked about it, they said they basically had a conversation, was like, yeah, we'll get to it. Like, that's what kind of their mentality's been all year, which I think is strange. And I don't love that. I think in a perfect world, he would have signed Alex Bregman before he hit free agency, because the one thing you can't control is as soon as the season's over and he's a free agent, we cannot control if a team like the New York Yankees loses Juan Soto to the Mets and the Yankees come in and offer Alex Bregman a contract that you're uncomfortable with. And, like, that's where by taking this approach, they've opened up that possibility to where someone can just severely outbid them.
There's a line somewhere between operating a roster in a responsible way and treating your stars right and doing right by Astros fans, because this isn't just for Bregman. I mean, someone like Bregman, you want to be here for the entirety of his career, like he's a Craig Biggio, like he's a Jeff Bagwell. You want someone like that to never play for another team. And maybe we live in an era where that just doesn't happen, where one guy plays with one team his entire career. We're hoping we'll see that with Jose Altuve. I'm sure Tigers fans thought that they were going to see that with Justin Verlander, though. We live in a different era. The, I guess, hopeless romantic in me, who's still barely alive, would like to see them actually pull the trigger and give Bregman what he wants, assuming, of course, he has a good postseason. But after shaking off another shaky first couple of months of the year and doing what he always seems to do as the season goes along, I am not expecting a poor postseason from Bregman. I thought he was pretty good in last year's postseason. I feel like against the Detroit Tigers, Tarek Screwball aside, I feel like he's going to do pretty well.
The way he started the season versus the way it ended, it's just so incredible, because it was such a slow start for him. I mean, it was slower than it's ever been for Bregman. And then the way he turned it on this year, dealing with now the elbow gremlins, which seem to have gone away, or at least he's just toughing it out, and he's just now it's playoff time, so it doesn't really matter. That doesn't shock me. If he's still in a lot of pain, but he's Alex Bregman, he just doesn't care. Like, he's going to deal with it. But I do love the idea of one guy spending his entire career with the Astros, and multiple of them. I mean, it is something that's just lost in sports, that like it's cool when it happens. It's, you have very few guys. You have Kobe Bryant. I couldn't even tell you the last time besides Kobe that it really happened.
It didn't even happen for Tom Brady.
Yeah, it didn't happen for Brady. It didn't happen for Manny. It didn't happen for Jordan. Like, it's just not something that really happens anymore.
Didn't happen for Joe Montana. I mean, it's been a while like this. Dan Marino, maybe is the last quarterback I can remember where it was just one team. Rodgers is with the Jets. Favre ended his career with the Jets and then Vikings.
Eli.
Drew Brees was there the whole time, I guess.
No, he was in San Diego before, remember?
Oh, you're right. Forgot about that.
So Eli Manning is the only one?
I mean, technically,
like that era.
Technically, Eli Manning was a Charger.
Roethlisberger.
Touche. Roethlisberger's a good one. Yeah, Eli Manning was a Charger
for like 5 seconds.
I mean,
David Carr was a Giant.
David, like Super Bowl.
Yeah,
he's Super Bowl champion. So.
Yeah, Matt Schaub has played for many teams.
Did Tom Savage play for anyone else?
Oh yeah, for sure.
He's
I think. Actually, I don't know.
he had to have an NFL stop after the Texans.
A practice squad somewhere.
He played for 3 more teams after the Texans.
Okay. Wow, good for him.
49ers, Bengals, and Lions.
J.J. Watt played for another team. Andre Johnson played for 2 division rivals. Arian Foster played for another team. I mean, damn.
Yeah. It just doesn't happen anymore.
Deshaun Watson played for another team.
Thank God.
Warren Moon played for another team. You know who else played for another team? George Blanda played for another team. Greatest quarterback. Well, I don't know if he's the greatest, but the only champion quarterback in Houston sports history. Case Keenum played for a lot of other teams.
He played for like 20.
For half the league. Yeah.
What do you think the number is for Case Keenum for teams he's played for?
6.
I'm going to guess 8.
You said 8?
I'm going to guess 8.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Damn.
Right in the middle.
Right in the middle.
Good job, guys. But he had 3 stops with the Texans and 2 stops with the Rams.
I was gonna say he's double dipped a couple times.
Yeah, because he went Texans, Rams to start his career. So he was a little back and forth.
Double dip right at the start.
James Harden didn't play his whole career with the Rockets.
He played for a lot of teams.
He played for the Thunder.
Hakeem Olajuwon played for the Toronto Raptors.
That's the weird. That photo is so weird. The one where it's Dream versus Patrick Ewing.
Yeah.
And it's the Raptors versus the Magic. That's a weird photo.
That's the funniest.
And to bring it all back again, this is how little I think of the Detroit Tigers. They are getting dust busted. Dust busted. Doesn't smell great.
Yeah, I can't imagine.
Doesn't smell great.
Mostly cat hair, I bet.
It is. And other things.
Are you gonna leave that one behind? Just leave it there for blank.
Well, for game 2, you know.
It would be pretty funny.
I just want to see what Blank's reaction is when he.
I'm sure it will be measured and relaxed. The same way that he speaks with our Twitch. I'm sure it'll be just like that.
Yeah.
You know? Calm. And that's how I feel. I'm very calm going into this series. I don't even like that there was a smidgen of doubt from you earlier. How do we get that out? How do we get this out of your system? What do we do?
They changed the baseball formats. It's
Yeah,
not an Astros thing.
That's what I mean, though. If it's not an Astros thing, then why is it a part of you?
Well, because it's a 3-game series.
Yeah, it means it's going to be over quicker.
I hope so. I hope there's no game on Thursday.
I don't like this. I
mean,
hope so.
The Tigers are the hottest team in baseball.
They're like 1 game over 500. I'm again, so little respect for them. I'm not going to look.
Name their cleanup hitter.
I can't.
Exactly.
I can't either, and I looked it up at the end of the Dell show.
I keep on having to look up the guy who makes all the web gems, Parker Meadows' name. Spencer Torkelson's name is very memorable. That's the only reason I know him.
Torkelson's in there. Torkelson's in there.
It's just come on.
It's baseball.
Yes, but you've been here for 7 years. What's the point of this whole run if you can't go into this afternoon thinking to yourself, they got this? Even if they don't, even if they lose, And then after that, even after they lose, still thinking they got.
Hey, I'm the only one on the show that said they're going to win the World Series this year.
This is true. Now,
So you know,
after officially killing them, which I co-signed but didn't actually sign, I give a verbal co-signage, more of a nod. That's true, but yeah, but you still feel nervous here. This isn't the series to be nervous about. It's the next round against whoever.
It's crazy. It's like I know like they weren't playing their like it was the end of the season. I have no fear of the Guardians. No fear.
Yeah, I don't either.
Yeah, they quit. They could have played a game. They decided not to.
Yeah,
they're scared of the Astros.
Mm-hmm. Yankees, Astros own that ass. Orioles, Astros own that ass.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, who else is in the Royals?
Royals.
The Royals are the one team.
2015.
Yeah, and this year, year too. It was dicey early in the year. I know the last time around the Astros handled them, but
they like injured two of their players on the same play.
Yeah. It's just you need to embrace this while you can. It is so rare. I've had this twice in my life. I just be an insufferable a-hole to ever. But no, why are you jealous? You're here.
No, because you've had it twice.
Look at the hat on your head.
I know.
Here.
I think they're going to win the series.
You're in it now.
I do. They're going to win the World Series this year.
Yeah, but this series, this against the effing Tigers, they suck. They sucked until August 10th. I'm sorry. I'm giving a little respect to them. They were effing terrible until then. Just a nobody, inconsequential. As bad as the Astros in April.
They got to play the White Sox 20 times.
Yeah.
I know they did.
Our over would have cashed on the Astros if they got to play the White Sox 20
I'm still
times.
annoyed that they didn't cash. Sorry, we got one more in the tank. We got one more AL West champ or American League champs. That's the wager we wanted to win anyways. Astros plus 800 to win the World Series?
Mm-hmm.
Should I just do it right now?
You should have done it already.
Yeah, drive to
given the way
Lake
you're
Charles.
talking about them and acting like you're so confident.
Well, I can't drive to Lake Charles, so we'll go to MyBookie for this.
MyBookie.ag. Speaking of, that was well done, Joe. Wow, that was well done. MyBookie.ag promo code BET975. Guys, you want to bet on the Astros game today? Maybe you want to bet on how long Framber Valdez pitches, how many strikeouts he gets. Maybe you want to bet on the actual game itself. There's all sorts of ways that you can gamble with mybookie.ag. You enter promo code BET975. They are going to double your first deposit right away. And you get to play with it and do whatever you want with it. Well, not anything you want with it, but anything you want from a gambling perspective with it. You can bet on the presidential election, which is hilarious to me. I don't know if you can bet on the Q rating after tonight's vice presidential debate. I don't know. But I do know at mybookie.ag, you can bet on practically everything else. Enter that promo code BET975 for that awesome first deposit bonus. It's mybookie.ag, promo code BET975. Bet anything, anytime, anywhere, only with mybookie.ag.
You are back with Gallant and George
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul and Joe.
Last chance to dance. Astros Tigers. 40 minutes from now, right here, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. You can join us on twitch.tv/ESPN975, youtube.com/ESPN Houston as well. If you haven't subscribed and liked already, what are you waiting for? So you got Jordan. There's no Verlander. Fromber's on the hill against the best pitcher in the American League, Tarek Skubal. I'm just going to say this again, and I do think it's rather simple. While aggression might be in your DNA, patience is the way to win playoff games. And I'm not saying just sit back and don't hit when Tarek Skubal's throwing stuff right down the middle on you. But if you get yourself in counts that are favorable to him, he is a strikeout artist. He is going to make you chase things. You got to be smart here. Make him work so that he will leave early.
And hopefully in the 5th? Is that what you're hoping for? 6th?
If Skubal is out in the 5th, I mean, the series is over.
Yeah. I mean,
that's how I feel. I'm very confident, but I'm just encouraging patience because this team has been not, I think, their traditional selves this year. They chase a lot of pitches. They don't draw walks the way that they used to. And it used to be just Altuve who was the gunslinger at the plate, flailing at everything.
Chasing's the part that, for me, like what we've seen from some of these guys this year, where it's gotten kind of ugly in the second half of the season, where they're chasing stuff that's way outside the zone. Don't give him freebies. Like if he's gonna beat you, and he's gonna strike you out, like make sure it's in the zone. Like don't be giving this guy freebies when he's already a great pitcher. If it's a foot and a half outside the zone, Jose Altuve looking at you, Jeremy Pena, Yainer Diaz, like get it under control a little bit.
It's those three.
Yeah, those are like the three guiltiest parties. The
Yes.
other guys, like if like Caratini does it, like whatever. Like, but it's your important bats. Don't give them anything easy. You know, if Fromber has to grind through an inning, and drop 25 pitches to get 3 outs, and you can't then follow up what we've seen this season, which is 5 pitches and Fromber's back on the mound. Like you have to play more disciplined baseball than I think they've played through part of the season. But I mean, Altuve leadoff bomb, and then we'll go from there.
If he does what Junior Broncos is asking for, swing early, first pitch home run, okay. I mean, that's going to be a bucket of ice down your back, 50 Cent style.
He's there.
Bucket of ice. He will be there. That's right. Houston's most legendary figure.
Yeah.
I like how we have just stolen him. We've stolen him from New York.
He knows what it's like to be a Yankees fan. He knows it sucks.
That might be part of it. And you know what? If you can convert people through violence, I mean, that is the, way of so many. If we take a look at history. Hey, I need a little energy. I'm jonesing for something. Give me that Astros cocaine song.
Why did they argue the umpire's call? Astros. Why did the fielders crash into walls? Astros. Why do you think the pitchers throw smoke? Why do you think they go for broke? Who says it's only a game?
Who says it?
Why did the catchers wear iron masks? Why did they die for the drive on the grass? Why did they go head first into home? Why do the losers feel all alone? Who says it's only a game?
When you want to give it all you've got, the war's not over till the final shot.
It's pride and glory and fame.
I don't know what that means.
Who says it's only a game? Why do you think they call them spikes? Why do you think they call them strikes? Why do they give it more than they've got? Why do they always reach for the top? Who says it's only a game?
With me now, Astros baseball. Who says it's only a game? Astros bang! Got it. I think our work here is done.
I think so too. Also, the Astros are not taking this game seriously because look at the media cake. It's literally just a cake with the wild card logo on it.
Oh, not a lot of effort put into
Not a lot of
that.
effort here.
No.
But they did.
ALDS are
But
better.
they did give it the cake. But
They did
little
put-
effort.
They did put a lot of effort into the electric Haterade drink.
They did.
They did put a lot of
It's
effort.
$35.89. I will be getting one.
Jim Crane's ready to charge those in the ALCS.
100%.
What, are they gonna go to $50?
Probably.
What's the World Series price for a Haterade?
Can I at least get a hot dog with this?
Is it Dollar Dog Day? It's Tuesday.
I doubt
Definitely
it.
not.
We got. Do you think
probably be dollar mustard day?
Do you think Jim Crane's? How many of the electric Haterades do they have to sell before they come out even on the Josh Hader contract?
I don't know.
Are you disgusted by that question?
No, I just knocked over the dustbuster with my elbow.
Oh, I thought you.
Can you repeat the question, please?
It's all right.
It's okay. You know
we got
what?
20 seconds.
Again, I take this show seriously. Nice laugh, Joe. I do not take the Detroit Tigers seriously. 2-game sweep. A dustbuster is in order. Fear us. Gritty Kitty, get out of my city. We're done. Peace.